And therefore, we thought of growing further and therefore purchase even more apartments to be able to support more families. Nowadays, between 60 to 90 families are traveling to the UK every month. Therefore, the need for more accommodation was felt. We own 20 apartments next to the Royal Marsden Hospital in Sutton. After several studies, we realised the majority of these families travel to central London.
Great Ormond Hospital is the most visited hospital. After 6 years searching for the proper building, we find a building that is 10 minutes walking distance from the hospital.
And hospitals nearby like National Hospital, UCLH and Moorfieldside Hospital. And also it is close to all amenities as well. At the moment we are in the refurbishment phase of this property to be able to turn it into 27 studio apartments, and we are hoping that in the next 18 months we will be able to house more families and give them accommodation in their home away from home. This project in central London for Puttinu Cares is a major endeavour, and therefore we are turning towards your generosity to once again support these families in need.
We've been working together for 20 years. I was like Richard Gere at that moment, but she
ruined your life.
Always.
I am Angel Kushkiri, President of Puttinu Cares.
I am Len Zarafa, CEO of Puttinu Cares.
And we have been working together as nurses with children with cancer.
We passed 20 years together. We saw a lot of suffering. We saw a lot of generosity. We saw everything in these 20 years.
And a lot of beautiful people and a lot of love as well.
Of people who really love and give everything for their loved ones.
That was our trigger point, our motivation to continue to strive to create a good quality of life for these families.
So we wanted to create an environment that made them feel comfortable. And that was one day when Dr. Calvania called me in the office, and he told me that while he was studying in Royal Marsden Hospital, there was a foundation. And in his office we began Puttinu Cares in 2001.
Puttinu Cares was started more than 20 years ago to care and support for the children with cancer and their families. The first thing we started was with the embellishment of the ward to make it more like a child-friendly environment.
So they feel that there is a home away from home.
We also started inventing activities and events to bring these families together, giving them something to look forward to, like birthday parties, a Christmas party. We tried to make one of their wishes come true. It helps give them something to look forward to and also have a memory together as a family. The ward was lively, and that was our aim, to make some memories, some good, nice memories. And in fact, we see children nowadays who are grown up, they have children of their own, they recall only the good memories. And that is an achievement for us.
And one of the achievements was when they tell their parents that they don't want to go home after taking chemotherapy. They want to stay in the ward. One of the biggest challenges that we faced in our ward was when the consultant tells them that they have to go abroad for treatment.
These families had to find their own accommodation, and accommodation in the UK tends to be very expensive. And having to spend weeks, months or even years, no job, and having to support a child with cancer can be very, very traumatic and financially demanding. And that's where we came in.
One of the things that we created was a national football marathon.
60 hours non-stop to create awareness and secondly to raise funds. This football marathon was a national marathon. It was televised on all local TV stations and we managed to raise some funds to be able to start.
And we bought the first 3 apartments near Royal Marsden Hospital. Awareness about Puttinu was growing bigger and bigger, and many people, not only children with cancer, were coming to ask for help.
And we couldn't stop there, we couldn't say no to anyone, and therefore we thought of growing further and therefore purchase even more apartments to be able to support more families. Nowadays, between 60 to 90 families are traveling to the UK every month. Therefore, the need for more accommodation was felt. We own 20 apartments next to the Royal Marsden Hospital in Sutton. After several studies, we realised the majority of these families travel to central London.
Great Ormond Hospital is the most visited hospital. After 6 years searching for the proper building, we find a building that is 10 minutes walking distance from the hospital.
And hospitals nearby like National Hospital, UCLH and Moorfieldside Hospital. And also it is close to all amenities as well. At the moment, we are in the refurbishment phase of this property to be able to turn it into 27 studio apartments, and we are hoping that in the next 18 months we will be able to house more families and give them accommodation and a home away from home. This project in central London for Puttinu Cares is a major endeavour, and therefore we are turning towards your generosity to once again support these families in need.
We're
endurance race for Puttinu Cares. You join us live on the World Pro Racing YouTube channel and also on the official Streamlab charity donation page, as we will be raising money over the next 8 or so hours as time qualifying is underway at the famed Circuit de la Sarthe, the famous Le Mans 24-hour circuit. Joining myself, Alex Goldschmidt, is going to be a couple of familiar voices, those for the World Pro Racing family. Kieran McGinley and Edwin joins me. Guys, good afternoon and welcome along. We have got a fantastic charity race in prospect, raising money for the Children's Cancer Group support group set up back in October 2002. Puttinu Cares, who for over 2 decades have continued to provide that idea and desire of a holistic approach to care for families with children suffering for cancer.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'll let you go, Edwin.
Oh, no, keep going, Kieran. Keep going.
Yes, really good stuff. Always a great chance to go racing as well for a great charity. And where better place to stage it all at the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans here for the next few hours. Looking forward to really getting stuck in and seeing who can come out on top. And of course, our very own Justin Mifsud doing the whole endurance on his own.
Yes, very much to the point. And Edwin, you and I were part of the first broadcast along with Caitlin Penny, Jake Sperry, and a few other people, where Justin was doing the full 24 hours at the Daytona International Speedway road course. But here at Le Mans, a fantastic circuit, opened back in 1920, and they're going to be running on the 13.626 kilometre circuit for the next 8 hours once we go green. But Justin has always known to be bold and brave in the ideas that he does, but he's looking forward to running under the Puttinu Cares umbrella once again, and you know, it's great to see that someone like Justin, who is so passionate about sim racing and real racing, to raise money for a great cause by going solo the entire event.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and obviously good afternoon to you too, Kieran and Alex. Yes, as we were saying, Alex, this is not just a simple race. This is for an amazing, noble charity event that obviously Justin proudly, and it is something to be proud of, to be honest, that you held this kind of event. And obviously we got new faces as well, new drivers, esport drivers that get the opportunity to be part of this such amazing event to raise money for Puttinu Cares. Obviously we know how these people that are let's be honest, they're in a world of trouble. So we try to help them as much as we can by raising money to get them through these difficult times.
I think also let's talk about Puttinu Cares anyway, because for those that have just watched the screen from when we started on the World Pro Racing YouTube channel, talking about the history of Puttinu Cares, it was set up in October 2002. Renny Zarafa and Victor Calvagna were the founders of the group, and now it's evolved to a lot of associations, a lot of homes also being bought in the UK to actually help bring child-friendly environments to not just the children themselves, but also to the families. And this is the reason why we here at World Pro Racing. We're proud of obviously where we're located at the Monte Cristo estate, who have come on board along with multiple different partners: Porsche, NMED, England Insurance Agency, GT Omega Racing, Yamaha, Planet Play, Invent 3D, GSD, and DLP. A big thank you to all those partners that have come on board to help raise money. On board at the minute with Aaron De Batista for the Intercom VMD SimSport crew. They're running in the Cadillac V Series GTP car. Two well-known names in that crew, Dean Vella and Sheldon Scott Muscat, along with Aaron De Batista, who is behind the wheel of the car as it makes its way down towards the first of the chicanes down here, down the Mulsanne Straight. So, Kieran, let's have a little bit of a history lesson. Le Mans, famed for a twice around the clock adventure. It's only going to be 8 hours, but these drivers are going to be in for a real test today.
Oh, they absolutely are. And with the talents like Dean Vella and Sheldon Muscat at our disposal, and watching on from them today should be really, really good to watch. And yeah, Le Mans is one of those circuits where it's not very kind to some. It will punish you if you feel too confident, or maybe you have too much of a lead. Le Mans has this history of striking, and I think that's what makes it so exciting as well, is that you're never quite sure who's going to be on top until not even the final lap, as manufacturers like Toyota have discovered over the years. So yeah, it's one circuit that shows no mercy, and it keeps, that's why it's just such one of those that you just want to win no matter what the scenario.
Yeah, very much the case. And Edwin, we've got Beppe De Bono, who's one of the drivers for World Rookie Racing. So we're going to see a mixture of GTP and GT3 machinery here at Le Mans. It is a sports car fan's favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, there are many drivers, as I mentioned before, that are new. One of them, I was mentioning before with you guys, is Andrew Elul, who is currently driving right now as well with Throttle Junkies team. He's a great friend of mine as well, and he's adapting to these racing simulations really quickly and really well, to be honest. As right now we're showing, the director kindly here is showing Andrew Elul on the number 32 car, the Porsche, which Alex, I believe that you are a very big fan of this car. And
yes, especially the 992 variety, which we've currently got on screen at the moment. I think I speak for every sports car fan that it doesn't matter what type of vehicle you like in sports car racing, be it GTP, GT3, LMP2, LMP3, whether if it's a sports car of some kind, it's got noise, it's got that great, wonderful ASMR sound that we all love to hear.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Alex, I couldn't agree with you more, to be honest, as we see Andrew Elul there attacking really hard this circuit, which is obviously the Le Mans circuit, as you were mentioning before, Alex, which is a beautiful circuit, to be honest, and lovely to race here once again, and for Puttinu Cares as well.
Yeah, it is going to be, we are coming towards the end of the 10-minute warm-up session, as we've only got one lap time on the board, and that is going to be Matthew Sketty in the SimCity Racing Ferrari that has done I think it's a 3-minute 32. But Kieran, Le Mans, no matter what car you go in, you really have to enjoy the aspect of this circuit. It's got everything. It's got over I think it's 30 plus corners. Especially in the GTPs, they're going to be hitting north of 190, 200 miles per hour, especially if we go into slipstreams. That's going to be quite crucial for these drivers to micromanage over the course of the 8-hour race.
Yes, and not only that, but it's a mixture of a permanent circuit. You've also got the street circuits as streets as well to be used. The Juan Audier, split up by the two chicanes as you make your way down towards the Mulsanne, almost like a hairpin there, where you have to slow the car down as much as possible, but all whilst going around a right-hander, which is always very tricky in these kind of cars. But it's got everything, as you say. It's got low speed corners, medium speed corners, high speed corners, and also very, very long straight. So getting the car set up here working, you probably want to take off as much wing as possible, because you really don't want to be creating that drag down the long straights. You'll cost yourself too much time. You'd rather sacrifice those corners so that you're not that sitting duck and are overtaken very easily down the Juan Dier.
Yeah, and also, Edwin, the second part of this circuit going through from Mulsanne corner right the way through to the Ford chicane, which leads us on to the short blast up the hill to the Dunlop corners. It is going to be another bit where the drivers have to really modify their setup to the best way possible.
Yeah, and also you need to modify the setup also for tire usage, because if you end up behind the car, as you know, Alex, you lose a lot of downforce, and also that downforce that you lose, you also end up using a lot of your tire available on that stint. So as we were seeing before, we're just looking at the pictures where there was Borch and Andrew Ellul right behind each other, and Borch literally had to back off his Mercedes behind Andrew Ellul just because he lost a lot of downforce. So you need to be precise on the setup, and also not to lose loads of downforce behind the car in front of you, or else overtake him as soon as possible.
Yeah, so they are going to be taking, well, basically being able to use a shortened variation of the full lap. I mean, normally if it's a formation lap, they'll normally use, like, say, the Bugatti circuit here at Le Mans to get the cars ready and up to temperature. But the Porsche pace car is in front of our front row, so it is going to be leading the way. The number 14 Cadillac of Intercomp VMD Sim Sports Aaron De Battista that will lead the way. There's Keith Camilleri for KC Racing Esports, and the number 12 Ferrari. Keith, another one that we know from the Maltese world of racing, Edwin, that has also shown good transition, especially in the world of sim racing. He's quite a fast peddler, is Keith.
Yeah, Keith, he was really fast also with the Formula 4 Esports National Championship, which obviously he took first place and won the whole championship. I mean, he won all the races except for one. So Keith Camilleri really knows his, he really shines his racing abilities. And usually not on these types of endurance races, but I believe he will be really, really quick as well. He does compete in endurance races, to be honest, and he has always shown great speed, Camilleri. Even his brother as well, which today is not part of, but Keith Camilleri has always shown amazing speed, amazing talent. So once again, I think he will be leading the group from, I believe, start to finish. Let's hope that no mechanical faults or accidents will happen during this race.
Yeah, Mikel Marchega looks to be in third position. That's the Project Aversio, number 46 Ferrari. So the 499P prototype car has been the recent most prototype, like high top tier GTP, if you will, that's joined the iRacing service, and that car really has shown its mettle in a lot of international sim racing and also iRacing special events, Kieran. And it's a car that you can't really discount in a prototype sense.
Never. It's really good to watch it, and as we make our way through in towards the chicanes, we're almost ready to get this one started.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're under starters' orders as the 8-hour endurance race, raising money for Puttinu Cares through us here at World Pro Racing, is about to go green. The red lights are on, and De Battista gets the lightning start, Camilleri in the tow, and the lights are out. We're underway here for 8 hours at the Circuit de la Sarthe at Le Mans, and De Battista, Camilleri and Marchega get the early jump. Bartolo is the leading McLaren, that's for NMN Sim Racing, but a bit of an off track there for Aaron De Battista. Very early doors through the opening couple of corners, and he's spun right in front. Oh, De Battista loses the back end of the caddy, and the two Ferraris have gone through. Aaron's going to get a big slow down penalty. We are running on the iRacing service as well. And straight away, well, Aaron De Battista didn't expect to have a bit of a, let's just say, more than a code brown there, Kieran McGinley. That was a bit scary because he got nearly T-boned by Keith Camilleri going through that part, heading into Tetra Rouge for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, there was contact, but they both did very well to not make it an airplane crash. But even so, De Battista really struggling with the car, heading our way in towards the Dunlop chicane for the very first time. But we're going side by side in the GTEs. We've got Bartolo on the right-hand side with the 88 trying to outbrake and take away from Puttinu in towards the first chicane here. But yeah, absolutely mental start. All action.
Yes, indeed. Mark Buckig running with the Octane Racing crew, the number 17. So it is McLaren versus McLaren. And our good friend, Mr. Justin Mifsud, is currently running P3 in that class in the Puttinu Cares Porsche. And then we've got De Bono, who looks like the front end of that McLaren has completely lost its front panel, it seems. So there might have been a bit of drama there for De Bono. Yes, that is completely missing everything on the front of that motor McLaren. And not too far behind is the Throttle Junkies car there, Edwin, of Andrew Leloul. So he's closing in for 4th place in that class. So 9 GT3 cars, 3 GTPs, and Bartolo and Buckig really going into battle, heading into what will be, I think, let's just see which corner this is going to be. I think this might be coming out of Arnage. But yeah, I think that De Bono has not had a great start here, Edwin, because, we've had a spinner in the back. That's one of the McLarens. But yeah, a good, interesting way to start 8 hours.
A really exciting one to start 8 hours, as we also see again Bartolo and Buttigieg really going at it on this first lap, and Buttigieg coming out of the slipstream of Bartolo, but trying to get out of the slipstream of Bartolo, but Bartolo braking really late, and on the inside there, he just made it so easy, to be honest, to defend himself, as we see also at the back. Buttigieg there, and Bartolo once again is also at the back. Buttigieg is on the inside there of Bartolo. I think Bartolo made a mistake, he went a bit wide. Buttigieg is on the inside now of the next corner, so I believe, but I think the straight line speed of the McLaren of Bartolo is really good. I mean, he set up his car for straight line speed, I believe, more than Buttigieg, as we also see that McLaren. And Andrew Leloul isn't able to make a move on De Bono, and Leloul is De Bono from front end of the one, and Leloul hasn't been able to take advantage of the situation as Camilleri and Mercia start their second lap.
Yeah, so first lap in the books, Keith Camilleri leading the way in the number 12 Ferrari 499 with Machega not too far behind. De Battista, after that major spin on the opening lap of the race, through this part of the circuit itself, which is on the run down through in towards Tetra Rouge, and Camilleri looking rather planted here, Kieran. And you can see how he swings the car to the outside, through into the right-hander, nips the apex nicely, and then pulls to the right-hand side. And this is where we see the speed build up to north of 330 kilometers an hour in these GTPs. GT3s probably looking at 270, maybe 280 at a push if you are in the slipstream.
Yeah, but De Battista's done quite well to actually catch the back of these two, of Macheka and Camilleri, as we make our way through in towards that first chicane then, which two chicanes that split up the Juan Aldier straight, as we make our way onwards then to the second part. Really interesting to see if you can get close enough to the behind of the car in front. You can start to launch an attack there as you make your way down in towards that second chicane. Nip and tuck. I don't think De Battista's too close just now, but he's just filling the mirrors there of Macheka as we make our way through in towards that second chicane. But our top three GTPs very close for comfort indeed as they make their way onwards now towards the Mulsanne hairpin.
Yeah, so it is a very close battle between our three GTP vehicles at the moment. Justin Mifsud now up into P2 in the GT3 running order. And there you see Justin in the Puttinu Cares Porsche, the number 6 car. And he is behind Mark Bucky for Octane Racing, number 17. And Beppe De Bono now for World Rookie Racing in P3. So we have had a drama. I think that was for the Petrolheads Mercedes. was due to start with Nicholas Morton behind the wheel, partnering with Benjamin Borg. But still to have, now, that's a slow down penalty if ever I saw one, I think there, Kieran.
Yeah, look, get on the anchors and receive that time gained, apparently. But they say you cut the course and you've got to give up the time you gained, and then some.
Yeah, and a very good afternoon to our fellow commentator, Caitlin Penny. She'll be in the booth a little bit later on once we've done the first couple of hours of the broadcast here. But this three-way battle at the sharp end for GTPs here, Edwin, doesn't show any signs of abating as they go through the Porsche curves.
Not at all, to be honest. I heard what Kieran said. How good was De Battista on that opening lap after obviously he made that mistake to get right up Merci rear wing, to be honest, because right now the first three are separated by 0.4 of a second, and De Battista there was trying to catch Mercia off guard there, but Mercia defended really well as we start also. Lap number 4, Camilleri in first place, then Mercia, and then De Battista, with De Battista the fastest lap of the race at 3 minutes 29 seconds, if I believe so. I can't see well.
Yeah,
so
3:29.899 according to the graphics. So as you can see on the middle of the right hand side of your screens, folks, showing it just before 9 o'clock in the morning, 17 km/h wind, 19 degrees centigrade, 89% humidity, it's cloudy. And one thing that we all... De Battista, Mercia having a real ding-dong battle coming out of Tetra Rouge. The caddy in the slipstream. Where is De Battista going to put the Cadillac in comparison with the Ferrari in front? He's staying in the wheel tracks. He's doing the old NASCAR bump drafting trick at over 320 kilometers an hour. Pulls to the right-hand side, but still, even with that amount of slipstream that he just gained, Kieran, Mercia able to hold on to that second position through the first of the Unodier on the Mulsanne straight, and you can see that Cadillac doesn't seem too settled in the chicane.
No, he lifted, didn't he, did De Battista? Wasn't confident of trying it down into one of those chicanes, but perhaps at this early stage, just keeping a track of the top two at this stage. Of course, De Battista's trying to just build up that confidence once again, having started at the front and having spun around, and also taking a little bit of an excursion at turn 1 on the very first lap of this race. It's just a case now of settling down into this race. You know, get your mistakes out of the way early on, because there will be mistakes from any and every driver in this race. You've just got to keep them as few and as far between as possible. And De Battista will be hoping that that mistake is done early on, and now he can push on and try and grab this win, although it's very, very early days.
Yeah, a bit of a drama for Justin Mifsud in the meantime, Edwin. He's in pit lane.
That's very early, but obviously due to some maybe some technical issue or something, Mifsud is in pit lane. I don't know. As we see now Mercia is following Camilleri, and just De Battista he's there as a spectator, to be honest, in third place. So Mercia are really gaining a lot on Camilleri. I think Camilleri here is playing, obviously you need to play the long game, because obviously the race is long, it's 8 hours. But also, I mean, the straight line speed of those Ferraris is incredible. I mean, De Battista, as soon as he went out of the slipstream with his Cadillac, he just lost all his momentum. I mean, Mercia really gained on him without any slipstream at all. So those Ferraris are really set up on gaining in high speed rather than maybe corners, because De Battista also in that first lap after his mistake, he went right behind the rear wing of Mercia. And now I think De Battista is there as a spectator, just slow down a bit, maybe eating up his tires. You can't eat up your tires for much, too much, because obviously the race is long. You need to plan pit stops ahead.
Yeah, that's very much the case, as Beppe De Bono here, Kieran, still going without a front splitter on that McLaren, which is meaning in comparison with Buck Giga in front of him, he's siphoning a lot of time in the number 9 motor McLaren, but still able to keep a pretty good lap time as Camilleri sets the new fastest overall lap of the race, 3:29.702, half a tenth ahead of Mercia, and De Battista covers the top 3 on that last lap by a tenth. within the splits that they've just done over the 13.626 kilometre circuit. But De Bono, I mean, okay, he's lost about 1.4 seconds on that previous lap, but still, that aero imbalance must be absolutely hampering those front tyres, because I'm sure that when Mark Paul comes into pit lane, he's going to have to repair that thing.
I would have thought so, yeah. The splitter needs a lot of time, especially down the straights. It's going to be creating a lot of drag. And not only that, but obviously costing him through the corners as well, because the aero performance is compromised. So it's the worst of both worlds, really. It's creating drag having no splitter, but it's also compromising your medium and high-speed cornering. So yeah, it really can be the worst of both worlds. But as you rightly said, keeping a hold of second place is Beppe De Bono right now. Buttigieg, meanwhile, is leading the class with a 4-minute 1.6 last time around. And at this stage, it's just getting past those first couple of minutes, get those first couple of laps under your belt. At this point, you'll sort of have learned how the circuit is going to treat you over the next couple of hours, and you can really settle into your own rhythm.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye, Edwin, on Justin's own stream that he's, I think he's put through on his own Facebook page, that he was in pit lane for a little bit of time, so maybe he suffered a little bit of damage on that front. But still, for Justin to, you know, as we're probably going to talk about this quite a lot over the duration of the broadcast, but it's more the case of that there's always going to be that one individual that's going to go, I'm going to do it, you know, I'm going to go in full guns blazing, full throttle. I don't care how tired I'm going to get at the end of it, but I'm going to thoroughly enjoy the race around Le Mans.
You need to enjoy it, obviously, because as we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, I mean, it's something that Justin has organized this event for such an amazing cause, and such an amazing for so many great individuals, so many great people that help many others in their difficult times as well. So yes, why not? Let's we also switch on this side on the first three, and we see Mercia now leading the group from Camilleri and De Battista. So Mercia found a way through Camilleri, and De Battista is also very quick behind Camilleri. So Mercia are taking the lead in his class, and maybe I think stretching a bit as well there. I mean, in those two corners, he stretched Camilleri a lot. Mercia is really going for a very, very fast lap, as also De Battista tried to show Camilleri. Maybe Camilleri is losing a bit of grip from those tires, because De Battista is all over him. He's trying to fake the inside and then the outside. De Battista, Camilleri there is also defending really, really well. So I think Camilleri maybe lost a bit of downforce, maybe lost a bit of grip, I don't know, but De Battista, third place, is really all over him.
Yeah, he's trying to throw the old, what we would call the old Nigel Mansell dummy on Keith Camilleri there, going into the Ford chicane. But through into the first couple of corners, they're going up the hill through the through Dunlop and then down into the descent, which then leads them into the S's heading into Tetra Rouge. So, yeah, and Mercia now has got a big lead. That is at least, I would probably say, the best part of a second between the two Ferraris. But De Battista again here, Kieran coming out of Tetra Rouge. That naturally aspirated 5.5 litre flat plane crank V8 on that caddy is singing its song, chasing after Keith Camilleri as they go down the first part. The first third of the Mulsanne Straight is going to try and pull to the inside, pull to the outside, goes right. And they are going to be wheel to wheel for pretty much at over 320 kilometres an hour.
You see that Ferrari power underneath. Of course, Enzo Ferrari quoted as saying, anyone, aerodynamics are for people who can't build an engine. And that is rightly the case for Ferrari. I mean, they've improved significantly on the aero, but the mantra still stays the same. The top speed has to be the priority. And for Camilleri, the 499P underneath him, able to keep him ahead of the Cadillac. And for De Battista here, it could be a bit of a frustrating afternoon. He gets close and close in the slipstream. As soon as he pulls out, though, he gets all of that air resistance once again and is limited then to its actual top speed. So, yeah, could be a frustrating one for De Battista, but not.
Yeah, exactly, and that just goes to show how quickly things can turn on its head here, Edwin, because We see now that sunshine is starting to beam down on the last part of the Mulsanne straight as they will head into Mulsanne corner, and then it's going to be the run down in towards Indianapolis very shortly. And that's another bit of the track that these drivers have to be very, very careful, and especially when you've got a car that's more reliant on its top speed rather than aerodynamics.
Yeah, I wonder why happened coming there, because now he seems to be catching up some more speed. So maybe an issue, maybe some sort of engine map settings, maybe he turned down the engine or something, because now he's doing almost same lap times as Mercia, so same speed as Mercia as well. So maybe he turned down the engine a little bit, maybe he just let Mercia by so he can cool and maybe get his own rhythm maybe, and then pass him during pit stop maybe, or strategy-wise, something like that, because right now they're set in these three and no one's attacking another one. And another the Battista, another thing as well is I think both Ferraris are their setup is the same speed-wise, straight line speed-wise, because the Battista, even when he tried to pull the same move, he tried on Mercia, he tried it on Camilleri as well. He lost a lot of speed when he was not drafting Camilleri that much on the back straight. So I believe both Ferraris are set up straight line speed-wise the same.
Yeah, and of course we are raising money for Puttinu Cares, so if you have got access to the links, please make sure that you donate. Our initial targets at the moment, according to the Streamlabs charity page, is a goal of initially €1,000. But now already we've raised 235. We're also broadcasting live on Motorsport Malta's Facebook page as well. So I'm going to do one thing that I'm going to do now, which is copy the link and post it in the chat. So if you are watching on Motorsport Malta's Facebook page, thank you so much for joining us. And we appreciate you jumping on board with us for this fantastic event. So the more you guys and girls can donate out there, the more that we can help Puttinu Cares. And Justin is also sharing on his personal account. Now we have just seen all three GTP cars lap Justin, so who is a lap down off of the leaders, but he's back up to speed now. He's just posted a 4-minute 5.476. At the minute, Beppe de Bono is still keeping close to, but maybe not close enough. He was only 1.3 seconds off of Paul Buttigieg that time around Kieran. So the lap times between, let's say, our GT3 competitors are, looking at it from this perspective, we're looking at fastest lap by Buttigieg of 4-minute 1.328. We've got Loftus, Carl Loftus for the Enemed E-Racing, who's running with Alexander Delia and Ayrton Chiapara. They are running on a 4:09.0. So we're seeing a spread of about probably the best part of nearly 8 seconds per lap. But they're here for the fun of this. And this is something that I think you and I touched in on during our graveyard shift hours, Edwin, for the 24 Hours of Daytona, that it's about the community doing something for the betterment of others.
Yeah, of course. We spoke about this countless times, to be honest, me and you, Alex, even last year when we did the 24-hour race for Puttino. So we always urge people, we always encourage people to donate as much as they can, to be honest. I mean, even a small amount counts for these individuals that obviously sacrifice a lot. Families sacrifice a lot to get these medications, these whatever it is, get them done and just take care of their families. So whatever is available, just please donate. There are also all the phone lines that you can also access by messaging, and just donate as much as you can, because obviously every cent counts to these people, that they risk everything as to make their lives as normal as they can.
Exactly. So we are seeing some pit stops happening here, Kieran, just after the opening 6 laps. Just spotted that Carl Loftus for NMD Racing has gone in. Looks like Benjamin Borg in the Petrolheads Mercedes is also in pit lane. So this is a circuit where there is going to be a short amount of laps between each pit stop, and obviously with the GTPs, you've then got to consider what lap times they're going to be putting in, and especially whether they decide to double or single stint tyres.
Yeah, and it's a really important one for teams as well to decide what sort of strategy they're going to do. And of course, we're here for raising money for a great cause, but they're racing drivers at the end of the day. They'll want to get the best strategy possible. And yeah, the possibility of double stinting, obviously we're in the wee hours of the morning. I mean, we're past 9 o'clock in game time. So the track is quite cool at this moment in time. But as you can see, we've raised just over €235 at this moment in time, and going a really good way to the target then. And yeah, we're just watching on from Justin Mifsud. Then obviously he won't have to worry about too much about strategy because it's just him in the car. So he's got control over everything. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's got to do. He doesn't have to negotiate. He doesn't have to cede any driving time. It's just him in that one, and he's looking to try and make up for lost time.
Exactly. So there you see we've nearly hit 1/4, 25% of the initial total. That will be amended over the course of this live stream. So I have posted in the Motorsport Malta Facebook stream that is currently live at the moment the link. So it doesn't matter whether it's 10, 20, 50, 100 euros. It all, as Edwin says, every cent counts, as now the GTP leaders are having to get through GT3 traffic. So that is Keith Camilleri and then Aaron De Battista having to dodge one of the many McLarens. We've got 5 McLarens out of the 8 GT3 cars populating the circuit. 720S has definitely been a good car for a lot of drivers to go, especially with the twin turbo 4-litre V8. Of course, I still remember, Kieran, when we used to have the good old MP4 12C with the flames that would spurt from the centre twin tailpipes by the bumper.
Oh, absolutely. A wonderful car to look at, a wonderful car to drive as well. And yeah, flames splitting out of the exhaust there. Don't quite get that with these cars, but nevertheless, they are just as fun to drive, just as much fun to watch drive as well. Just having a look as well, these GTPs, they're going to have to be on their toes. Obviously, there's a handful of GT3s out there, but this is where endurance racing comes into its own. Of course, if you're new to endurance racing, welcome along. Good to have you along if this is your first one. The drivers will, of course, get blue flags, but they don't necessarily mean what they would normally mean in your quote-unquote sprint races. The blue flag is only there to advise you that there's someone behind, so you don't have to cede track position. All it means is you have to stay predictable, and that's going to be in so many briefings about endurance racing. If there's someone making out of the way behind you and they're in the faster car, stay on your line. Stay to the racing line, and it's up to the faster car to find their way around you. Now, there have been instances in sim racing and in motorsport where that goes out the window in a moment of adrenaline, but these drivers have just got to be on their toes when they're passing these little bits of laps traffic over the next 8 hours to make sure they do it cleanly, safely, but also predictably as well from both parties.
Yes, indeed, and that's going to be a very, very crucial part of the strategy. Getting past slower traffic and also making sure that you keep your opponents at bay. But Camilleri and De Battista are still battling tooth and nail with 25 minutes in. And now here comes De Battista to the inside of Camilleri on the first third of the Mulsanne straight. They've got the number 32 Porsche just up ahead of them. Battista has to slot back in behind Camilleri as they head into the first of the two chicanes on this circuit. On the historic version, normally you would have no chicanes to deal with. Oh, it's going to be 3 wide. Oh, Di Battista throwing caution to the wind. Up the inside of the number 32 Porsche with Camilleri going to the other side of the car, coming out of the first chicane. Edwin, I think we might need our defibrillators on standby, my friend.
That's a Mika Hakkinen style if it happened. If it happened, it could have been a Mika Hakkinen style overtake, because I mean, De Battista is all over Camilleri, but maybe Camilleri is some sort of issue, or maybe he's just slowing the pace, because Mercia now has a big gap on Camilleri, and De Battista is really literally jumping on his car, but the Ferrari has more top speed than the Cadillac, as we see now. De Battista on the inside of Camilleri. They almost make contact there, but Camilleri really bravely on the outside there, stayed in second place and just literally shoved De Battista off his racing line. So that's a great move there by Camilleri, to be honest, and another great opportunistic move by De Battista, who even in the first part of the lap he had such a good run on Camilleri. He tried to overtake him on the back straight but couldn't. So De Battista, either he's using more grip from his tires, or something, he turned up the engine maybe, because now he's got a bit of gap, because Camilleri obviously shoved him off. So maybe Camilleri is just easing the base, maybe he's just looking at the long game, he's just looking at the long race pace. That's all. That's the only thing that we can think of right now, because obviously we're not inside this car, so that's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, and also, whilst they were doing that, they actually got past the GT3 class leaders. So they got past Albon, they got past Buttigieg. So now all of the GT3 cars are a lap down, at least, with regards to the GTPs. But now De Battista and Camilleri coming through into the final couple of chicanes, through at Ford and through at the last chicane itself. And oh, that was a stumble there coming through the final chicane. The sausage curbs are always a bone of contention whenever a driver gets a little bit too greedy on the curbs there, Kieran.
Yeah, just a little bit, and yeah, De Battista's fallen afoul of a couple of those sausage curbs already today, but still has the car pointing the right direction. So yeah, we saw try to make some moves on Camilleri then, but he does struggle. I wonder if it's the Cadillac itself, or if the fact that they're running a little bit more downforce on the car. Whatever the reason is, De Battista cannot find a way past Camilleri, and since that overtaking opportunity they had down at the Virage de Mulsanne, yeah, De Battista's fallen away slightly there, so Camilleri will see this as an opportunity to try and press on without that added pressure and take his own racing line through the next couple of corners, at least for the next couple of laps. We'll see what De Battista's pace is like, to see if we can draw that gap back down.
But in the meantime, whilst they've been battling away here, Edwin, Mercia has got it away like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof, and he's about a good 2-3 seconds up the road.
Yeah, sometimes you can't even see him actually in the same frame. So as we see now, De Battista, I see De Battista sometimes, I just noticed him weaves a bit. So either he's losing a bit of tire temperature, maybe just weaves a bit even on this straight here. Just weaved a bit, maybe just losing a bit of tire temperature, that's all maybe. Because the lap times are still going down. They were doing high 329s at the beginning of the event. Now they're doing high 328s. So the pace is sort of hotting up as well. So we'll see after the first round of pit stops where they'll end up.
So 30 minutes completed of the 8 hours endurance race racing money for Puttinu Cares, that has been doing fantastic work for over 2 decades, and at the moment it's Mercia versus Camilleri and De Battista. Literally for the first time in a little while we've got them all in the same shot there. Buttigieg leading in GT3 ahead of De Bono, Elul, Bartolo, and which car is that one? That's Enemed Sim Racing's Jake Bartolo rounding out P4. And then 5th, it's like looking through the team list and finding out which, it's Christopher Golden for the Octane Racing number 18 car. They're currently running P5. Justin Mifsud in the Puttinu Cares Porsche rounding out the top 6. And then it's Benjamin Borg for the Petrolheads Mercedes crew, and then Carl Loftus for NMED E-Racing rounding out the 11 cars out on track. But Kieran, we're now going to get into that point where the gaps are going to start to increase. Drivers are going to have to, they're now starting to get into their own rhythm. And that's quite crucial in an endurance race, because all three of us here in the commentary box, and for those people that do know their sim racing, do know their real life endurance racing, that yes, the true test that Le Mans used to be was bringing new safety technologies to the fore, and now it's about an all-right battle royale where you are going 11 tenths for every single corner, every single braking zone, every single apex around a circuit.
Yeah, and it's always great to watch the drivers basically on a knife edge, just trying to make sure they extract as much performance from the machinery underneath them as they can, but to do it lap after lap after lap. And really the only bits of respite you get are down the Ponal de Air, which, you know, even then it's broken up by 2 chicanes, so there's not really an opportunity, a big opportunity around the circuit where you can take a massive breather. The times you get to do that really are in your pit stops, where obviously if you're doing driver changes, which our Justin is not, then that's your time to sort of debrief and pass on really important information. I mean, any information you can give about the track and how the car is handling, you know, track temperature is going to be increasing throughout this race as well. So we're expecting sort of the track temperature to rise. That could have an effect on the tyres, keeping them in good nick at that point. So yeah, it's all really important how you approach this. And what's more important as well is when you get to those stops and you have a look at the tyres and you have a look at how much wear is on them, it's all good information for the drivers and how to approach their next stint. And perhaps, you know, if they've double stinted, what's the chance of a triple stint? Probably unlikely, but that's always going to be on the driver's minds.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you could probably get, maybe if you're lucky, about an hour out of maybe an hour, maybe 2 stints at most, especially on the GTPs when there's so much torque going through all 4 corners of the car, especially with the fact that they're hybridized vehicles. So you still get that wonderful roar of the internal combustion engine, but they get that electrical assist. The Cadillac is the most, for a lot of people, if you are an IMSA or WEC fan and you've heard one of those caddies fire up and you hear that noise of that flat plane crank V8, that American muscle going down the pit lane, it is one of my friends. I have to give a shout out to my friend who's a fellow commentator. He's in the Arabic world of motorsport, Ahmad Damouz from Jordan. I said to him, what did you think of the Cadillac firing up and going down that pit lane at the 12 kilometers of Qatar? He said, that's why I love American cars even more, when you've got an engine like that in the World Endurance Championship. So, but every single car, however, Edwin, has its own lovely noise characteristic nevertheless.
Yeah, we all love a sound of a naturally aspirated engine, obviously, because obviously there is no, it's a supercharged engine, but obviously we don't use supercharged in World Endurance Championships, so either turbocharged hybrid or else naturally aspirated with a little bit of electric help as well. So the naturally aspirated engine is louder, obviously, so louder for us petrol heads. Louder means better. So and obviously with no turbocharging you get louder engines, and that's what we love to hear, the loud engine noises. And even if we're still using a simulator here, the characteristics of a car and characteristics of their engines really differ from one another. For we're seeing it live here between the Battista, Camilleri and Mercia. Those Ferraris have really good top-end, high-end revs, high-end top speed, much better than the Cadillac. But obviously the Cadillac is more, somehow, it's more sort of stable in corners, because obviously you don't get that, I mean, you don't get a lot of lag from these turbocharged hybrids, but it's less in a naturally aspirated engine, because obviously you got the full power every time there. You don't need to wait that split of a second till you get full power. It's always there. And that's what that is showing here as well, because the Battista was all over the beginning of the race.
Yeah, very well pointed out there, Edwin. I mean, also, Kieran, with the fact that now that iRacing has the new debris model, as well as the famed Tempest weather system, Le Mans always brings that little bit of je ne sais quoi when it comes to its weather, especially if rain does happen. I'm hoping for our drivers that doesn't over the next 7 hours and 20 plus minutes. But there is always a possibility that when rain hits, it hits hard at Le Mans.
Yeah, I mean, Tempest weather system, they could have called it a better name, a less terrifying name, couldn't they? But nevertheless, it's obviously always on the mind of these drivers. We've seen it, Le Mans have passed, the past 4 or 5 years. When the rain hits here, as you said, Alex, it just buckets it down. Le Mans doesn't do halves when it comes to rain. It's either full-on monsoon or nothing at all. There's no in-between, really. So, yeah, that will keep the drivers on their toes. I'm not sure if we're expecting any rain in this race, but yeah, it's certainly one to keep our eyes on those virtual skies.
Yeah, Throttle Junkies have just jumped into the pit lane at the 37-minute mark with Angela Lul behind the wheel of that car, and now Dirshan Moodley is going to take over in the Porsche. They're currently down in fourth position in the GT3 classification, but at the moment we are fast approaching 40 minutes in out of 8 hours, so stay with us, folks. There's going to be a lot of racing action, bit of a kick up of the dust there, coming out of what would have been Indianapolis by Michael Machea for the number 11 crew. But
that first they are closing a bit the gap together. Have you noticed them a bit? I mean, I know that is reeling in Melchia slowly, but in years.
Yeah, I think it's that's the thing with the circuit where you've got 13.6 kilometers of real estate and over 30 plus corners to deal with. It's about, I think this is what I was alluding to earlier here, Edwin, when everyone's now finding their rhythm. Marchia's making a couple of slight errors. I wouldn't say mistakes. Errors is slightly different. What I mean by that, folks, is that Camilleri is looking a bit more planted, but he dives into the pit lane. First GTP pit stop, and it's Keith Camilleri that is going to bring it into the pit lane. Whether they might decide to put Matthew Scary behind the wheel of that car, or whether Keith goes out for another stint, that's going to be at the decision of the SimCity Racing team. But yeah, I'd be quite interested to see how that car is going to handle with a full tank of fuel, and if they've found that the tyres, now if it's rears that are the ones that are blistering a bit too much, that could probably be why the car might have felt a little bit unsettled. But Marchia at the moment is still carrying on. De Battista in the meantime, though, Kieran, has just gone in with the fastest lap of the race, 3:27.443.
Yep, early stages then, and early signs that De Battista's found that rhythm, as we've been alluding to, that wonderful rhythm you can get yourself into, and looking to see if he can just put those lap times together to try and catch Macheka up ahead, using that slipstream of the Mercedes up ahead and making his way now in towards the chicane, towards that first chicane. Yeah, a really good sign for him, because it was nearly a second quicker. A little bit of a back end stepping out of him. The Cadillac wanted to get the power down, maybe slightly earlier than De Battista wanted it. Nevertheless, keeps it all in check. But yeah, the hunt is on for De Battista now.
And also, a little bit of news, folks. We have hit over 1/4 of our initial total of €1,000. Total amount raised, €260.42. And we're only 40 minutes into the race. So a big thank you to everyone that has donated so far. So please keep your donations coming in. We've got, as I said, we've got plenty more racing, plenty more action here at the Circuit de la Sarthe at Le Mans for this 8-hour endurance race. And also, one of the other things I'd like to point out now, Justin Mifsud, the man who is doing every single of these Puttinu Cares endurance races that he is organising on his own. I actually saw a really, really nice picture I think a couple of days ago, Edwin, that there's some really nice trophies for the top three in this event as well.
Yeah, they really stands out. That's the word. That's the exact word. They stand out. These trophies. I mean, this event that Justin organizes, he organizes literally from A to Z with a lot of help, obviously, from other people. Let's don't forget, obviously, our director, which is visual director, which is obviously Nikki in the director's room. Obviously, there is also the help, the great help of the stewards, obviously. So to get a big shout out to them as well, and also Justin, obviously, with this whole team, it's they're sort of a family together. So to get these things up and running with all the trouble that they encounter, all the problems that they encounter, even before we start the broadcast, they just keep calm, keep everyone cool. I mean, we're here just commentating, but obviously we're here commentating everything that happens behind the scenes. It's just an incredible work, and obviously to put up this event again, we need to say it again all the time, to put up this event for Puttinu Cares is something so incredible, as we see also Aaron De Battista, who really did an amazing lap. I mean, the fastest lap that we've seen. Keenan was mentioning it as well. A 3:27.4. That's an amazing lap. That's more than a second faster than Majant. He's real Marcia, even in the pit lane. You can see it visually. And we see now Camilleri where he ends up. Because this is the outlap of Camilleri, so we need to check where he ends up. If he ends up between the Battista and Marcia.
I would probably say, depending on how long De Battista and Marcia are going to be in the pit lane, and whether they affect a driver change as well, that could make all the difference for Keith Camilleri, because he's got in for the second stint. There's Jake Bartolo for the Enemed Sim Racing McLaren team in the number 88, being closed in on by Justin Mifsud. This is a battle for position, as they are going to go their way through Tetra Rouge down the Uno Dia. Porsche doing Porsche things here, Kieran McGinley.
Absolutely they are, and there is Justin Mifsud looking for a move down the inside. They're going to draw side by side, are they then, on this long straight. It just goes on forever if you're trying to make the overtake, but Justin decides to tuck back in, not this time. It's a very difficult place to get a move down the corner around the air. You really just risk over-braking or missing your mark or making contact there. It's just not worth the risk. If you can try and make yourself a bit of a menace in those mirrors, all the way then down towards the Mulsanne hairpin, you've got a better chance there, even though it's a corner that puts you off your braking zone by that fast right-hander right before the braking zone. But I'm happy for you to wrong if you can make the move down at one of these chicanes.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to have a better run going through into Indianapolis than into Onage. That's where the Porsche really is quite good at the twisty stuff. In the meantime, as you rightly pointed out, Edwin, Camilleri has gone between Marcia and De Battista on the pit stop phase. So Camilleri now returning to second position. But Butterking, in the meantime, has been the first GT3 car to go sub 4 minutes this race. 3-minute 59.959 as the number 17 car comes across the line to complete another lap. No improvement on the overall lap time, but Butterking doing a really good job. De Bono, I'm not too sure how far behind he is at the moment, but back again we go to the battle between Bartolo and Mifsud, down in towards Indianapolis and in towards Arnage. Justin's having to bide his time here, Ed, when he's got to make the move at the right time.
Yeah, he's going to make the move at the right time, not to hit Bartolo from behind us. Bartolo now has a full McLaren working, with obviously the full front nose of that car, which is in one good piece. Justin Mifsud, I mean, he slowly, gradually got into his rhythm. He's doing a 402s as well, which is much faster than, for example, 10th place Golden in the McLaren as well, which is who is doing a 405s. Best lap, sorry, 405s. So Justin Mifsud is really hunting down the cars in front of him. He needs to be precise with his attack on Bartolo. He needs to pick up his exact moment, not to try anything that might get him or Bartolo out of the race, because obviously stewards are here. Adrian Figalo, we thank him always for his great work on board now with Justin Mifsud as I shut up, to be honest, and listen to Justin Mifsud's driving.
That was wonderful hearing it roar through the Porsche curves as they go through the final couple of chicanes. Yes, Adrian Figallo, our director of the stewards, and Bartolo nearly gets caught up on the sausage curves. This allows Justin to go towards the inside, up the hill, over the start-finish line. So it could be wheel to wheel very, very shortly. And Justin has made the move, but Bartolo comes back towards the inside into the first of the Dunlop corners here at Le Mans. Gets back through, the McLaren having the legs on the Porsche, but Justin still is giving everything to this opportunity to get the move done. They're going to head through the Dunlop S's and then the run through into Tetra Rouge very shortly, but you can just see that the Porsche's got better traction than the McLaren. And out through Tetra Rouge, Justin pulls to the right-hand side. He's got the move done.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Brilliant. Made that move look really easy. But that was all in sort of manufacturing, that one. Just trying to send Bartolo one way, then the other, trying to unsettle him. And Justin Mifsud does get the move done. Now, has he broken away just enough to sort of counteract the legs that the McLaren will have as we make our way down towards the chicane? Then it's a long, long way down the line if you're down on top speed. And Bartolo is closing and closing. I don't think it's enough to challenge in towards the chicane, but Justin Mifsud now 5th in class.
Yes, it was not Puttinu Cares, it was Puttinu Passes on that one. Great way that Justin just kept on attacking and putting the pressure in on Jake Bartolo for NMED Sim Racing, who'll be partnering up with Mark Livori and Daniel Camilleri, apparently, according to the team lists that we have seen are posted on social media. Buttigieg still leading the GT3 class, Machia still leading GTP, but Justin now, at this point, Edwin, is starting to pull away from Bartolo ever so slightly. That gap is about the best part of 3 to 4 tenths of a second between the Porsche and the McLaren, and if you can get that kind of window of opportunity down the incredibly long Mulsanne straights, that gives you every advantage going into the next set of corners.
He needs to, because obviously he had an alternative strategy to the rest of his class, so he needs to, as he's doing actually right now. This sector for Justin Mifsud is incredible. I mean, he got, I think, almost a second gap on Jake Bartolo, surely. So that's an incredible sector, an incredible couple of corners by Justin Mifsud, who needs to break the toe of Jake Bartolo, because Jake Bartolo and his McLaren, his engine, as we were mentioning before, his engine is turbocharged. So in the long straight, he has more torque than the Boxer engine inside Justin Mifsud's car. So that's why Justin Mifsud couldn't make the pass before, because obviously he is down on torque. So the McLaren was working well in the top speed. Justin Mifsud just needed that extra sort of, not motivation, because motivation, he got all the motivation he needed when Jake Bartolo made the mistake. He just needed that extra something to get by, and that extra something was the mistake by Jake Bartolo. Now with heading and Michael Mergia, his lap is about to lap Jake Bartolo and Mifsud. Jake Bartolo, you can see it, you can see the gap to Justin Mifsud is incredible.
Yeah, also in the meantime, there has been a change of drivers. World Rookie Racing, it's been a handover from Beppe De Bono to Jedin Elul, who will take over in the second place McLaren, as Keith Camilleri says to Jake Bartolo, right, hold my pasta, I'm going round the outside. And he does it of all places, heading into the infamous Porsche curves. It's over 240, 250 kilometers an hour. Camilleri is starting to reel in. Marcia Di Battista, however, is quite a way back. We're just under 10 minutes away from the close of the opening hour of this 8-hour endurance race for Puttinu Cares. And I just had another look at the wonderful image of the 3 trophies. So we got gold, silver and bronze for 1, 2 and 3 as Marcia trying to get through on the number 32 Porsche, gets through the Dunlop S's. It's got the Le Mans circuit, and then the 1, 2, and 3, and then it's got the Puttinu Cares logo along with the nameplate on the front. And that's Tishan Moodley in the Throttle Junkies Porsche, the number 32, who's got Keith Camilleri diving up the inside. Tishan has to move out of the way just so at least he doesn't compromise Keith's run coming through out of Tetra Rouge. But now this battle for the race lead, it's the two Cavallino Rampantes at the front end of the field as Aaron De Battista in the Cadillac now makes his way onto the first third of the Mulsanne Straight, heading into the first of the Uno Dia chicane. So now he ducks to the left-hand side of Justin Mifsud and gets through. So De Battista at the moment here, Kieran, I wouldn't say is necessarily on the back foot, but he's certainly got time to make up.
Yeah, he's got time to make up, but also just sort of that confidence to build again as he's looking to just charge away and close in as much as he can. Because there we see Macheca leading the way then down in towards the second chicane. Get the power down, and Camilleri, be interesting to see if Camilleri's closing. I think on that last lap it might have extended just a little bit, but by hundredths of a second. But we're now seeing this battle for the lead of GTP really emerge, and De Battista wants to be a part of that as much as possible.
Yeah, he's going to have to get past Chish and Moody for Throttle Junkies, literally with millimetres to spare. Ducks to the left-hand side, pulls alongside him, gets through, and that is the number 14 for Intercom VMD Simsport. Of course, Dean Vella, Sheldon Scott Muscat, known very well with not just within the Maltese sim racing community, but internationally. I still remember when Sheldon Scott Muscat was running on, I think it was the SimGrid VCO World Cup quite a couple of years ago. And it was really good to see that a driver that we've all commentated on here at World Pro Racing has really made strides. And obviously with Intercom VMD Simsport being a Maltese team, it then shows that, from my perspective, Edwin, that it doesn't matter about your nationality. It depends on the strength of the driver lineup that you have.
Yeah, Vella and Sheldon Muscat were always fast drivers. As we see there, Merci are being held a bit by McLaren. Then I couldn't know which one it is.
That would have been Bartolo in the NMED McLaren. Oh no, it's Jaden Elul. Did you see? Did you see how close Elul was to the barriers as Camilleri went right? I'm going up the inside and over 240 clicks.
Merci literally just shoved him off the race. I mean, Camilleri just shoved Elul off the race. But I think Camilleri, even on the last lap time, Camilleri did a 3:28.5 and Merci did a 3:29.3. So that's 0.8 of a second gained by Camilleri over Merci. The gap is closing a lot, even on this lap. 3:29.7 for Merci, the leader, and Camilleri in second place at 3:29.2. That's another half a second gained by Camilleri on Merci as we're on lap 16. Now we're about to close an hour of racing.
Yeah, and that gap has come down by nearly a second and a half within 2 laps, which is effectively what is that? Looking at it, trying to get I need to get a calculator out in a minute, to be honest with you. It's going to be 27.2 miles as Aaron De Battista gets through on the same McLaren, and that was the one that Beppe De Borna was running. That's Elul, who's currently running P2. But look, you can see that Marcia has got through on the GTP leader, who's now getting out of the way of Keith Camilleri, not wanting to get shoved into the fence. And that's something that we've seen in real life Le Mans racing. If anyone might remember Lucas de Grassi's massive smash during a slowdown period when they went to full-on safety car. I think you might remember that one, Kieran. It was either him or Loic Duval that they ended up missing by millimetres the slow traffic that was in front of them. The Audi R18 e-tron Quattro ended up pinballing off the barriers.
Yeah, I mean, it's a scary one, and as we've already said, you know, Le Mans, sometimes it really does take no prisoners. It's a circuit that looks on the front of it. You see the circuit outline and you think, oh yeah, I could pick this up in 10 minutes. No, you cannot. There's certain characteristics of this that takes years to learn. And yeah, it's a wonderful place to come racing nonetheless, as we see Justin Mifsud now fourth in the class. The leader of the GT3s have been into the pits. That was Mark Paul Butterleaf hand over to number 17 to Brett Gray. They're still rejoin in the lead.
Yep, and they're being closed in on by Aaron Di Battista for Intercot V&D Simsport, as Jake Bartolo in the number 88 car, NMED Sim Racing, and all slow down there for Justin Mifsud, I'm afraid. Oh, but that just goes to show that slowdowns here on iRacing, literally you will have to serve them at the next corner, Ed, when you've got no choice.
Either he made a mistake or he cut a corner, so all the hard work that Justin Mifsud did on Bartolo, he has to do it all over again. The good thing is for Justin that you need to put pressure on Bartolo, because as we see also Benjamin Boch here and Tervo on wheel to wheel there with McLaren and the Mercedes AMG, which is obviously powered by a V8 AMG motor. And now we're seeing Justin Mifsud again on Jake Bartolo. The good thing with Justin, as I was saying before, that he knows that he can put pressure on Jake Bartolo, and Bartolo could eventually crack as he did before. So that's a good thing on Mifsud's point of view. The good thing for Jake Bartolo's point of view, that he has a turbocharged engine and he can get the power out of the corners much smoother, much easier, and also on the back straights much better top speed and top end compared to Justin Mifsud's normally aspirated Porsche. But we'll see it, as we see it, we can see it even visually that Jake Bartolo now has a bit of a gap against Justin Mifsud. So Mifsud needs to keep on pushing and putting pressure on Bartolo till Bartolo makes another mistake.
I think also one of the other things you mentioned about the Mercedes there briefly for a moment, Edwin, that is the 6.3 litre naturally aspirated V8. Unlike the road car, which is a twin-turbo V8 4 litre. But of course, the current Mercedes AMG will be put out of service very soon, because there is a new AMG GT being developed at Affalterbach in the suburbs of Stuttgart in Bavaria in Germany. But here we go, a second taken out of the race lead, and Michal Machea has got Keith Camilleri breathing down the back of his exhaust right now. That gap has come down significantly as we're at 90 seconds away from the top of the first hour.
Yeah, and also Camilleri now is the fastest driver from the three of them. So Camilleri could easily pass Merci at this phase of the race, as we're about to hit an hour almost. In about a minute time we'll hit 60 minutes of running. So Camilleri really getting into his groove after that sort of not messy 30 minutes, the first 30 minutes, but he was unsettled in the first 30 minutes. Now he's showing his speed again. He's showing that he's settled down and he's gotten to his rhythm. 3:27.814 last lap, which is a second faster than Michael Merci in front.
Yep, Justin Mifsud takes another trip into the pit lane. I would imagine that probably if he does decide to take a longer pit stop, which affects a de facto driver change, his probable best idea would be to get out of that sim rig and stretch his legs for the smallest window of opportunity. So our leaders head through into Indianapolis. Then it's the 90 right here at Arnage. That gap is coming down significantly, and then it's going to be the run down into the Porsche curves that we'll be coming up to very shortly. Keith Camilleri and Michal Machea battling over the race lead here as we now very quickly and crucially hit the turn of the first hour. 60 minutes in the books, 7 hours to go. And Machea and Camilleri coming into the Porsche curves at over 230 plus kilometers an hour. Excuse me, the two Ferraris line astern. Machea very close to the wall there, Kieran. But Camilleri has definitely got his trigger set and ready to pull it at a moment's notice to go for the race lead once again.
Yeah, Keith has got the bit between his teeth now, hasn't he? As he makes his way through in towards those final chicanes then, as we make our way through in towards Record Le Mans. And Mercieka will be looking at his mirrors here to see where Camilleri will go. 2 different lines being taken through the final double chicane. But Camilleri, look how close he is now as we make our way onwards through in towards the Dunlop curve, through this long right-hander that you start to ascend, and then you head your way in towards the Dunlop chicane, then through in towards there we go. And again, Camilleri being more aggressive on the curbs to try and attack them, to try and gain as much ground as he can. We head our way through in towards the descent, and then heading our way through in towards the S's before we head our way on towards Tetra Rouge. And again, Camilleri just patient for now, happy to hold on, happy to hold front for now against Mercieka, but now we head our way now on towards Honaudière, and this is where Camilleri can use that slipstream to really good effect now. He's closing and closing. Which way will he go? Or perhaps he'll hold station. He'll think of no such thing as he pulls to the right-hand side of the track and takes over the lead and gets himself back in front of Mercieka then.
I think that was nearly a clean-up on aisle 3 for Michael Mercia as Camilleri cut right across the front of the nose of his Ferrari 499, which nearly probably scared the hell out of him at that point. But that just goes to show that when you have someone of the skill level of Keith Camilleri to pull off a manoeuvre like that, I think, Edwin, that just goes to show the mantra of that man behind the wheel of the number 12 Ferrari. Oh! Mercia has to take the escape road through the second of the chicanes. He nearly ended up hitting the rear end, and Camilleri has got the biggest advantage going. But more to the point now, Mercia has lost time to De Battista.
We just watched an incredible pass by Camilleri, followed by an incredible save from Mercia. I mean, he was about to end his race and Camilleri's race all at once. I mean, that was heart and mouth-stopping moment, to be honest there. And the Battista now he had a good view, obviously, what happened, because he's there. He saw everything. Now he's thinking to himself, right, I have a chance of being in second place now, so let's get on with it.
Yeah, and that just goes to show how quickly a small lead can end up with a big one. It kind of reminds me a few years ago when Anthony Davidson, who was running with Toyota Gazoo Racing at that point, had come across a GT3 Ferrari. The Ferrari turned into him, made contact, and Davidson unfortunately flipped and went over and then hit the tyre barriers. But Michael Mercia was very, very lucky. That was definitely one of the joker cars that he's been able to play in this opening 63 minutes and 40 seconds. And again, looking at the way that they go through the Porsche curves here, Kieran, it's quite interesting that Camilleri is a lot more composed, whereas Mercia is a bit closer to that right-hand side of that Ferrari, hitting the wall on the fastest point in the Porsche curves, because you're going through at about 245, 250 kilometers an hour in 6th gear, and you are literally holding that throttle at about 65%.
Yeah, and the less experienced drivers like myself will be going through there with your eyes closed with going to the wall that close, but not these drivers. They'll have perfected that line so that they're just about a smooch away from the wall, just to make sure they get the most track they can that they could use to extract the performance. I mean, they've done this time and time again, and through that then Camilleri has just set the fastest lap of this race so far, 3:27.1, so he's absolutely flying right now with that bit of clean air, with that bit between his teeth. He's getting on with this.
Yep, and with it sets the new fastest lap of the race. 3 minutes 27.1 is the new fastest race lap by Keith Camilleri in the number 12 car as it hurtles its way to the first of the Hunaudière chicanes here on the Mulsanne Straight. And that gap looks to be at least, I would probably say, 2 to 3 seconds advantage. And Mercia is starting to get back up to pace here, Edwin. After that scare, nearly hitting the tyre barriers, just 1 lap to go, he's starting to claw that back. So we're going to see this pendulum swing between the two Ferraris.
Yeah, I mean the race is still long. We just passed an hour and 5 minutes now, so the race is really, really long. And obviously, he needs to. Michael Mejia needs to close the gap a bit because the Battista senses an opportunity as well. So, and the Battista's time, they're not far off from Camilleri. Camilleri did the fastest lap of 3 minutes 27.1, as you rightly mentioned. But the Battista third place at 3:27.5. So that's 0.4 of a second away from Camilleri's fastest step of the race. So we're there as well. So Mejia needs to get on with his driving, needs to get on with his race because the Battista might close him in the obviously latter stage of the race.
Yeah, so...
Oh, it's another mistake. Sorry to cut you off.
No. I was just about to say, Edwin, I just noticed, and of all the places, that was at Mulsanne corner. That just goes to show how much that, as Kieran rightly said earlier on, that you are so much on edge. As Camilleri goes through back marking GT3 traffic once again, but he's on absolute song here. He's on fire at the minute here, Kieran.
Really is, and yeah, it's almost like that move on Mojeka has really fired him up. It didn't need any more firing up. He was setting personal bests while he was trying to chase down. But yeah, now that he's got the open road, he's made that overtake. He switched back in front of Mojeka as soon as that move was done, and I mean by the millimetre. By the move was done, he went back to the racing line. He's full of confidence right now, and yeah, it's one of those scenarios where the team's looking on at Keith Camilleri and think, actually, should we just keep him in the car for a bit longer? He seems to be really confident, as unfortunately Mojeka coming across a little bit of traffic through the Porsche curves. That's one of the worst places you can come across that little bit of lappery there, because there's absolutely nowhere you can really go.
Yeah, and we have to give a big shout out to Enemed for the top donation so far. €250 have now been donated. So big thank you to them, and also big thank you to everyone else that has been donating so far.
Yeah, it goes without saying, it's a fantastic cause, and if you've got anything, even your time, a cent, €1, maybe more, anything is greatly appreciated to go towards the great charity. And see Batista have a little bit of a moment there out of the final corner, just trying to get back into that rhythm. And Keith Camilleri again, another fastest lap of the race. Yeah, he's absolutely flying right now. He's just opened up that gap by at least another 2.5 to 3 seconds. So yeah, Camilleri absolutely flying. In other news, grass is green.
Especially when it's not been watered.
Absolutely.
You know what I was about to say as well? The consistency now of Camilleri really is igniting things up, to be honest. Even Kieran just mentioned it. After he pulled a move, an amazing move, to be honest, one of the greatest moves, I think, in Camilleri's career, on Michael Mejia. I mean, he's really showing his speed and consistently now doing low 327s all the time. So that's an amazing race pace by Keith Camilleri. Just shows how an amazing driver he really is. Driver and also esports simulating driver. He's just in his groove right now.
Yeah, he seems to be happier than a kid in a sweet shop at the moment, Edwin, to be completely honest with you, with the lead that he's now got. I mean, 2 big mistakes from Michael Mejia. As there you can see the lap times. He lost a big amount of time last time around, close to 1.5 seconds, but still a fastest lap for the team. He's now flashing at the Petrolheads Mercedes. He's got Benjamin Boyle behind the wheel of that car, so the number 11 tries to stay out of harm's way going through Mulsanne corner, and then it's the run through the Cours de Golf before they head down to the Indianapolis complex. Of course, it's considered on the track map more of an S bend, so to speak, but well, you're going at full speed here, Kieran, and then you've got to really put the anchors down. So it's more the case of just trying to measure what you can, but also someone who's really closing in, Aaron de Batista. He was a second quicker than Michael Mejia. There is to kick up and dust a little bit further in front. So can de Batista close that gap to Mejia? That's the biggest thing that we need to know right now. And De Battista was about 0.7 of a second quicker as Keith Camilleri goes through on one of the McLarens just a second ago. And there you can see the gap between Camilleri and Menachia. 8 seconds, then it's a further 13 back to De Battista. It looks like the caddy at the moment is trying to find its stride here a little bit, let's be completely honest. But is Camilleri going to dive in the pit lane? No, not quite. We are 1 hour and 10 minutes plus change, 1 hour and 11 minutes into the race itself. It's still going to be quite interesting how we see Camilleri start to expand that gap, but Menachia's just taken about a second out of it.
Yeah, and also the thing is though that Camilleri went in the pits before Mercia and De Battista, as we noticed at the beginning of the event. But also I think it's a different strategy which could ultimately lead to what we're seeing now, Camilleri being in front and leader of this group of 3 cars, the Ferrari and also the Cadillac. So by doing that strategy, it can increase the gap and then end up in front of them. So it's a risky strategy, to be honest, because if you make a mistake, then you end up losing a bunch of time. But obviously, we know what Camilleri is capable of, and right now he doesn't seem to make any mistakes at all, as we're seeing now. De Battista obviously lapping another McLaren, which is that one of, I think, a Lola. I think it's a Lola, yes. So De Battista's. The thing is also about De Battista, he's not shrinking the gap to Mercia. He's not getting the gap down to Mercia. So these 3 are settled as they are. Camilleri, Mercia, and De Battista. And also Mercia right now is 8.2 seconds away from Camilleri. He doesn't seem to get that gap down because Camilleri is driving so beautifully well, that Ferrari. I mean, he's just on that car is on rails.
It is. It is. He's got so much confidence, though, hasn't he? As we've already alluded to, it's a case of when a driver and a car are just in perfect harmony, you get Keith Camilleri at this stage of the race, just posting those fast laps, just negotiating through any traffic. And yeah, the overtake earlier on did his world a world of good to just keep going on. And the confidence he has right now, I would wonder if the team are sort of thinking on their feet here at KC Racing. A case of how long do we keep Keith out there for? I suppose with Keith Camilleri, with his initials in the team, he might have a big say in that one, but he might actually want to hand over at some point.
Yeah, I probably think that would be the case. I mean, you know, two stints. I mean, what was it? The car came in at about I think it was 37 minutes. So we're probably not that far away. I'd probably say maybe when the car gets towards the end of this next stint, I would think that probably Keith will probably end up coming out of the car, and Matthew will take his place. Or he might decide to do a triple. Now, the thing is that in this race, there's no sort of real sort of traditional sporting regulations like an iRacing special event where a driver has to do a certain amount of stint time. This is a fun charity respective race, so sometimes you can just give the drivers a little bit of carte blanche, so to speak, to decide when they're going to run. And if Keith decides he wants to do the whole race on his own and do a Justin, so be it, but I'm sure he probably won't here, Edwin.
Do a Justin. That cracked me up, to be honest. That's a good one. Well, I mean, they're a team. So him and Matthew Sherry, they will have to split, because obviously it's a team effort to get where they are. But from what we're seeing now, I mean, he's just in his groove, doing the same lap times over and over again. The gap between him and Mergia is also now stabilized at 8.5 seconds. So he could also manage that gap, Camilleri, and then get this second round of his pit stops whenever he can, because he just has a good buffer. Now it's increasing even more because of his energy. Now he has a bit of traffic there, and the number 32 Porsche of Tiasha Moodley was, I mean, he was also in a bit of a way, and Jake Bartolo now as well. He's right behind Tiashan Moodley, also the Battista now behind Jake Lul. Just he's in P6 because he made another pit stop as well. So Mifsud is in P6, so we need to get on with work as well, as we see now Tiashan Moodley and Bartolo backing up for Tiashan Moodley, which I'm interested in this young simulator esports driver as well, because he's slowly getting up to speed as well. I mean, he got his first national championship out this way, which I mean, to be fairly honest, he was last. He was a bit slow compared to the other drivers, but slowly he's dialing up things in as well. He's showing some speed. He's growing into this simulation esports world, which I mean, to be honest, we always love to have new esports drivers. I mean, whatever age they are, whatever. I mean, it's not just you're here to win. Obviously, we all compete to win. We don't esports drivers or any type of drivers. They don't compete just to compete or to have experience. They compete to win. And to have a driver like Tiashan Moodley, who never gave up, being last at a championship, being last in a race, and then slowly building up on those things, it's just a remarkable achievement. And to be honest, he's third in his class, so he's not that far off from. He's on a podium position. So him and also Elul, his partner, not Jaden Elul, obviously, Andrew Elul, his partner. His driver, is the second driver in this team, as we can see now, Jake Bartolo, and taking out Tiashan Moodley.
Oh no!
That's a bit of a contact there. There's another second time the nose came off in that McLaren. No, the nose was off from Tiashan Moodley. Sorry about that. But I believe if we check the replays, obviously we can't have replays here right now. It's up to Adrian Figallo to determine whose fault is that. But I believe I saw Jake Bartolo cutting in front of Tiashan Moodley just a bit. Just like Camilleri did with Machia, but Camilleri, obviously, we know how great of a driver he is, and he sensed that he overtook Machia. Here, Jake Bartolo, I think he was too optimistic to be in front of Tiashan Moodley, and I think he might cut in front of him.
Yeah, well, the big thing is that Tiashan Moodley in the Throttle Junkies number 32 Porsche has picked up big front-end damage. And one of the big problems for the Porsche, in comparison with a lot of the other cars on this grid, folks, is that the cooling system is located right behind the front bumper. So hopefully that car is not going to have any possible overheating problems. Of course, Kieran, another big issue with that incident, obviously, Jake Bartolo was coming across to try and cover off Tiashan Moodley, and the contact happened. Yeah, it is going to be down to Adrian Figallo and his team of stewards to see who may get the slam dunk penalty on that one. But I think the fault might lie with Bartolo on that, to be completely truthful.
Yeah, I think it's more on the case of Bartolo there, as Edwin said, he moved across and the move wasn't quite completed there. And that's where the contact was initiated, and that's how it all went so wrong for them both. They both brought the cars into the pits now. And Bartolo, we'll see how long they get. If they use their fast repair, if they've got one, they'll use it at this point to be able to quickly repair the car and most of its damage before then getting back onto the track. And Bartolo looking to do just that before the driver changes occur.
Yeah, once again, we have to say a big thank you to all the partners that have jumped on board. Porsche, NMED, England Insurance Agency Limited, GT Omega Racing, Iyama. Then we've got Planet Play, Invent 3D, GSD, who are helping to supply Justin Mifsud with his penalty. Jake Bartolo. Oh, it's a slam dunk. It's a 30-second penalty for that crew. Yeah, I think it was, we all said it was slam dunk, and Adrian Figallo, with the iron hand of the race director's wrath, has just said, yep, 30 seconds penalty. If Jake had actually avoided that happening, there still might have been a little bit of side-by-side contact, but not to the extent that we saw where both drivers had come into pit lane. And there have been some driver changes, so Tiashan Moodley has handed over to Andrew Elul And now it's going to be Daniel Camilleri behind the wheel of the NMed Sim Racing McLaren taking over from Jake Bartolo. So, yeah, that was a big incident. But, well, Adrian Figallo, who's also an FIA recognised steward, has also... he was also at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh as the head of the stewards for R1 at that point. Well, what was known as ESL R1, as the Rennsports R1 season has got back up and going again as of last night. Good to see that championship back in action. But who was that in front of Camilleri? That was Benjamin Borg, glancing the barriers there, Kieran McGinley, through the Porsche corners to try and keep away from the number 12 Ferrari of Camilleri.
Yeah, you get to the Porsche curves, and it's quite possibly one of the worst places you can come across a little bit of traffic there, as Keith Camilleri squashes those rumours that we completely made up that he might have taken this race on his own. He's not going to do that. He's bringing the car in. I assume he's going to do a driver change at this point, but it's a case of who will jump into the car. Will it be Matthew Schgeri or Brandon Tabone? We shall have to wait and see.
Yeah, so Michael Marcia has also pitted in the other GTP Ferrari, as we are just past the 1 hour and 20 minute mark, which means that Intercom VMD Sim Sports Cadillac, piloted by Aaron De Battista, continues and is leading the way, getting through on Benjamin Borg for the petrol-heads Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. So Aaron just keeping nice and calm here, Edwin. So good to see that he's flirting with the white lines there going into Tetra Rouge, but still those white lines can be very, very costly, especially in wet weather conditions. And we know it looks like it's going to be a full service, because Camilleri and Marcia are combined about 4 kilometres behind the race leader, which is a lot of time to make up. But then you see, now that is a very heavily damaged McLaren. That's one of the NMed cars. That's possibly the NMed Sim Racing car that has got Camilleri. That's Daniel Camilleri behind the wheel of that car. That car has had more plastic surgery than Kim Kardashian over her lifespan so far. I think that front end completely null and void.
Yeah, he must have made contact there with a barrier or some sort of off-track excursion there. We'll see now Daniel Camilleri, who...
So it is the sister car. It could be the one with Carl Loftus behind the wheel.
I think so. I believe so. And obviously we were saying about Jake Bartolo. Well, to be honest, I think it's a poor driving by Jake Bartolo. I mean, just to get in front of another driver, I mean, you shouldn't do that, because obviously, first of all, you're going, it's risky. I mean, you have to be at the level of Keith Camilleri, who we're looking at him right now. Keith Camilleri knows exactly where the other driver is. He has peripheral vision. Even if he's driving a simulator, he knows exactly what his other opponent is doing. He knows exactly where the other car is. So, and what his car is going to do if he pulls a move like Jake Bartolo tried to pull on Tiasha Moodley. So that's poor driving by Jake Bartolo. Fortunately for Tiasha Moodley and his team, he got snapped with a 30-second penalty, which obviously is understandable. I mean, he can't say anything about that. But we're looking at Keith Camilleri, who I believe he went into the pit stop once again. And let's see, because the thing about Camilleri, what I love most about him is the ability to get out of the pits and get up to speed once again. It's hard. It's difficult to sit there for seconds, not doing anything, not driving, and then get up to speed once again. But Camilleri has shown multiple times, to be honest, I think all his racing career, that he's very good at that sort of thing. When he pits, and after his outlap is literally full on. Literally, you can't say it's a fastest lap, because obviously you got the pit speed limiter, but it's a full-on race lap after the stop. So that's one advantage that he has over his opponents. As we see now, Aaron De Battista now coming in, who obviously was inherited first place by the pit stops of Camilleri and Mercia. So now let's see where he ends up after his stop, and obviously the gaps from Mercia.
Yeah, Camilleri in the number 12 car coming through the Porsche curves at a breakneck speed. So is not that far from reassuming the race lead. Now, will Aaron De Battista hand over to either Sheldon Scott Muscat or Dean Vella? Well, we haven't seen a change quite yet in the timing screens, as there is Camilleri coming through. There is Mercia. And both drivers have definitely kept themselves into what is now their respective third stint. So they're running as a two-driver team. De Battista is now down into second. Mercia now closing in on the that is Jaden Elul for World Rookie Racing in the McLaren that Mercia has just got through on. But Camilleri now back in the race lead, 3.8 seconds ahead of De Battista. Mercia is in third place as Camilleri makes his way through in towards the fast right-hander here at Tetra Rouge and head on to the Mulsanne Straight here on lap 26 as we are fast approaching an hour and a half of racing out of 8 hours completed. The headlights definitely on full beam on the number 12 KC Racing Esports Ferrari 499P GTP car, and that gap is further expanding. Where is De Battista? You can see now they are starting to weave from side to side, which means cold tyres, cold brakes, Kieran McGinley.
Yeah, not a very good combination when you've got right at the end of those one out of the air straights. You've got that hairpin right at the end of it, and you really don't want ice cold brakes going into that section. It's ill-advised. So yeah, these guys are just trying to get some heat into those brand new tyres and see if they can get some heat into the brakes as well. They might be dragging those brakes. They might use the chicanes as more of an opportunity to do so. But yeah, the fact of the matter is that you come out of the pits, you really do not want to have any sort of cold vitals on the car when you come up to these high speed and high braking corners. Interesting to see the top three still remaining with their drivers. At least that's what it looks like on the screen. So Camilleri, De Battista and Mercia still hanging on to their cars. So they're probably going to be in there for at least another stint. It's very rare you would change the tyres of the car and change, or not change the tyres of the car and change the driver. Normally, if you've got a new driver in the car, they would very much prefer to have brand new sets of boots on the car, so they know exactly, they've got the highest level of grips possible. So you wouldn't normally see it sort of mid-tyre stint, if that makes sense.
But also, one thing that we do need to discuss in consideration of that, Edwin, is the fact of track evolution, because the track is gripping up, the track is getting faster, and the drivers are really, really putting in a fantastic show, despite the fact that we have been going for nearly an hour and a half, and Keith Camilleri still has a comfortable country mile lead. It's like he's trying to escape Le Mans, possibly head to Spa-Francorchamps for the next adventure or something like that. But it's a case of seeing how the drivers have gotten into their rhythm. But apart from track evolution, we also have to discuss something else, which is more the point of physical and mental fatigue is part and parcel of endurance racing.
Yeah, and that's why also they have teams with more than one driver, obviously, because the physical strength that these drivers. Oh, as we see there a car out. That's a Mercedes. That's Porsche, I believe, who was already a lap down, obviously, but he made a mistake at the final chicane. As I was saying before, yeah, I mean, the physical strength you need. I mean, these steering wheels do have a lot of force feedback, and I mean, when I try to drive them, I'm not a good driver at all. So, to be honest, I'm really not.
That makes three of us in the commentary box.
I
Yes.
mean,
I was just thanks for speaking on my behalf, Alex.
okay, good.
I know I'm
really,
absolutely shocking behind the wheel of a sim.
I tried once and I ended up last. I think I've been lapped twice in a 30-minute race. So, and in Spa-Francorchamps. So I mean, it's a 7 kilometer track, not like this one. So I mean, you need to be physical. You need to have strength in your upper body mostly, in your shoulders. Also, brake pedals. Brake pedals is a bit stiff as well. It's like a normal race car, obviously, but instead of driving a normal race car, you're driving a simulator, which is you get the same sense and feeling of everything you were telling before as well about track evolution and about the track rubbering in. You will feel it rubbering in, and also even lap times show how much rubber is in. As also, we need to point out as well that Camilleri is in first place, but the Battista just leapt the fastest lap of the race at 3:26.7 and is now in second place. And Mercia dropped down to third, and also third in lap times of those three at 3:28. So. Merci are really struggling right now with his car. Obviously, the gap between the Battista and Camilleri in first place is 9.5 seconds ish, sort of 9.7 seconds. So Camilleri is still getting on with things done. I mean, I mean that car just really looks so planted, so direct, and even when he presses the brakes hard, the car doesn't. It's not even out of shape at all. It's just dead straight and turns into a corner really beautifully. We see you were mentioning before as well, Alex, how some of his opponents were doing mistakes. I mean, Aaron de Battista, we know how many mistakes he made. He made a mistake in the first corner of the race, and he lost the lead in the first corner of the race. And also, Mercia was doing mistakes in the corner that Aaron de Battista just passed by. So, I mean, but Camilleri hasn't. I mean, he didn't even put 1 foot wrong in an hour and 32 minutes that we've been racing. We're on lap 26 right now, and I mean, just getting things on. It's 11.3 seconds. Camilleri is romping, he's just storming away.
Yeah, I think also I said to about with regards to, like, say, tyres. Now, the thing is, has Mercia decided to go for 3 stints on the same set of tyres? That could possibly mean that there is a lull in performance for that 499. But then, at least from some perspective, you have to look at it from this aspect here, Edwin, is that, okay, if Mercia's decided to go for a full set on the same set of tyres that have been used for over an hour and a half, you can see going through into the forward chicane, then into the raccordement, the back end looks a little bit loose whilst trying to rotate the car in. And now we look at Camilleri going through in towards Tetra Rouge. That car is cornering on rails. There is hardly any movement from the back end of the vehicle whatsoever, which says to me that I think if Mercia has decided to go 3 stints, that could actually help in the strategy for that crew. And the reason why I say that is that the less time you spend in the pits, the better off you're going to be with regards to pit stops, which means that you may decide on, rather than on pit stop number 2 to do a full service and not do a driver change, you wait until pit stop number 3, do a driver change, put a full tank of fuel in, put a brand new set of tyres. Then we could see that might be the difference between winning and losing a race. But it's going to mean that Mercia is going to hemorrhage time until his next pit stop.
Yeah, strategy-wise, there is so many combinations on strategy, as we see there. That's Brad Gray, who is lapping the Mercedes of Bosch. We saw Bosch doing a mistake at the final chicane. So Brad Gray, who is now took over, obviously, in his team. So Yeah, but strategy-wise, there are so many combinations. And Camilleri, obviously, we don't know what the combination of his strategy is because we don't know if he has new tires. Obviously, we can't get all the details from our commentary box, but we don't know how much fuel he has on board his Ferrari. So it's tricky to judge for us. It's exciting to see what's going to happen as
Yep.
well. And well, for now, it's just the advantage is all on Keith Camilleri.
Yeah, and there you see the telemetry in the bottom right-hand corner of your screens for the first time as we ride with Brett Gray for the Octane Racing number 17 McLaren that is leading the GT3 field at over 265 270 kilometers an hour, 272, 273, 274 kilometers an hour indicated on the speedometer of that McLaren 720S GT3 Evo, which works out to nearly 170 miles an hour. I'd love to see from one of our GTP cars. I think maybe if we can go to our overall race leader, Keith Camilleri, and the number 12 is just making his way out of the Porsche curve. So about 250 kph through the Porsche curves, and now it's going to be down to the chicane. But I really want to see how fast this car is on a straight line coming out of Tetra Rouge. And there is the number 32. That is the Throttle Junkies car. Angela Lull behind the wheel of that car, currently P5 in the GT3 classification. And Camilleri rockets past the number 32 Porsche like it was standing still up towards Dunlop at 277 kph. Now we'll start braking into the Dunlop chicane, and then it's going to be over the crest, and then into the S's coming up shortly underneath the Dunlop bridge. But again, this car just cornering on rails at the moment. Through into the S's at Tetra Rouge, and now out of the corner, running on board via the driver's POV. 220 kilometers an hour is the apex entry speed here for Keith Camilleri as we ride on board with the Ferrari 499 up to 7th gear. 300 kilometers an hour and climbing. 310, 316. That's 200 miles an hour we've just hit. And I wonder what the speed is going to be coming into. So 328 kilometers an hour. Mine with no slipstream. 203.4 miles per hour. Pretty impressive there to see how quick these GTP cars are in a straight line, Kieran McGinley.
It is, and I love to see it as well. It's just sort of, well, it's great to see that these streets can be driven at sort of 300 plus kilometers an hour. You wouldn't normally get to do this in your normal road car, that's for sure. But it's really good to see these technologies come on leaps and bounds over the years since we first started racing here in Le Mans in the 1920s, that now you can just exceed that 200 mile per hour barrier. There is your leader though of the GT3s. Brett Gray leads the way at the moment and enjoying himself at the moment at the top of the order.
Yeah, Jaden Lull has now gone into the pit lane for the World Rookie Racing McLaren. So at the moment here, Edwin, we've got a McLaren meritocracy at the top three of GT3s at the moment, with Simon Turvo for the Octane Racing number 18 car rounding out the top three.
Yeah, and obviously we can safely say that the power of that McLaren, I mean, this circuit suits so well that engine. But obviously, we're only an hour and 39 minutes in this race. And also, we need to point out that Justin Mifsud, having done that strategy, that is so, I mean, it's crucial to his racing strategy. Justin Mifsud is in 4th place, so and not far behind Tervo as well. So let's see how it pans out to be. We might get. I mean, Andrew Alul was with Yasha Moodley behind the wheel. Their car was in 3rd place before they had the big incident with the rival McLaren. So I mean, there is a 3rd place there for a Porsche. See there, Justin Mifsud or as the Throttle Junkies team. But I mean, there could be a third place or a second place, which is occupied by Porsche instead of those 3 McLarens.
Yeah, and as you say that, Justin Mifsud comes into pit lane. So this man is doing the entirety of the 8 hours on his own. The number 6 Puttinu Cares Porsche 911 GT3. Golden and De Bono are still in the pits. So Brett Gray for the Octane Racing number 17 crew leading the way. And then it's, well, De Bono now, that's Beppe De Bono, who's now gotten out in the World Rookie Racing McLaren. And that car now rejoins in second position, followed by the Octane Racing number 18 McLaren of Christopher Golden. So 2 Octane Racing cars in the top 3 in the GT3 class. Michael Marcia still running around the circuit in the number 11 car. And he's partnered up with Jake Summit and Brandon Moreno in the Project Versio number 46. Well, the hashtag 46, the number 46, of course, for those MotoGP fans, and GT World Challenge by GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS fans, of course. That's the number of Il Dottore Valentino Rossi, 9 times a MotoGP World Champion, and also in his own right, a GT World Challenge by GT World Challenge Europe class winner, with Maxime Martin, who's now departed from the BMW brand and has moved over to the 3-pointed star of Mercedes for 2025. Well, we're just coming up to 3 p.m. Central European time here on the broadcast, so it's my time to dip out. It's been a real pleasure joining you, Edwin, and also you, Kieran, along with the entire team. There's still plenty of money to be raised over the next I think the best part of well over 6 hours, as we'll have Caitlin Penny and a few others joining us in the commentary booth over the course of this race broadcast. But enjoy the rest of the show, folks, and all the very best of luck to everyone raising money for Puttinu Cares.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, unfortunately for our viewers, they're stuck with us, Edwin, aren't they, for a little bit more? But there you go. Such is the way. We've got a great cause being raised for here. Puttinu Cares, which is the a charity which supports families and individuals facing serious health conditions and their dedication to those in need. And Justin says he wants to honour those that through the endurance races. Which that's why he's doing the whole entire 8 hours of Le Mans on his own here, Edwin. A feat that I would very much avoid, but Justin's taking it on, leaps and bounds. I've just realised I've speaking to Edwin, and he's muted himself, but there we go. You've just got me then.
Yeah. Of course. Sorry, I was on mute.
No,
Sorry.
you're
Yeah. That's my mistake. I mean, 8 hours of racing is just. I mean, I couldn't drive even for a quarter of an hour, let alone an 8-hour race. So yeah, I mean, it's something so special to do, to honor those people that obviously need a bit of help more than others. I mean. In life, in life, in this world, we all need a chance to fight for a normal life, for a normal, as we see here, that AMG GT fighting with Daniel Camilleri. Obviously, this is for position, obviously, yeah? Borg and Camilleri are fighting for position after Borg made that small mistake at the final corner. I mean, Borja Camilleri is weaving there, Daniel Camilleri. Well, I don't think you're allowed to do that, Camilleri. So stop weaving that much. You're not allowed to do that, surely. So, surely our stewards will take a quick look at that. Let's hope it doesn't weave now, because the AMG GT is right next to them. They're side by side on the backstage. Who's going to brake later? It's the AMG of Bosch who brakes later and overtakes Camilleri in the last car, which is the McLaren. So Bosch there with an amazing move, to be honest, because Camilleri was weaving all over the place, and well, I don't think you're allowed to do that. Well, as I was mentioning before, tell me.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me, Kieran.
Oh, I was going to say that the weaving there, that's probably going to be Adrian Figallo, our FIA
Yeah.
accredited steward, who'll be having a look at that one. Oh, but runs a little bit deep into the gravel, and that allows Camilleri in the McLaren to say thank you very much. I'll take that back from you. But can that Mercedes grunt underneath, able to keep Borg ahead as they will run side by side then. Through they go, that slight right-hander, and as we make our way down in towards Indianapolis and towards Arnage, it's a very interesting place to be running side by side, but we head our way now through this section, through this complex. The the right-hander here takes you through in towards Indianapolis. Borg is later on the brakes, but so too is Camilleri, and he is able to take back that position in towards Indianapolis, and when they make their way towards Arnage, it's Camilleri in the McLaren ahead of Borg in the Mercedes, who runs a little bit deep.
Oh, again, deep. Oh, he lost it. He got the wall. He hit the wall there, Borg. I mean, he accelerated while he had no traction on his rear axle, and he hit the wall there. I mean, he might have got a little bit of damage, as well as obviously the visual direction here is showing us that we obviously the donations are at 260 euros 42 cents. Obviously the target is 1,000 euros, so we urge people all the time to go on the Facebook pages of World Pro Racing, and there you can follow the link, and obviously you can donate from there on. So my time is up as well, Kieran. It's 3 p.m, so my time is up. I will see you later on, everyone. Obviously I urge people obviously all the time to keep following us. With Kieran, obviously, there is Caitlin as well, ready to jump in instead of me as well. So, Kieran, I will see you later on. Have a good race as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Edwin, and I'm sure we'll meet up later on towards the end, I'm sure, and talk all things sim racing, motorsport, and towards the end of the 8 hours. And looking forward to that. Whilst we have a little bit of a shuffle, we'll take a quick breather, we'll have some adverts, and when we come back, it's the resumation of this 8 hours here, all in aid of Puttinu Cares.
Been working together for 20 years. I was like Richard Gere at that moment, but she
Ruined your life.
always.
I am Angel Kushkiri, President of Puttinu Cares,
I am René Zarafa, CEO of Puttinu Cares.
and we have been working together as nurses with children with cancer.
We passed 20 years together. We saw a lot of suffering. We saw a lot of generosity. We saw everything in these 20 years
And a lot of beautiful people, and a lot of love as well.
of people who really love and give everything for their love. We wanted to create an environment that made them feel comfortable. And that was one day when Dr. Calvania called me in the office, and he told me that while he was studying in Royal Marsden Hospital, there was a foundation. And in his office, we began Puttinu Cares in 2001.
Puttinu Cares was started more than 20 years ago to care and support for the children with cancer and their families. The first thing we started was with the embellishment of the ward to make it more like a child-friendly environment.
So they feel that there is a home away from home.
We also started inventing activities and events to bring these families together, giving them something to look forward to, like birthday parties, a Christmas party. We tried to make one of their wishes come true. It helps give them something to look forward to and also have a memory together as a family. The world was lively, and that was our aim, to make some memories, some good, nice memories. And in fact, we see children nowadays who are grown up, they have children of their own, they recall only the good memories. And that is an achievement for us.
And one of the achievements was when they tell their parents that they don't want to go home after taking chemotherapy. They want to stay in the world. One of the biggest challenges that we faced in our ward was when the consultant tells them that they have to go abroad for treatment.
These families had to find their own accommodation, and accommodation in the UK tends to be very expensive. And having to spend weeks, months, or even years, no job, and having to support a child with cancer can be very, very traumatic and financially demanding. And that's where we came in.
One of the things that we created was a national football marathon.
60 hours non-stop to create awareness, and secondly, to raise funds. This football marathon was a national marathon. It was televised on all local TV stations, and we managed to raise some funds to be able to start.
And we bought the first 3 apartments near Royal Marsden Hospital. Awareness about Puttinu was growing bigger and bigger, and many people, not only children with cancer, were coming to ask for help.
And we couldn't stop there. We couldn't say no to anyone. And therefore we thought of growing further and therefore purchase even more apartments to be able to support more families. Nowadays, between 60 to 90 families are traveling to the UK every month. Therefore, the need for more accommodation was felt. We own 20 apartments next to the Royal Marsden Hospital in Sutton. After several studies, we realized the majority of these families travel to central London.
Great Ormond Hospital is the most visited hospital. After 6 years searching for the proper building, we find a building that is 10 minutes walking distance from the hospital.
And hospitals nearby, like National Hospital, UCLH, and Moorfieldside Hospital. And also, it is close to all amenities as well. At the moment, we are in the refurbishment phase of this property to be able to turn it into 27 studio apartments. And we are hoping that in the next 18 months, we will be able to house more families and give them accommodation in their home away from home. This project in central London for Puttinu Cares is a major endeavour, and therefore we are turning towards your generosity to once again support these families in need.
We've been working together for 20 years. I was like Richard Gere at that moment, but she
Ruined your life.
always.
I am Angel Kushkiri, President of Puttinu Cares,
I am Rene Zarafa, CEO of Puttinu Cares.
and we have been working together as nurses with children with cancer.
We passed 20 years together. We saw a lot of suffering. We saw a lot of generosity. We saw everything in these 20 years
And a lot of beautiful people, and a lot of love as well.
of people who really love and give everything for their loved ones.
That was our trigger point, our motivation to continue to strive to create a good quality of life for these families.
So we wanted to create an environment that made them feel comfortable. And that was one day when Dr. Calvania called me in the office, and he told me that while he was studying in Royal Marsden Hospital, there was a foundation. And in his office, we began Puttinu Cares in 2001.
Puttinu Cares was started more than 20 years ago to care and support for the children with cancer and their families. The first thing we started was with the embellishment of the ward to make it more like a child-friendly environment.
So they feel that there is a home away from home.
We also started inventing activities and events to bring these families together, giving them something to look forward to, like birthday parties, a Christmas party. We tried to make one of their wishes come true. It helps give them something to look forward to and also have a memory together as a family. The world was lively, and that was our aim, to make some memories, some good, nice memories. And in fact, we see children nowadays who are grown up, they have children of their own, they recall only the good memories. And that is an achievement for us.
And one of the achievements was when they tell their parents that they don't want to go home after taking chemotherapy. They want to stay in the world. One of the biggest challenges that we faced in our ward was when the consultant tells them that they have to go abroad for treatment.
These families had to find their own accommodation, and accommodation in the UK tends to be very expensive. And having to spend weeks, months, or even years, no job, and having to support a child with cancer can be very, very traumatic and financially demanding. And that's where we came in.
One of the things that we created was a national football marathon.
60 hours non-stop to create awareness, and secondly, to raise funds. This football marathon was a national marathon. It was televised on all local TV stations, and we managed to raise some funds to be able to start.
And we bought the first 3 apartments near Royal Marsden Hospital. Awareness about Puttinu was growing bigger and bigger, and many people, not only children with cancer, were coming to ask for help.
And we couldn't stop there. We couldn't say no to anyone, and therefore we thought of growing further and therefore purchase even more apartments to be able to support more families. Nowadays, between 60 to 90 families are traveling to the UK every month. Therefore, the need for more accommodation was felt. We own 20 apartments next to the Royal Marsden Hospital in Sutton. After several studies, we realised the majority of these families travel to central London.
Great Ormond Hospital is the most visited hospital. After 6 years searching for the proper building, we find a building that is 10 minutes walking distance from the hospital.
And hospitals nearby, like National Hospital, UCLH, and Moorfieldside Hospital. And also, it is close to all amenities as well. At the moment, we are in the refurbishment phase of this property to be able to turn it into 27 studio apartments. And we are hoping that in the next 18 months, we will be able to house more families and give them accommodation in their home away from home. This project in central London for Puttinu Cares is a major endeavour, and therefore we are turning towards your generosity to once again support these families in need.
Warm welcome back then to World Pro Racing and this 8 hours of Le Mans fundraising for Puttinu Cares, which is, as you've already seen, a charity which supports families and individuals facing serious health challenges through life and helping children with cancer in their time of need. We are slowly and very rapidly approaching actually our second hour of the stream and hour number 3 of the race. And we just want to say as well a big thank you to our sponsors in Porsche, in Enemed, in England Insurance, GT Omega, Ilyama, Planet Pay, Invent 3D, GST, DLP and Monte Cristo Estate. Thank you all for so much for your sponsorship. You can also donate if you would like to. We'd very much appreciate anything you're able to donate to this wonderful charity. So far we have raised €268.82. We are over the quarter of the way mark of reaching our €1,000 goal, and if you are able to help able to reach that goal, it would be very much appreciated. My name is Kieran McGinley. I'm glad to say I'm joined for this next bit by Caitlin Penny. Caitlin, welcome along.
Hello, thank you very much for having me. It's good to be back. I last commentated World Pro Racing about 7 months ago for the Daytona 24 hours that we did, and I'm very glad that we're still putting on endurance races like this for charity. They're awesome events, and Justin Mifsud, of course, is doing a great thing by putting these on and doing the whole race for charity, and probably not for his sleep schedule, Kieran.
No, not ideal, but I think that's at the back burner at the moment. That'll be second point there. We have had a new donation though, so we're now up to €290, 390 euros I think it is, but yes, €285, €290 we've raised so far, so thank you all so much for your generosity. You can visit the links as well to make your donation should you wish to do so. We should probably be having a look at the man of the hour himself in Justin Mifsud. He had a bit of a struggle, a bit of a time at the beginning of this race. He made his way back to the pit lane where he had a bit of an issue to deal with, but now he's back up and running and currently running 5th in the GT3 classes. He is also streaming on his own personal social media platform, so if you want to see the race from his point of view and his reactions to all and everything going on, you're more than welcome to check out his stream and say hello. Tell him World Pro Racing. Tell him Kieran sent you. He'll know what it means, I hope. We have our 3 GTPs at the top of the order as well. Camilleri, De Battista, and now Samut is now behind the wheel of the second Ferrari. So that's Jake Samut in the Project Eversio in the Ferrari 499P. So that has taken over from Mikel Mercieka, the first of the GTPs to actually make a driver change at this stage of the race. But Caitlin, we've got quite a few drivers out there, all varying levels of experience, but all of them putting on a great show.
Yeah, they really are. I've been very impressed, actually, and I was just saying this in the break, that it's always a little bit worrying when you see just 3 cars turn up for a class, but all they really need to do to put on a good show is to keep going. And we've been very lucky, very blessed that they're so equally matched in terms of performance. I mean, we've been racing for 2 hours now, and they're separated by 14 minutes. You know, we've been racing for, this is about a quarter of the way over a Grand Prix distance. And if you got to the end of a Grand Prix and they were separated by 10 seconds, you'd be saying, okay, that was a decent one. 14 seconds, you know. Yeah, that's pretty good for 2 hours. So I'm very glad to see that De Battista is keeping up. Of course, he had a spin on the first lap. It hasn't been plain sailing for any of these drivers, but it won't be. That's endurance racing, and the key is getting to the end. Whether you're in last place, you've had to make pit stops for damage repairs, that kind of thing, you're 5 laps down, or whether you're leading and going to pick up the glory for the victory. It doesn't matter. If you get to the end, you can say you finished an endurance race, and that's the show that we're putting on today.
Yeah, and it kind of going from my one and only iRacing endurance race that I ever did alongside a couple of other commentators at Suzuka. This is a couple of years ago now, but we had a bit of an incident early on in the race, but we managed to recover all the way from the back to 4th place. Now, ignore the fact that it was the second to last split. I'm not going to judge that if you won't. The point was, we all did it. We all made it. We all made it to the end, and we also had a heck of a recovery drive. So sometimes with these endurance races, it's not how you start. You could start terribly, but if you manage to recover it all the way through, there's a lot of time you can make up in, say, 8 hours here, or 6 remaining, as we now enter our 3rd hour of the race. We're watching Benjamin Borg in that number 1 Petrolheads Mercedes, teaming up this today with Nicholas Morton. Ignore the graphic that says Nicholas Morton. I think he's just around to give a little bit of a hand to Benjamin Borg as the crew chief, if you like, which you can do in iRacing. It replaces your spotter, it can do. So if you don't fancy the Australian tones in your in telling you there's a car on your inside, you can have your friend do it instead, which I don't know which of the better 2 options it is, Caitlin.
I mean, I can think of exactly who I'd want to narrate my spotting. Probably Brian Blessed. That would be hilarious. Anyway, yeah, so we're watching Brian Borg, and while we're doing that, we've actually just had some really good news from the organisers, which is that we have hit 300 euros in our donation. So that is fantastic stuff. Thank you all very, very much. That means, of course, that we're 3/10 of the way through our goal. And this is all for charity, of course. Racing is fun, but at the end of the day, this is for a good cause. Puttinu Cares, of course, is a child cancer charity who are raising money for a very good purpose. And 300 euros, that's significant. You know, they can absolutely use every little bit of help we can give them. And once again, thank you all for your continued support.
And generosity as well. It's very greatly appreciated. And yes, 3/10 of the way there to our €1,000 target. As we watch on here, Andrew Halal in that Porsche, currently driving alongside Tiashan Moodley in the Throttle Junkies number 32, and he is being chased down. This will be for position in class for a podium place by Golden right behind him, as they now make their way through in towards Indianapolis here. So quite a few McLarens we've got racing in today's event, but Christopher Golden here making his way now down in towards Arnage, and then gets back onto the power in that number 18, the McLaren there. as we look to try and find a way past. Andrew Aldo, I assume, is not going to make that easy, but still, after 2 hours worth of racing, we still have cars that are pretty much right next to each other out on track.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, 8 cars in the GT category as well currently running. Looks like we did have 9, but we've lost the Mercedes. But yeah, 8 cars still running, and even they are still close. You can see the lead gap under a minute. Meanwhile, the leader overall, Keith Camilleri, has just come into the pit lane. So Di Battista will retake the lead of the race. You sometimes see that in endurance racing. There's a little bit of a cycle where one driver will come in and then drop back, and then the leader that inherited the lead will also make their pit stop, and it'll all go back the other way. But we have now had a driver change, so Camilleri has changed over, and that'll be Matthew Skerry behind the wheel now. So out onto the track goes a brand new driver in that team of 3, Kieran.
Yeah, and I was speaking to this before our sort of break that normally you put a new driver in. When you put a new driver into the car, you normally give them a new set of boots as well. So maybe a window into how long these tyres can last, how long these drivers are willing to stint on these tyres is going to be the order of the day. So you're probably running... Whoa! That is a huge accident there. That's the petrol heads. That was Benjamin Borg, who I have no idea what happened there to that Mercedes, but it is all sorts of cross there. The rear axle is probably facing the other way now, such as the damage made to that Mercedes. But yeah, caught up in that one, unfortunately, was one of our GTPs there.
Well, looking back in it on the YouTube stream, I'm not entirely sure what was going on with the Mercedes before, because heading into the braking zone, it was right over to the right-hand side, all 4 wheels off the road, and you wouldn't normally expect that from a driver getting out of the way of a GTP, especially on a straightforward bit like that, because you don't really need to. The GTP can get around you super easily. So I think the Mercedes potentially knew it had a little bit of a problem already, but then unfortunately, as they got into the corner, it was like Borg had a complete break or failure of some variety, and unfortunately ploughed straight across the front of Di Battista's GTP car. And unfortunately, it looks as if Borg has now had to escape out and back to the pits, so real problems there for that Mercedes. I wouldn't be surprised to see Di Battista in the pits at the end of this lap as well, because that was a heavy hit, and that car probably has some damage, and that of course will give the lead back to the GTP Ferrari of Matthew Skerry. Oh, just a quick correction to something I said earlier. That is a team of 2 in that Ferrari rather than a team of 3. I was getting carried away with Di Battista's team, which is a team of 3. But anyway, there's my little correction, Kieran. But yeah, what a shunt.
Big shunt, and yeah, with Benjamin Borg having to, well, pressing escape and taking back to the pit lane, it adds a time penalty for towing you back to the pit lane. So you've got to sit there and wait for your car to be towed back to the pit lane, which can vary depending on the size of the circuit. And to be completely honest with you, it's right at one of the chicanes, so it's probably one of the furthest places you could be from to get away to the pit lane. So you might have to sit there for some time, will Benjamin Borg. And looks like that is that Matthew Skerry behind one of the rigs there at the World Pro Racing Centre in Malta. Really great to see lots of turn up there, and one of the McLaren's Ferraris get out of the way. But this is where our drivers are racing from the World Pro Racing Centre in Malta. Rigs set up, and drivers pretty much engrossed there. I love the I guess, could you call it mood lighting, Caitlin, if the lighting is red?
Yeah, I guess so. It does add quite an interesting atmosphere, actually. I've been to plenty of sim centres like that, and to be honest, it can be a little bit tiring driving in a place like that, because the lighting kind of, it messes with your almost circadian rhythm at times when you're doing an endurance race there, and your body clock kind of goes, right, I guess it's the middle of the night all of a sudden. But anyway, it's a fun environment to be in, and especially when you're around fellow like-minded sim racers who just want to be there to have a good time. Meanwhile, the overall leader is in. I mentioned before that was a 3-driver team. Of course, I said the wrong car, but that is a 3-driver team. Aaron Di Battista has got out. Dean Vella has got in. So another one of our staples of the championship here, Dean Vella, who has been part of World Pro Racing for as long as I've been, you know, way back in 2017-18 he started racing here. And the 3rd driver in that team is Sheldon Scott Muscat, so I expect to see Sheldon Muscat in that series in a little bit. But yeah, we're now looking at Justin Mifsud, of course, one of the organisers of this race and one of the main reasons that it's going ahead. The driver who is doing the full 8 hours completely by himself. And this should feel like a walk in the park to him now, because of course he did the full Daytona 24 earlier this season. 24 hours straight of driving. And 8 hours here. Yeah, he knows he can do that now.
He's a madman, but he's our madman, and that's why we love him. As he made his way there through Tetra Rouge and now makes his way on towards the back straights here and getting himself a little bit of a drink. This is your perfect time to do it there as you make your way on towards the straight there. The Juan Aldier is your perfect opportunity to take that much needed drink. Keep yourself hydrated as well as we head away towards that first chicane. Currently running in 4th place, about 10 seconds back from Christopher Golden up ahead of him, so plenty of work to do. And in fact, he had those issues at the start of the race where he had to be in the pit lane for a few minutes, and he's done well to recover from this one. Just a quick reminder as well that if you like the way that Justin is doing out there, if you want to see it from his point of view perhaps, he is streaming on his personal platforms as well, so go check him out. Just say we said hi from Kieran and Caitlin, he'll know what you mean.
Yeah, but of course, keep the commentary up. You know, keep this stream up in the background, because we could do with the views. But honestly, yeah, Justin's doing a great job out there, and sooner him than me. Let's just say, I think the most I've ever driven in one go was 4 hours straight, and I felt mentally spent after that one. Didn't help that it ended in a disconnection either, so that was, you know, it was all for nothing after all that. But 8 hours, I can barely even imagine, and I think that he is, as you say, a little bit of a madman. Meanwhile, Jake Samet picking his way through the GT traffic. It's possibly the hardest part of being one of these GTP machines, that you've got to race each other, but you've also got to pick your movements in the traffic. It's all about being decisive, Kieran. You can't go and then wait and stop and go, which way are you going? I'm going the other way. No, it doesn't work like that. It's up to you to find that clean way through, because the GTs, they're in their own race and they're not going to dive out the way for you.
Yeah, and that's what would have been mentioned in the briefing as well by our race director, Adrian Figalo. It's a case of if you see the blue flags, it's not warning you to jump out of the way. This is sort of your endurance racing blue flags, which are slightly different from your quote-unquote sprint racing blue flag that you might see in sort of set distance races. When it comes to endurance races, the blue flag is only there to tell you that there is a faster car behind you. It's not telling you to get out of the way, it's just an advisory to say, be prepared to be overtaken. Just like through Matthew Scarry there, overtaking, I think it was Delio there. It's a case of hold your line, don't do anything unpredictable, and let the faster car find their way around you. And that, if you're racing in any lower classes, when you've got faster classes, not just faster classes, but much faster classes all around you, that's such an important point. Be predictable, stay on your own line, let them find their way around you.
Yeah, and it's actually worse if they do dive out the way, because then they're less predictable. Meanwhile, Dean Vella is back into the pits by the look of it. Now, I don't know what's happened there, because that car pitted not too long ago. So potential problems there for the 3rd car as it is now in GTP. I'll try to keep you updated on that if we see any more, but yeah, he's going to be a little way down the order now. I was expecting the Ferrari of Samet to be the next car into the pits, but apparently not. Any ideas what that's about, Kieran?
If it stayed to pit lane and then turned to pit exit, I would have said, oh, it's a drive-through, so perhaps track limits. But no, Dean Vella has stopped in his box. So, yeah, potential issue happening there, unfortunately, for Dean Vella. But we've seen issues happen for plenty of drivers all the way up and down the grid, and they have recovered from them. So we'll keep an eye on that one. We'll keep an eye on the sole Cadillac in the race as well, because behind the wheel, Mikel... check. Oh, sorry, no, that was Aaron De Battista, who obviously was driving the wheels off that thing in the early stages and had that moment, had that spin as well, but also was involved with that collision with the Mercedes as well, with the petrol heads Mercedes. So I don't know if that's any lasting effect, perhaps, Caitlin, but it's kept them in the pits for a while. And yeah, as we said, we'll keep an eye on it as Dean Vella does now rejoin onto the track. So yeah, might be a mystery for now, though.
Yeah, but look, they're 1 minute and 54 seconds behind, so that has cost them a lot of time. It could well be that in one of the stops they were changing tyres and fuel and drivers, and then maybe for some reason it didn't repair their damage or something like that. I have to admit, I don't know how that kind of thing works on iRacing. I'm more familiar with rFactor 2, where there's an option you can select to either repair damage or not repair damage, and sometimes you get caught out because you accidentally select do not repair damage when you need to, or you do the other thing entirely. I lost 3rd place in an IndyCar race the other day because I repaired damage I didn't need to. But anyway, Matthew Scarry here, doing a good job out in front, 30 seconds out in front of Samet. Has to worry a little less about Dean Vella for the time being. The Cadillac now 2 minutes behind as we speak. But here, and it's a bit of a cliche in endurance racing that it is a long race, but we bring it up for a good reason. We've still got 6 hours to go. It's a World Endurance Championship event now, and there's nothing to say that the 2 Ferraris won't have issues and Vella will run away with it. So plenty of reasons to keep going.
It's so unpredictable when it comes to endurance racing, isn't it? That's why we love it. It could be, you could think it's all done and dusted, all sewn up with an hour to go, but a seasoned endurance racing fan and spectator would tell you anything, that an hour doesn't mean anything. Even if you've got an hour to go, that doesn't mean anything. It does not mean that it's wrapped up at that point. There is Dean Vella in the Cadillac then, as he makes his way through in the Intercomp VMD Sim Sport machine. He'll make his way now on towards one of those straights, one at the back end, one of the last ones actually on the Hyun Audier, as he makes his way past the number 32 Porsche of the Throttle Junkies with Andrew Alol behind the wheel. As he'll make his way, sorry, that's not Andrew Alol now, that's Tieshan Moodley who's now behind the wheel. Nevertheless, it is the Throttle Junkies that he has got past there. As there is Jake Samet then, as he'll make his way around the outside, going through in towards the Dunlop curve. Full confidence. You've got to be so confident in the other driver to hang it around the outside, even if it's a case you're putting a lap on them. Take nothing away. Jake Summit in that Project Versio Ferrari, being a brave boy.
Indeed. We've had a little bit of a driver change there. Looks like the Enemed Sim Racing car has now been handed over to Mark Lavori. They're currently running 6th position in GT in one of many McLarens that we have out there. Clearly the most popular car in this field, and for good reason too. A beautiful car that handles very, very well indeed. But yeah, out of the pits goes that particular car. It's very good that we've got an entry list for this as well, because while I'm familiar with a lot of these drivers, there are also some drivers here who don't often compete in World Pro Racing events, or who people here may not have been so familiar with. And to see them all listed out like that is very, very helpful. I'm using the entry list that Alex Goldschmidt posted in our Discord server earlier. And thank you to Alex for carrying us through the first few hours of this race. But yeah, Mark Lavori, I think just taking over from Jake Bartolo in that Enemed Sim Racing car, with their other driver being Daniel Camilleri.
Yes, Daniel Camilleri had a short stint in that car, as Mark Lavori, as you say, has taken over that machine. Dean Vella currently 3rd in our GTPs. You can see by each name is the personal best lap of the car, not necessarily of the driver, but of the car. But we can tell you right now that the GT3 class leader does have that fastest lap, a 3-minute 59.261. I mean, Mark-Paul Buttigieg is doing a fantastic job out there, and looking to just keep on keeping on in his McLaren that he shares he shares today with Brett Gray, who's already had a stint in the car. There is our overall leader in Matthew Skerry in the number 12 KC Racing Esports machine. Matthew Skerry looking to just keep on with that half-a-minute gap at this moment in time, as he looks to try see if he can build on it. He's also got a 2-minute gap, a healthy 2-minute gap at this stage to Dean Vella, although Dean Vella and his Intercup VMD SimSport team have had their issues in this stint alone.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that the fastest lap in both class belongs to the class leader. It's almost like going fast is the point of a race. But anyway, Matthew Skerry out of the final corner to begin another lap in that Ferrari. Jake Sammer now back within 30 seconds. I don't think he'll be too worried about that for the time being, but that gap was out to about 34 seconds a few minutes ago. So Sammer is lapping pretty well in that second Ferrari. Dean Vella, unfortunately, still 2 minutes back in that class, but he has had an extra pit stop to make, so that's not too surprising. And I'm sure that they'll be just picking off the laps and seeing what happens in due time. Then we've got 3 McLarens, of course, Buttigieg, Di Bono and Golden. And then, of course, the 2 Porsches, Mifsud and Moodley. 2 more McLarens, Lavori and Delia, and then of course Brandon Borg at the back in the Mercedes, having had an accident and made an extra pit stop not too long ago, and of course serving the penalty for having sat there in the pits while the car was virtually being towed. Back to Jake Sammet, second position as it is, and once again you can see the World Pro Racing Centre in Malta. Some of the biggest live streams I've ever commentated have been here at not physically on location at the World Pro Racing Centre in Malta, but have been in relation to this. It's almost a tradition that sim racers in Malta and sim racing fans in Malta will tune into World Pro Racing events, and it truly gives it a bit of a national series feel, but also brings people together physically and virtually. Of course, on this occasion, mainly physically, with teams and drivers actually meeting up on location. And I tell you what, Kieran, if I ever go to Malta, I'm going to have to stop by the World Pro Racing Centre and see these events in action. Maybe take part in one of them, who knows? We'll see what we're doing at the time. But what an honour it is to have such a professional series and such a professional location that the drivers can physically conglomerate in while these events are taking place.
Yeah, and I mean, that's from the point of view of our race director, Adrian Figallo. So that is mission control, essentially. So the eyes and ears are on this race, are right there in front of you. So Adrian works hard there. He's an FIA accredited steward and race director. So you have that accreditation behind you with those decisions being made. We have seen one penalty. We're going to see another one as well, or at least we did see another one. Benjamin Borg had a 30-second stop and go penalty for the incident earlier on with the number 14. So that was the Intercomp VMD SimSport. So we did say, Caitlin, that that was probably going to be investigated. It was investigated, and the result was that the number 1 petrolheads Mercedes did receive a 30-second stop and go penalty.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that, I'm afraid. It looked to be a clear takeout, obviously not deliberate. There seemed to be some kind of problem for the Mercedes. But if you're going to come together with another driver, then you've got to have that investigated. And clearly, in that occasion, the Mercedes was the offending party. But anyway, they've just got to keep going and try not to do the same thing again. Still a bit of a weird accident. Not entirely sure what caused that one. Whether they were having braking issues before, or whether they were letting the GTP through and then just misjudged their braking zone or something. But anyway, that's all in the past, and hopefully won't be playing on the drivers' minds too much. Here's Dean Vella, by the way, the Cadillac, the one and only Cadillac in this race. running on his own, unfortunately, for a little while, but at least he's got those GTPs to keep him company. It's funny, it's not a particularly full racetrack, only 11 cars here, as opposed to the 30, 40 plus that you'd get in a Le Mans 24-hour, for example. But even so, the track looks busy. Every time we cut to a GTP, they're passing a GT3 or something along those lines. So you're never truly lonely here at Le Mans. You've always got someone to pass, someone to pick off, and even when you haven't, you will do very shortly.
Indeed, and we see there Jake Sammet making the way through past the number 1 there, Petrolhead's Mercedes. So Benjamin Borg behind the wheel of that at the moment. You can see the weather and all sorts on the right hand side. We've got gusts of wind of about 17 kilometers an hour coming in, a northerly breeze at 19 degrees air temperature, 24 degrees track temperature with a humidity of 88%. And there is your pressure, which I've never been able to read pressure, but I think it's the lower the pressure is, the more severe the weather. But someone might have to correct me on that one, because I'm not up to date with my HPAs, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's not the kind of pressure I'm used to either. The pressure I'm used to is having a producer shouting in my ears, "More energy, more energy!" But anyway, here's Chris Golden in the McLaren, 3rd position in the race, and about a minute and a half behind the overall leader. But that's not what he's going to be focusing on right now. What he's got to be focusing on is the fact that Justin Mifsud is catching him. I've been watching the gap, and it's definitely coming down. Mifsud, of course, has been in 4th position in class ever since his last pit stop, and possibly even before that as well. And is that? Oh, it looked as if there was is the rear bumper missing on that McLaren or something? It looked a bit light at the rear there. But, oh, and a spin! And the McLaren goes across the front of Skerry's car. That was a scary moment, I'm afraid to say. And into the wall goes the McLaren. Now, which McLaren was that? Because obviously it was Skerry's Ferrari at the front of the pack. But which McLaren was that?
I think it's the number 4, the NMD Racing McLaren. I think Alexander Dealey was it behind the wheel, who dropped it in the gravel and just spun into the path of Skerry. There's nothing Skerry can do about that one, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll see. Wait and see for Skerry what damage does he have, and for Delia, let me get that car back to the pit. I think he's got the car. No, he's dragging it back to the pit, so that's going to be towed then. So a bit of time to be waiting here for Alex Delia, as I'll have to wait for that car to be brought back to the pits for him. Meanwhile then, GT3s battle for 3rd place in class, as we make our way onwards then towards that first chicane. Justin Mifsud closing in on Chris Golden as we make our way down there. Chris Golden knows we're watching, as you see. Flash of the lights as he makes his way down towards the first chicane.
Well, there you go, and you can visibly see the gap coming down now between Golden and Justin Mifsud. And for Justin, he just needs to get past him quickly and cleanly without being held up or affected in any way, and that would of course be Golden, as he would say. Here's the slipstream heading down towards the second of the 2 chicanes. It's important to remember which chicane you're coming up to, actually, which kind of goes without saying, but it's remarkable in these races how you can sometimes zone out and then zone back in again and think, oh no, where on the straight am I? Because of course you've got one chicane. The first chicane goes off to the right, and the second chicane goes off to the left, and then that sets you up for the little kink, and then you head down towards the Mulsanne corner at the end of the Mulsanne straight. Always a hard test of the brakes down here, especially as you're turning into the corners. It's one of those really awkward corners where you're braking and turning at the same time, and that can sometimes unsettle the car a little bit. There's a big curb on the outside, but beyond that it's just gravel and then barriers. But still, Golden runs away from Justin Mifsud, and it looks like they're lapping. Is that Livory they're coming through to lap there, running in 6th position, Kieran?
It could well be Livory then in that machine trying to see what he can do, but Chris Golden here has managed to build a little bit of a lead again against Justin Mifsud, but yes, a little bit of lappery to deal with at this stage, as yeah, this is always the interesting one. Oh, it's Justin Mifsud has gone straight on.
Oh no! Well, And he's backing out, so he's still got some life in the Porsche, but we saw him going straight on, maybe misjudging the back of the McLaren and then having a little bit of a panicky moment. We've now got De Bono in the pits in that second placed McLaren as well, so something going on up there. But Justin Mifsud unfortunately has lost a good 20 seconds and may well have picked up some damage as well, because he seemed to go front on into the barriers. In real life, that's a death sentence for a Porsche, because their radiator is right at the front, so they're very famous for damaging and smashing up those radiators in a race situation. Luckily, of course, in iRacing it works slightly different, as we just saw the De Bono McLaren in the pits. But yeah, unfortunately that was clearly a mistake from Justin Mifsud.
Yeah, a bit of a strange one as well to go straight on at Indianapolis, but I wonder if he kept it out of the wall. It looked like he did, because he backed out of it, or managed to find reverse and get out of there, as Jake Samet flashing the lights against the 32 Throttle Junkies. That's Tiashan Moodley who's behind the wheel there, and we're up to €350 and 42 cents. More donations coming in, so thank you so much for your generosity. If you are able and you're able to donate, you can follow the links there that will take you to the website to make your donation, and we really appreciate all of your generosities, be that what it may. As Jake Samet then 22.2 seconds behind Matthew Skerry then. I have to say, with Matthew Skerry having that little bit of an incident there with Alex Delia spinning in front of him, that gap's come down for the lead there. So perhaps Skerry is carrying a little bit of damage, and doesn't take much, a little bit of a knock to the front end, and you're creating a lot of drag down the straights. And if the team there, the SimCity Racing team, were running a lower drag setup to begin with, well, the fact that they've added drag through no fault of their own means they're slightly losing time now to the likes of Jake Samet.
Indeed. Quick driver change to update you on, by the way. Jaden Ellel has got into the World Rookie Racing car, taking over from Beppe De Bono. And while we introduce you to Jaden Ellel, I would like to introduce you, Kieran, to a friend of mine, Ross McIntyre, who joins us in the commentary box now. Ross, we've been commentating together for a good few years, but I don't think we've ever done an enduro together, so welcome in. This is going to be fun. And Kieran, thank you very much for taking us through for another half hour than you were expecting. But yeah, me and Ross have got it from here on, so you can take a break if you so wish.
I shall do. Well, I'll leave you then all in the very capable hands of Caitlin Penny and Ross McIntyre. For the both of you, enjoy.
Thank you very much. Hello, Ross. How are you doing?
I'm doing very, very well. Thank you, Caitlin. Thanks for having us along. Thank you, Kieran, as well, for all of your assistance and getting us through the first 2 hours and 30 minutes of this race here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. And yeah, I don't think we've done an endurance race together. I think you're right, Caitlin. So great to be here. Great to be along for the ride. And should be a very, very interesting, well, remaining 6 or so hours, actually 5 hours. I still can't do maths after all these years. But yeah, fantastic to be here.
Well, clearly I can't either. I'd like to hold my hands up and say I did give you the wrong time for this enduro. So thank you very much for jumping in a couple of hours before you thought you were going to. And I am very, very sorry about that, Ross. But thank you for being here.
Okay. It got me out of bed, so that's something to do. But again, absolute pleasure. And yeah, great to be here. Great to see that we've had so many donations as well already to the Puttinu Cares charity. That's absolutely fantastic to see. And had some great racing so far as well. So, yeah, should be very, very exciting to see how it unfolds over the rest of the race. If you are just joining us, hello and welcome to the World Pro Racing 8 Hours charity endurance stream here at Le Mans on iRacing, and it is great to be bringing you all of the action. And boy, oh boy, it should be very interesting to see how it all keeps going. If you haven't donated yet, please make sure that you do. Of course, all going to a fantastic cause, the Puttinu Cares charity in Malta, that helps look after children if parents are unable to do so. So that is absolutely fantastic. And yeah, should be interesting to see how it all unfolds over the remainder of the race.
Indeed. So don't panic that you couldn't see the stream for a second there. That's me talking to Ross rather than you, the viewers. I know everything or nothing changed on your end. Ross, I've got the visuals up. Please let me know if you can see those okay.
Yeah, we're all good. We are all good.
Good, good. So just to give you a quick rundown of what's happened in this race so far, as you can see, we only have 3 GTPs, but they've done a fantastic job of keeping it close and keeping it entertaining and enticing for us. We've got 2 Ferraris out in front. Matthew Skerry leads in the, I'm just going to get that team name very quickly for you, in the SimCity racing car that he shares with Keith Camilleri. He leads from the Ferrari, the other Ferrari that is, that's coming into the pits now, of Jake Samet. And if he decides to make a driver change, he could change over to, I'm just getting up his names, Brandon Bonello or Mikhail Mercheka. I think Mercheka is the more likely of the two because Bonello was in the car not too long ago. The Cadillac in 3rd position did lead the race off the start. We're looking at, or we were looking at Dean Vella there, but unfortunately the driver who started that car had a big spin on the first lap and dropped back a little way, and unfortunately they've had to make an extra pit stop since then as well, so they're 2 minutes down, but they have some competitive drivers here. Dean Vella, who's behind the wheel of that car, is a real staple of World Pro Racing competition, as I mentioned a lot. And if anyone can do it, then they can. As for the GT class, we have 8 GT cars running. The leader of those, of course, is Mark Buttigieg. And I'm just going to get up his team statistics as well. It looks as if there's a misspelling on my entry list, but anyway, that's the Octane Racing number 17 that Mark Buttigieg shares with Brett Gray by the look of it, and they're currently leading that class as they have been for a little while. McLaren's, of course, very popular. Oh, we've actually got the team names on the screen. Fantastic. You can see that it is an Octane Racing 1-2 in the GT category, ahead of World Rookie Racing, then Throttle Junkies, Puttinu 24. I'll get back to you on that in a second. Then Enemed Sim Racing, Enemed E Racing, and Petrol heads in Mercedes. And Ross, I'm not sure if it's Justin Mifsud, who is one of the organisers of World Pro Racing. And Justin is doing the whole 8 hours completely by himself, which sounds very impressive, but wait till you hear this. Earlier this season, he did a full 24-hour Daytona race by himself for charity and completed it. Isn't that amazing?
Honestly, I don't know how some people can do that. Obviously, I can joke about having too much time on your hands, but, you know, obviously it's for charity and all of that, and you've got that commitment and you're willing to do it. It's fantastic, but I can barely stay awake for 24 hours, let alone do a whole sim race. So it's absolutely unbelievable he was able to do the whole 24 at Daytona all by himself. But Le Mans is a totally different beast when you compare it to Daytona at the road course. And even though it's only 8 hours down here, it is just so brutal. Obviously, it's a ridiculously long track. Everybody knows it, yes, because it's so famous. But it's just unbelievably difficult to nail it down and get it done. So it's fantastic to see that Justin is continuing to do that, and is, you know, continuing to push, continuing to try and, you know, push himself to the extremes to help raise that money, which is absolutely brilliant. But yeah, honestly, full respect, hats off. No idea how he's doing it, and he's doing a good job at the moment as well. Currently P5 in class. That is certainly not bad going over the first 2 hours and 37 minutes. And yeah, although I did just say it's a totally different beast, even over 8 hours, if he's done 24-hour races by himself, I'm sure he'll be fine over the remaining 5 hours and 23 minutes that we have left here. Here we see at the front of the GT3 pack is Chris Golden, he was heading into the final few hairpins there, and they're back to our overall race leader up in Hypercar, Matthew Skerry. As he's coming up to some lap traffic, just needs to make his way through, and shouldn't be too much of an issue, and indeed it isn't. Of course, no blue flags officially, but getting out of the way nicely was that Porsche, so very nice, and allows the race leader to continue on his merry way and continue pushing around. But yeah, I mean, 8 hours by yourself around here, you know, it is tough, and you know, it's one that people don't often think about. Obviously, yes, sim racing isn't as physically exhausting as, you know, real world motorsport. You don't have to deal with G-forces and things like that. It definitely doesn't hurt as much if you hit a wall. but it's more the mental strain that people don't really think about. You know, your mind's not designed to be staring at a screen for 8 hours. It is really, really tough. The you know, the stress that it takes on your brain, and again, it is still tiring as well. You know, it still takes physical effort, even though it's not as much as a real racing car. So it is a big, big challenge and a big, big track here at Le Mans as well. So yeah, absolutely full respect to him. Let's see how he can get on over the rest of the race. But so far, doing a great job. P5 in GT3. Yeah, doing fantastically.
Yeah, exactly. It's not easy at all. But then again, no pain, no gain. And all of the pain, all of the gain here goes to our charity, Puttinu Cares. And thank you all for your continued donations to the charity. As we learnt recently, we have now surpassed 350 euros, so keep it coming. Meanwhile, there have been plenty of pit stops at the front of the GT category. We've seen, so Turbo and Elo pitted on that last lap, Turbo and Elul. The Turbo is actually a new driver in that car. That's a driver change that has just taken place. He's taken over from Christopher Golden. As for the Octane Racing 17, that is still leading that category. That's also a driver change because Mark Buttigieg was racing that car when you joined in, Ross, and that is now Brett Gray behind the wheel. So Gray leads. 40 seconds now ahead of Tiashan Moodley's Porsche, but I don't think that car is there for long. I think that's a car that's still due a pit stop relatively shortly, and we should end up with the McLarens of Turbo and El back to second and third positions. Justin Mifsud also gave us a pit stop not too long ago, but as you saw when you joined in, Ross, he had just had a bit of a shunt, so hopefully not too much time lost with damage repairs. But as we keep saying, the main goal of that team is just to get to the end of the race. Obviously, Justin's competitive. He wants to get a good result, but realistically, he's just got to get to the end since it's for charity. There's Dean Vella passing one of the McLarens, getting through nice and cleanly, and continuing on his way. Now, Russ, we've spoken a lot about the entries in this race so far, but this is quite a track, isn't it? The Le Mans 24-hour La Sarthe circuit. There's a reason why it's used for the Le Mans 24-hour, because it is iconic. It's changed over the years, but it still retains its rough shape. It's part street course, part permanent circuit. It's got long straights, it's got little chicanes, it's got sweepers, it's got the Porsche curves. It's a real classic, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's, as you said, it's definitely changed over the years. We've had, you know, a fair few safety measures being updated. There's not just hay bales lining the circuits anymore as it was back in the 50s and the 60s. We've now got the chicanes along the Mulsanne. You've got the chicanes down at the final corners as well. All in an aid to make the track more safer, bring the speeds down a little bit, but it's still, the DNA of this race circuit is the exact same as it was when they first started racing around here well over a century ago now. And it is tough, and of course you've got to remember, over half the track, nearly 75% of the track is just road. You know, especially heading down the Mulsanne, I think people don't appreciate just how bumpy and rough it is down there because it's not permanent racetrack. Yes, there are some parts of the track now that are custom built, that are made to, you know, made for racing. They're nice and smooth, but you get some corners that are very, very bumpy. There's not a lot of runoff. It will bite you. It will punish you round here if you get it wrong. And, you know, it is a real challenge, a real test for drivers. And there's a reason why the 24-hour Le Mans is one of the most prestigious races in the motorsport year. And, well, it should be very, very interesting to see how the drivers negotiate it here again. We've had racing here for many, many years. We've had some ridiculous speeds, some ridiculous cars, so many famous moments. But it's still a beast, shall we say. And obviously, it's
off there.
Yeah, Jaden Lalul goes off the road. That's looks to be coming into the Porsche curves, and indeed it is. So I wonder what's gone wrong there for Jaden Lalul and the number 9 car. Looks like he may have just got it a bit wrong in the McLaren. Doesn't seem to be any damage. Looks like he's getting on okay. But yeah, comes back onto the racetrack. Yeah, very, very bizarre to go off there. That was coming into the Porsche curves. So maybe just locked a tyre or something under braking, something you wouldn't really expect from a GT3 car. Has a look up the inside into the Ford chicane. And will he be able to make his way through? Oh, Getting a little bit too close for comfort. Going to clatter the sausage curbs on the inside. Maybe kicking up some gravel as well. Oh, into the wall.
I think that's Lavori. I think
believe
that's
it.
Lavori. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that was Matthew Lavori there, 6th place in class, who was a lap down to Alul in 4th place. Yeah, anyway, I had a look back on the YouTube stream at the mistake from Alul. It looks as if he just carried a little bit too much speed into the Porsche curves and ran wide, kept it out of the barrier. But the trouble then was, through came a car that he'd already lapped, and we know that the hardest car to overtake is one that's the same kind as your own. Blue flags in endurance racing are advisory rather than an instruction to get out of the way. Oh, talking of getting out of the way, that was tough there for Jake Samet, who decided to go to the left right as the McLaren was taking his line through the corner. I think the McLaren probably thought that he was going to go to the right-hand side, pick his movement, but Jake Samet decided, nope, I'm going this way. But anyway, no harm, no foul. He's got through now, but yeah, like I was saying, the hardest cars to overtake are the same ones as your own. We always talk about GTPs passing GT3s, for example, but sometimes if you're the GT3 leaders, you can catch cars at the back of your own class, and then you've got a problem where you've got to pass them without the help of a massive overspeed, Ross. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, it's one of those ones, prototype drivers, they often like to complain about the GT3, shall we say. Again, there's no obligation to move out of the way for faster classes if you're in, it feels wrong saying slow about GT3 cars, but, in the grand scheme, in the grand context of it all, they are the slower of the categories. And you often get complaints saying, oh, you didn't let me through, especially if, you're really pushing, you're really trying to fight for pace, trying to fight to get forward, to get through on strategy, or you're chasing down another car and the time is ticking away. You get a lot of complaints, shall we say. But, that's the easy part. Yes, sometimes it can all go a bit wrong. Sometimes it can all, you can get involved in an incident you'd rather avoid. But that's part of the magic of endurance racing. It's when you've got GT3s on GT3s or LMP2s on LMP2s or hypercars on hypercars. That's where it really gets interesting, because unless someone's got a problem or is very much off the pace, well, I mean, to put into context what I've just said, that was scary. Just flying past one of the GT3s on the way to the Mulsanne corner. Yeah, going through someone in your own class can be difficult, and that's what we just saw there with that incident in the Ford chicane just a moment ago. I think what happened there for the car that went round as well, just got over the sausage curb, got the angle a bit wrong, put the throttle down, got a bit greedy, just no traction, too much angle on the turn-in, and the momentum just carried the rear of the car round. Very, very easy to do that, unfortunately. And that did meet the barrier, but looks like everyone is okay for the time being. Keeps pushing round as it stands, although Delia has now come into the pit lane, so maybe getting some repairs there for that. But yeah, it's part of the fun. It's part of the game that is endurance racing. Is, you're not just on track out there racing with cars at a similar pace. If you've got faster cars, you've got slower cars, and you've got to get through all of them, and you've got to try and negotiate your way around this mighty Circuit de la Sarthe as well, all the while. So it just adds another factor to the racing that you don't get in sprint racing, where you just see so many things going on, and it's so many things can happen that can make or break your race that may or not be your own fault. It's this really bizarre but wonderful world, and it creates such excitement, and it creates such brilliant, brilliant moments. So it is fantastic to see, when people get all a bit mixed up, and especially early doors, some of the most exciting moments in an endurance race, as the race leader comes into the pit lane. 1 minute 35 is the gap back to Samu in the other Ferrari behind. Yeah, some of the most exciting stuff you can see in an endurance race is when early doors in the race, when the faster cars first catch up to the back of the GT3 pack, because everyone's all still fighting for position, still trying to figure out where their race pace is. They're all so close together, and then suddenly you've got another class to try and overtake in the mix. It just creates some absolutely incredible viewing scenes. But yeah, Scary coming into the pits. Should be a definitely some fuel, potentially some tyres as well. We'll wait and see what he's going to do as he comes into his virtual pit box. There is Samet. He's around halfway back on the circuit. So I don't think, especially if it's just a fuel stop, he'll be getting in front of Scary on this occasion. But we'll wait and see. Scary may be coming in to see if he can make it a tyre stop as well. Still a long way left to go in this race as well. Strategy, it's still yet to pan out, so there's plenty of options to see what's going to happen over the remaining 5 hours.
One thing I have noticed in this race so far is that there are a lot of driver changes going on, much more regularly than you would usually see in an endurance race. There are quite relaxed rules in this about how much stint time the drivers can do, minimum and maximum. Obviously, there is no maximum for the likes of Justin Mifsud, but yeah, I've seen a lot of driver changes in this race so far, and I think the reason for that is because these drivers are actually together in person at the World Pro Racing Centre in Malta. And as a result, I think maybe they're getting a little restless waiting around for it to be their turn, and they're just having a little bit more fun by swapping over whenever they can. With that being said, though, Scary has stayed behind the wheel of the leading Ferrari, and the other pit stops that are taking place now don't appear to be resulting in that many driver changes either. With that being said, Bartolo's just got behind the wheel of his own car. I think that's a driver change, unless I'm very much mistaken. I also have a quick apology for you, Ross. So just for the benefit of the broadcast, we're doing this via a program called Discord, and I am effectively sharing my screen with Ross, my co-commentator here. I didn't realize that when I was changing windows on my computer, the view on Discord was also changing. So you just saw me go on a little bit of a rabbit hole Wikipedia plunge about the 1906 French Grand Prix.
Nothing I didn't want to see, so it's absolutely fine. Bit of an interesting Wikipedia article there, to be fair, but again, it was only momentarily. We were able to keep going with the race, so it's absolutely no problem.
Well, the reason I was looking that up is because I had this little tidbit of information in my brain, which is that not only is endurance racing very much at home here in Le Mans, but also Grand Prix racing. The very first Grand Prix was held here in 1906. It was the 1906 French Grand Prix, of course, and there had been point-to-point races before that, kind of rally style, you know, the Paris to Rouen or whatever. But in terms of actually setting out a course where they were going to do laps over a certain distance, over a certain amount of time, that wasn't a thing until they started doing that right here in Le Mans. It was not the same circuit that it is today. They didn't use the Le Sarthe circuit. It was a much bigger kind of street racing circuit that went between a couple of towns, including Le Mans. But it was around here where not just endurance racing was born, but Grand Prix racing as well, Russ.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, France is, you know, it gets called the home of motorsport, and that's very fair, of course. You know, sometimes everyone talks about how, you know, Silverstone's the true home of motorsport. That's what the first Formula One Grand Prix was. But, you know, there's so much motorsport history steeped in France and in this nation. And, you know, as Formula One, they have raced at Le Mans before, not on the full circuit. They raced on the smaller Bugatti circuit for the 1967 French Grand Prix. It escapes me who won that race. It's the only time they've ever come here. But again, it's an area, you know, not just a country, but this area of France. There's so much history and so many things happen here that have built motorsport into what it is today. Of course, you know, obviously we have the Le Mans 24-hour here on the Bugatti circuit. You get World Touring cars, you get MotoGP. They have their French Grand Prix there. And, you know, there's so many big racing events all throughout France, you know, on 2 wheels and 4 wheels. So it's, you know, there's so much history in this country, and there's so much history at this racetrack as well. It is just a, you know, you can't help. I've never been to Le Mans myself, but having spoken to people who have, they always talk about you can't help but you almost feel like you are standing on hallowed ground when you're there because of all the things that have happened. You know, all the great races and the moments that have led to the sport that we love becoming what it is today. They've all happened here, you know, either in this country or at this racetrack. So there's so much history here. And again, you know, we always like to bang on about history in our little sport, don't we? It's so important to us, much more so than it potentially is in other sports for a variety of reasons. But, you know, as much as we love banging on about history, I feel like it's very justified here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. It's a track that has had so much happened to it both in terms of design and racing. And it is absolutely fantastic. Scary there with a big dive from up the inside into the first chicane on the Mulsanne. I believe that's the Daytona chicane off the top of my head that gets through the lap traffic with little problem whatsoever. But no, you're absolutely right, Kellen. It's just such a historic circuit. It's such a country. The country of France is one that is just steeped in motorsport and automotive history and culture. And, you know, Le Mans, you don't really need to say anything else about this track. It's just fantastic. And it's again, there's a reason why, you know, one of the only races that's held on the Circuit de la Sarthe is part of the Triple Crown of Motorsport. It is just, it's a wonderful circuit. It's a wonderful event when they go racing here, and it's just fantastic.
Yeah, and talking of history, I've got for you who won that single Formula One Grand Prix that was held at Le Mans. That was Jack Brabham in 1967, as you so rightfully said, who absolutely dominated it by 50 seconds from Denny Hulme. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a shame that Formula One's never come back here, to be honest. I've heard the drivers didn't really like it very much, the Bugatti circuit as it was back in those days, but even the Bugatti circuit's had some changes to it since then, and we got some fantastic pictures out of it. I often see it posted on, you know, subreddits for F1 pictures and stuff like that. You know, did you know that F1 raced at Le Mans and that kind of thing? And yeah, it's absolutely true, they did, but obviously not the full La Sarthe circuit. Meanwhile, here is Matthew Skerry still picking off those GT cars. That's the Porsche of Elul in 4th position, who he's going past now in the straight. And that's the part of the circuit where you want to catch the GTs, obviously. The trouble is when you catch them in the likes of the Ford chicanes or the Daytona or Le Mans chicane on the straight, that can really cause some headaches where you've got to pick your movement. In fact, even if you're going through the Porsche curves here, sometimes you find yourself having to go around the outside of a GT car, and it can really cause some consternation. But luckily for Skerry, he has been mainly picking off the GTs on the straights, and he has a nice clear track ahead of him for the rest of the lap.
Absolutely does. Just a couple more tidbits for you. Going back to the Bugatti circuit, you know, of course, still hosts a lot of races. We've got European touring cars. We've got a MotoGP. You also have European Superbike Championship goes there. World Superbikes used to go there. DTM used to go there. So much stuff. But it still also hosts the 24-hour Le Mans Moto, which is the two-wheeled version of the 24-hour Le Mans. There's a couple of those. There's also the Bold Door, which is down at Paul Ricard, which is again another huge, the kind of the 3 big endurance races. The Triple Crown of motorbike endurance racing is that, the Bold Door, and also the 8 Hours of Suzuka. And they also, I've just learned, they host the 24-hour roller skating on the Bugatti.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, they actually go roller skating around the Bugatti circuit. I don't know whether you get one person doing it for 24 hours or they have teams, and I'm not really sure how that works. You have to take off your roller skates and give them to your teammate, but there you go. The more you learn.
I had absolutely no idea about that, but that sounds like a hoot. Anyway, Dean Veller is in the pits now in the sole Cadillac in the race. We'll keep an eye on that, see if there's a driver change or anything along those lines. Elul is also in the pits in the Porsche, and just the same, we'll keep an eye on that. See if anything changes. I noticed in the YouTube chat, let me just get the YouTube chat back up so I can see who it was. Piston Simsport let me know that not everyone in this race is at the World Pro Racing Centre in Malta. Some are at home on their sim rigs. So thank you for letting me know that. I was under the impression that this was a purely offline race, so I was clearly not aware of that. But yeah, even so, to be honest, I think that's better, to have a choice between going to hang out with your friends in person, or if you aren't able to, being able to compete anyway and do it virtually. It means that the likes of you or I could compete, Ross, even if we can't get to Malta, where unfortunately I have never been. You can still potentially compete in this.
Yeah, absolutely. yeah, I mean, it's just the joy of sim racing, I suppose, isn't it? You can just kind of do all these different things that, when before it was a thing, before, Grand Prix 4 and all of that came out, there was, just this niche little racing game. And now we've reached a point where, we can just sit and race against other people for far cheaper than it would, cost to actually go out and race a real racing car and race people all across the world. And it's just fantastic. It really, really is. And this whole world's opened up for us, especially across the last couple of years or so. And so many people are now getting into this and are, doing this. And even professional racing drivers, sometimes just turn up and do it for fun because they can, because, they live and breathe racing just like the rest of us. They're just lucky enough to do it as a full-time career, which, not bad for some, shall we say. Because, sun's now coming back out. Weather's being a bit interesting over the last couple of minutes. Really, really cloudy. I didn't say anything because I was kind of I was holding my tongue because I didn't know if it was going to start raining almost. Now suddenly we've got blazing sunshine again. Of course, we've got this fantastic new weather system in iRacing nowadays where, we've got ridiculously accurate rain and I can't remember the name for it. It's like true weather or something like that. It's so hyper realistic with even things like cloud movements and atmospheric pressure. It's all modeled and all of it can have implications and impacts on things like track temperature. And wind speed as well is another big one that it's very, very accurate at. The wind speed and the direction, how that can upset the balance of a car through the corner. So, yeah, I didn't want to say anything at the time when it got cloudy. You can see kind of in the background of some shots, it's definitely very, very overcast. But lovely blue skies and sunshine now shining down on most of the circuit at the moment. So very, very interesting. Yeah, are we expecting any rain, Caitlin? I don't think we are.
Not that I'm aware of, but I must say it did get very cloudy a few minutes ago. You saw cars with their lights on. I was holding my tongue because I wasn't sure if it was getting dark. I was like, did I miss something about the time progression? But anyway, as you can see, the sun has come right back out again. And thank goodness for that. We can see the beautiful liveries of this Puttinu 24 car once again. And obviously, Justin Mifsud continuing on his way. He's now done 3 hours straight because we're past the 3-hour mark in the race. And normally, a driver would think, okay, well, I guess I'm coming to the end of the stint now. I can have a little relax, have a drink or something like that. No, Justin's not even halfway done yet. So he has a long, long way to go. But it's all for charity. Please keep your donations coming. We're doing a fantastic job so far for that. And long may that continue. Meanwhile, Piston Sim Sport continues to update me on where people are racing from in the YouTube chat. Octane Racing are all racing from home. Brett Gray, who is of course currently leading the GT class, is apparently in Australia. Wouldn't that make it 3 a.m. where he is? It's around that time. I think there's a couple of different time zones in Australia, but it's got to be the middle of the night, right? That's amazing. But anyway, Simon Turvo is apparently in Finland. Chris Golden is from the Czech Republic. And Piston Sim Sport says, and I'm in Malta as well. We form Octane Racing. So a truly international feel here. I described World Pro Racing earlier as having a national series feel since it's so popular in Malta and since everyone who does sim racing in Malta has pretty much been part of this at some time or another. But never mind a national series, Ross, this is international.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and that's fantastic to see. As always, we want the whole world to be here. We want the whole world to be taking part. Again, part of the joy of modern sim racing is you can get people from all across the world, as we're seeing right now, making their way around the Circuit de la Sarthe. And that is just, yeah, fantastic to see. As Dean Vella makes his way through one of the Porsches. Currently third place, last overall, unfortunately, in the hypercar class, but still a podium, if you count on that. So if he, finishes where he is, still picking up some silverware. The sole Cadillac in this race as well, which is a real shame. I absolutely love the Cadillac. I think it's an absolute monster of a motor car, but maybe just not that popular. It seems to be that in sim racing, not just iRacing at the moment, the general meta is basically you're in the Ferrari or you're not going to win. Apart from one guy who I saw win a race in the Lamborghini once somehow, which was quite an impressive spectacle, I will say that much. But Dean Vella's still doing a great job at the moment. And yeah, the Caddy, what a car that is, looking very, very pretty in that orange livery, it must be said. But yeah, the thing is, it's just an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. And it, doing him justice as he makes his way. You can see the power difference between the hypercars and the GT3 now. Of course, the GT3s don't have hybrid systems either, but it just goes to show how quick hypercars are. They are some of the fastest racing cars on the planet, and they are tough beasts to tame. You've got to really, really understand how the hybrid works for starters, and how it comes on, especially in iRacing. There's so many settings you can, change on the hybrid settings in iRacing, and even changing things like how it delivers that power out of a corner as well. It's so complicated. Quite frankly, you need a manual just to understand it. They are tough to drive. Jake Samet again just flies past a Mercedes. That looks like it'll be a Borg in P7 at the moment, after we've lost the other Mercedes in Morton. He's the sole Mercedes GT3 making his way around right now. Of course, I've been waxing lyrical about the hypercars. That's not to say that GT3s are easy cars to drive as well. Yes, they are very, very popular in sim racing because mainly of their simplicity. It's very, in real world motorsport, they're just as popular because it's a relatively cheap form of motorsport. Of course, it's all based off of manufacturer's model. It's very easy to make a GT3 car, to repair a GT3 car, but to drive them on the edge still takes a lot of understanding of how it behaves and how it goes through the tyre phase and things like that. And of course, every GT3 car, even with balance and performance, they all behave very, very differently as well. They've all got different drivetrain setups and things like that. They all weigh a bit differently. They've all got different power. So they can all be very close together, but it's all very tricky to drive, and everything takes its own route of action. Going back to Skerry though, still leading the race. 20.5 seconds is the gap after his last pit stop, which I believe may have been a tyre change stop as well. Not entirely sure though, but he came out with a good distance to Samet behind, so he's doing okay as he makes his way through Indianapolis there. So yeah, all looking very, very comfortable for Matthew Skerry in the number 12 at the moment. And yeah, no real pressure, no real problems right now, just watching that time tick away. We've got 3 hours and 5 minutes left on the clock. He is doing a fine job as it stands.
Now, big news for us. We've just received news from our broadcaster that we have got, oh my goodness, we've hit 470 euros in the, towards the goal of 1,000 euros. That is incredible stuff, especially since last time I read out the donations, we had 350, so we've suddenly had some really big donations come in, and thank you very much to everyone who's made that happen. That is incredible, and just 30 more euros would take us up to the halfway mark, and we're not even close to the halfway mark in the race just yet. Still about 54 minutes till we reach the halfway mark in the race, so that is incredible stuff there. Meanwhile, it's also getting close up in front. Jake Samet now within 20 seconds of Matthew Skerry, who continues to lead this race. That's the closest it's been in about an hour. And this race, though it's 3 hours old, is certainly not over the hill just yet and won't be right until the end. Skerry, though, doing a good job. He may not be the absolute fastest driver out there now, but is continuing to plug away at his laps and isn't making too many big errors. So we've spoken about the donations, but since we've just passed another hour mark in the race, let's give a shout out to our sponsors. Porsche, of course, the actual Porsche car brand sponsors World Pro Racing, which is always incredible to say, and have done for a good few years. Enemed as well. Of course, we have Enemed Cars Racing in this championship, but Enemed is a sponsor of the series. England Insurance, GT Omega, who also have drivers and teams in this race. Iliyama, Planet Pay, Invent 3D, GSD, DLP, and Monte Cristo Estate. And then, of course, the charity that we're raising money for is Puttinu Cares, who raise money for children's cancer treatment and care. And anyway, obviously a really good cause to put money towards. And money we are making here, Ross, like I just said, we've reached 470 euros in the donations, and our goal of 1k, 1 grand, is looking achievable here. I'd say we can hit that and even surpass it.
I think we absolutely can. We are doing fantastically at the moment in terms of donations, and of course a big thank you to everyone coming together and helping to raise this money for charity. It is of course for a wonderful cause, and it's great to see that, you know, we're almost at halfway there, and still an hour away from halfway through the race as well. So a big thank you. Keep those donations rolling in. Please, of course, share with your family and friends as well to help raise money for a fantastic cause. And yeah, it's just great to see when, you know, a community comes together like this to help do something. And of course, yes, for the drivers, it was an opportunity to race, but they will also be well aware that they are racing for charity. You know, they're not going to be too hot under the virtual helmet, shall we say. Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see. And yeah, super happy that we've been able to hit such fantastic marks already. Only 3 hours and 10 minutes into today's affair, only 53 laps through here at the Circuit de la Sarthe as well. So absolutely brilliant stuff. And long may it continue over the remainder of the race. And well, we are continuing to follow Matthew Skerry back onto the on-track action. And that gap now up to 27 seconds. So the number 12 car is absolutely the class of the hypercar field at the moment. Yes, he's got a fresh set of rubber on, but he is flying at the moment and is just carving away, scything his way away at the front of the pack. And, well, right now looks very much in control. Still a long way to go in this one. So, of course, you can never say never. It's not over until the checkered flag falls and the fat lady sings and all of that. But he's doing a spectacular job right now. Down in GT3, meanwhile, Gray leads by just over 2 minutes. So again, doing a spectacular job there himself. He's managed to lap up to 5th place now. Only Mifsud, and the other L, should I say, JL and Turbo. They're the only 3 GT3 cars who the leader in that class has not yet lapped. So yeah, doing a fantastic job at the moment are they. And there is Sam at the moment in the number 11 car, P2 in hypercar. Oh, very aggressive over the curb there at the opening corner. And tell you what, I don't think Jake Sammer is far away from coming into a pit stop, because looking at how the car was behaving there in the opening few corners, Caitlin, I think he's starting to struggle with the rubber just a little bit. The car's just starting to move around a bit too much, a bit more than you'd expect from a hypercar on its way into the mid-corner, especially when there's not quite as much downforce on when the speeds are a little bit lower. We'll watch again as he comes up to the Mulsanne chicanes. The last couple of corners looked all very comfortable, but that's because you've just got tons and tons of downforce turning on as the hypercar flies through. But as we get to the slower to the medium speed stuff, yeah, let's watch as he comes to the chicane in a short moment. Just want to see how the car reacts. On board now with the Ferrari and turning in. And yeah, you can see there's just a little bit of movement starting to creep in. And when he's getting onto the throttle there as well, rear just starting to slide round a little bit. Nothing that's going to cause too much of an issue, but just something to keep your eye on. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 15 or so minutes we see the second place driver coming in for a pit stop.
I'm a little confused about how quickly this came on though, because as I was saying recently, Samet was catching Skerry. He got within 20 seconds of him just about a lap and a half ago, and then suddenly lost about 5 seconds. I reckon he may have had a spin or something along those lines, or an off. And suddenly he's not really as comfortable in the car as he was before. He has just, that last sector time was pretty good. I wonder if it was maybe just one mistake, or maybe he got held up by a couple of GTs. But then again, looking at where he is on the track, I'm not really sure that he's had to deal with too many GTs recently. But anyway, meanwhile, for a little while, we haven't really paid that much attention to Octane Racing, because they've been out in front for such a long time. Brett Gray here, 2 minutes ahead of the other Octane Racing of Simon Turvo here. You can see Octane Racing 17 is one of the McLarens, Octane Racing 18 is the McLaren that we're watching now. 2 quite different liveries, but still the same team, and they're heading for, I mean, it's very early to say they're heading for a 1-2, but they're in the 1-2 positions as it stands. World Rookie Racing in 3rd position. And you know, you pointed out to me a couple of minutes ago, Ross, that there's actually 2 Ells in this race, 2 members of the Ellul family, and I assume they're a family. I don't actually know that for sure, but I'm not I haven't really met anyone else called Ellel, so I can't imagine it's too common. But yes, this is Jaden Ellel in the World Rookie Racing car that he shares with Beppe de Bono. And then the other car is actually a Porsche, so it's a completely different type of car that the two Ellels are racing. It's Andrew Ellel in the Throttle Junkies car, potentially the best named team out on the grid. And he shares that car with Tiashan Moodley. The other Porsche out there is this one, of course, Justin Mifsud, who continues on his way. The entry is officially listed under Puttinu 24, but it is literally just Justin Mifsud. He's doing this entire race by himself. He's the only driver out here who doesn't have a team of any real form, and he's doing this entire race by himself purely for the purposes of charity. There we can see Justin actually in the bottom right. He is in the World Pro Racing Centre in Malta, and there he will be for the next 5 hours. You can see him there cornering through the chicanes, thinking, haven't I done this bit already? Ah, yes, 55 times. Anyway, Samet's in the pits, by the way, so if you... And he's changed over. Looks as if Brandon Bonello is now behind the wheel of that car. So that is a driver change in the second placed Project Aversio Ferrari. And continuing to lead is Matthew Skerry's other GTP Ferrari, Ross.
Absolutely. Yeah, great camera shots there, it must be said, of the guys at the World Pro Racing Centre. Getting to see them actually working behind the wheel. It's not something you always get to see in sim racing, so it's great to see the person, the actual person underneath the virtual helmet making their way through. As we see Dean Vella, oh, that's a nasty place to catch some traffic, going to cost him a little bit of time there. But manages to get through in one piece and manages to make the most of what the situation was. Now again, oh, that's a nasty place as well. The Ford chicane getting up to the back of Borg. Oh, and they come together. Was that coming together, or was that a net code? Because they didn't look close.
Well, I'll have a look back on YouTube. It's the closest we get to a replay, but there was some kind of a kerfuffle between Dean Vella and Brandon Borg. It was contact. There wasn't nothing to do with netcode there, as Borg rejoins the race. And I'm going to have a look back at it and see what I see. So they were heading into the Ford chicanes, and it looks as if the Mercedes was taking its normal line. I expect Vella expected him. Borg's having real trouble getting going here. I think he's trying to find the entrance to the pit lane. But, so I think what happened is that Vella expected him to stay to the left, give him a little bit more room. But realistically, you've got to be a bit more patient in situations like that. The Mercedes was holding its line, and I think Vella just misjudged that slightly.
Yeah, it might have just been the camera angle. I was very surprised. It didn't look like there was going to be a coming together. Yeah,
oh my goodness, it's a crab!
Yeah,
he's a crab in the pit lane.
Into the pit lane. I think he may have actually gone into the barrier again as he was trying to make his way back through, because he span in the gravel trap on the exit of the final chicane while he was trying to make his way back in. So I wonder if he's come together with the wall once again and sustained even more jammers. What a big shame there for Benjamin Borg, as he'll get some repairs done surely. That'll take him a little bit of time. Gives him a bit of a break, I suppose, get a drink, go to the toilet, but frustrating nonetheless. That's a real shame. Yeah, just from the camera angle we had there, it didn't look like Vella was that close to the back of Borg, and it didn't look like there was going to be contact, which is why I immediately thought, oh, there must have been a net code there, because they just didn't look like they were close enough to touch from the angle. But hey ho, them's the breaks. That is racing, unfortunately. Of course, if you haven't yet donated for our cause here for this 8-hour charity race, Puttinu Cares, please, of course, you can scan the link on the or the QR code on your screen now, or you can head to the links in the description. That'll take you to the page where you can make your donations there. Again, we're aiming for a goal of 1,000 euros. We are almost at 500 euros is what I was trying to go for. So we're getting very, very close to halfway to our goal before we actually reach halfway in the race, and that would of course be absolutely fantastic. So please make sure that you donate if you haven't already. It would be greatly appreciated. Of course, all going to a great cause, to the Puttinu Cares charity over in Malta. And a big thank you, of course, to those who have already donated. Again, it's all going to a fantastic cause, and it's the reason that we're racing here at the Circuit de la Sarthe today. It's all to raise money for Puttinu Cares. So a big thank you once again to all those who have, all those who are, will do, and of course all those who I'm sure are currently in the process of doing so after I've just told them to. But yeah, huge thank yous, and well, back to the racing action. Meanwhile, Andrew Ellel in the 32 Porsche, making his way down the Mulsanne in a bit of no man's land at the moment. No one really in front or behind him as it stands. Yeah, just in a bit of a awkward space out on the racetrack. He is also the leading lapped car within GT3, only one lap down. So he's got a bit of time on his side. Bartello Borg and Delia, even should I say, they are 2 and 3 laps down respectively for the last two. So Ellel, he'll be hoping for a pit stop at some point from the GT3 leader Gray to maybe try and get that lap back, and maybe for the team to push onwards over the remainder of the race, see if they can squeeze their way into the podium positions perhaps. Only time will tell whether they'll be able to do that. But right now, Ellel, I think in general, Caitlin, we've reached a point in the race where for a lot of the drivers at the moment, especially those who maybe aren't far away from a pit stop and a driver change, it's just hit your marks, you know, do what you can do out of the racetrack, keep it consistent, keep it on the black stuff, and, you know, just keep your time fast enough, really, because from a racing perspective, endurance racing, the vast majority of the race, you know, from after the first couple of laps where it's all a bit chaotic to really the last hour, it's just about running your own race and making sure that you can be in the right place at the right time for when it does get late on, that you can push forward and try and get towards those podiums and the race wins. As Scary thought about coming into the pit lane there, but no, he was just taking aggressive lines into the Ford chicanes. But I did think he was actually coming in there for a brief moment. So we'll wait and see. And it does look like one of the Ellels has actually come into the pits, meanwhile, as I was saying that. So that's the Ellel in third place. Jay Ellel in the McLaren. He was running third. And as I said, that Mifsud as well also comes into the pit lane. So there won't be an overtake there. Is this the 5th place Ellel's chance to try and make his way forward and potentially up into the podium positions? We'll have to wait and see.
Indeed, the two Ellels, of course, Jaden and Andrew. Jaden Ellel has now handed over to De Bono. I believe that's, is it Gary De Bono, if I remember correctly? Yes. So Gary De Bono takes over that car. We've also had another change just near the back. The Enemed E-Racing car, Alexander Delia handed over to Carl Loftus. So that's the first time I think we've seen Carl Loftus in this race so far. Christopher Golden, who was racing earlier on, letting us know about the Octane livery. Apparently the Octane livery is supposed to be the same on both cars, but there must have been some kind of a bug with trading paints. That livery designed and created by Brett Gray. Of course, Brett Gray also racing in this race. I do like the way it's corrected. It's auto-corrected his name in the YouTube chat to Brett Gary. I think that's probably his English neighbor, English alter ego. Anyway, sorry, I'm losing it here. Oh, I know why I'm not familiar with De Bono's first name. It's because he's down as Beppe De Bono. Now, that could be a pseudonym. Okay, sorry if I'm getting carried away with this, but yes, so De Bono, Beppe De Bono, is third position in class. Brandon Bonello here has recently taken over that car. And you said Matthew Scarry looked as if he was potentially coming into the pits and it was just an aggressive line. Expect a pit stop in possibly 2 laps time for Scarry, if I'm correct in terms of the pit window. So it won't be that much longer. Might even be this lap, but yeah, it won't be that much longer until he makes his pit stop. But yeah, sometimes it is just an aggressive line into the Ford chicanes at the end of the lap.
Absolutely. As here we see, maybe making a move, perhaps, well, maybe not quite, should I say. Benjamin Borg is actually getting lapped there. So, of course, if you're not quite familiar, you do have to move out of the way if you're being lapped by someone in your own class. So that's when blue flag rules do apply in endurance racing. So as we see here, Jake Bartolo lapping Borg there. So Borg did have to move out of the way for that, but you don't have to move out of the way when a faster car is lapping you in a higher category. So just to get that confusion out of the way, but sometimes you do see, you do see drivers getting out of the way anyway because they feel nice and it's not going to cost them much time. And, it's always very, very sportsmanlike in that situation. So Jake Bartolo makes his way through Borg. No issues there. Borg again, though. Again, you are allowed to unlap yourself. Has got the slipstream. Could have maybe a little look into the second Mulsanne chicane, but decides against it, and he will hold on to where he is on the racetrack and runs very wide though at the exit of the corner. That was an interesting one. He's been struggling. He obviously came into pits for those repairs after that crash earlier on with Vela, but wonder if there's still maybe a bit of lingering damage on the car, because that was a very, very weird place for the car to just decide to go straight on coming to the exit of the mid corner, and it wasn't just an understeer. That was a properly, I'm going straight on at this point. So yeah, very, very weird one there for Benjamin Borg. But we'll push on anyway and keep going. You can see how much gravel's sat down at the side of the circuit there. I'm sure no one wants to be running that over the remainder of the race. Up to 3.5 hours through this contest now. It's scary from Bonello, from Vela, your three hypercar drivers, as we see Vela there in P3 making his way through Benjamin Borg and Jake Bartolo. And then down in GT3, we've got Gray, Servo, De Bono, Mifsud, El Bartolo, Borg, Loftus, and unfortunately we've lost Morton in the other Mercedes. So that is your running order for the time being. So we'll see how it all is going to unfold over the remainder of this one. Big shame, of course, for Nicholas Morton and Benjamin Borg in the petrol head car, but I'm sure they will keep pushing nonetheless. Of course, Borg still going round. They've obviously had a sister car out on the racetrack. He's decided to jump in, which is, of course, absolutely fair enough. But yeah, a real shame for Morton anyway in the other Mercedes. Down and out of this one. Our only retirement from the face so far, as Brandon Bonello continues to push on in P2.
Yeah, it was a bit... So, I have to admit, I joined in... So I've been watching this race since the start, and I didn't remember seeing that Mercedes. So I looked back to see what actually happened to it, and it looks like it didn't actually start the race. And I only see that team once on the entry list, so I'm considering whether something maybe went wrong loading into the server or something along those lines. So I don't actually think we have had an official retirement from this race. I think we were only ever supposed to have 8 GT cars, but anyway, if someone could clarify that situation, that might be nice. But yeah, only one of those Mercedes actually did start the race. As for, and it's Justin Mifsud there, still running in 4th position. As for Brandon Borg and his situation in his Mercedes, I think it was very sporting that he didn't repass Bartolo in the second part of the straight, because I think he could have done. He had the slipstream. This is a battle for position actually between Mifsud and Elul for 4th position. But yeah, that Mercedes has been in the wars. Not only did it have that accident a few minutes ago with Dean Vella, but I'm not sure if you would have seen this, Ross, but about an hour before you joined in, it had another accident with a GTP where it looked almost like it had a brake failure or something, or completely missed the braking for one of the chicanes and just ploughed straight across and took out one of the GTPs. And there were some lengthy damage repairs for that as well. To be honest, it's doing well not to be in last position in class, that Mercedes, because Brandon Borg's spent, it almost feels like he spent more time in his pit box than on the racetrack. But whatever the case, continuing to run despite the issues. Meanwhile, it looks as if the Porsches are potentially about to go at it, Ross.
Maybe, just maybe, Justin Mifsud and Andrew Elul getting very, very close out on the racetrack, and they are fighting for position now. Both of them a lap down, so we could be seeing a move for P4 here very, very shortly if Mifsud is not able to hold off the attacks from the 37 behind. Let's have a look as they come now into the Mulsanne corner. Will there potentially be a dive bomb from the 32? Don't think so. Going to be, yeah, backing off decides to hold station at the moment. Going to try maybe for a run down into Indianapolis. That is the smart move there, but not the greatest drive out of the Mulsanne corner for the 32. So Ellel might have to just recuperate and go again maybe in a lap or so's time. Lifts really, really quick out of that corner. Just able to get the traction down and able to propel himself away and open up that gap when it was looking very, very close. So unfortunately for us anyway, fortunately for Justin Mifsud, he was able to hold on and he will keep pushing for the time being. But that shows that Ellel has certainly got some pace and especially looks really, really good on the brakes there into Indianapolis. And maybe now has a run up the inside. We saw him backing off into the Mulsanne corner, and that ultimately compromised him. But now, right on the back of Justin Mifsud once again. So he'll continue to push, continue to try and find a way through on the run into the Porsche curves. And that's a really, really tricky spot to overtake in a GT3. So he might be having to hold on once again, unless he can pull something really, really magical out of the top draw. Looks left, looks right, nowhere quite to go on this occasion, and no, he will stay there. But if he can follow through the Porsche curves, he could certainly be having a look into the final few chicanes. Again, it's difficult to overtake kind of anywhere really here. In a GT3, and Ellel gets very, very sideways. Does he catch it? Does he go round? He's able to save the half spin and goes over the grass, but just lost the rear. I wonder if it got a bit light from the dirty air in front, because it just started to go away from him. And that will cost Andrew Ellel a fair few seconds. He'll have to recuperate and go again. Hopefully the tyre is not overheating too badly as a result. But what we've just seen in this previous lap, Caitlin, Andrew Ellel definitely has the pace to chase down and catch Justin Mifsud. Just maybe the final execution of that move is something he might be struggling with.
Yeah, that was a really good save, actually. The tail tried to wag the dog, but he was able to gather it up and go over the grass on the inside of the corner to stop himself from spinning. Really good stuff there. Meanwhile, the leading GT3 car is in the pits. That's one of the optimal... Octane Racing. I started saying it and I realised that wasn't right. Octane Racing McLaren's Mark Paul Buttigieg. And he has now... He's actually just got into the car, so it was Gray, Brett Gray, behind the wheel of that car. And that is a driver change. This isn't Buttigieg's first stint in the car in this race, as we see Matthew Scarry, and he is coming into the pits now. Is that him on the bottom right? That doesn't look to be him on the bottom right, because whoever we're watching there is not coming down the pit lane. But anyway, Matthew Scarry into the pits from the overall lead. Interesting how we got both the overall leader and the GT3 leader in on the same lap. I'm not sure that's really... I mean, that is just a coincidence, but anyway. And we'll have to wait and see if there's a driver change there. Scarry's been behind the wheel for a couple of stints now. I think he changed over... it wasn't in the last stint, it was before that. And... well, apparently that's Team Enemed that we're watching there. Who's racing for Team Enemed? That will be Jake Bartolo, will it? Anyway, Team Enemed E-Racing continuing on their way. Never mind, there's an Enemed E-Racing and an Enemed Sim Racing, so it's one of the two. Here we go, Jake Bartolo. It is Jake Bartolo. Very good. In his McLaren, running 6th in the race. And again, it's great to have little views like that keep us up to date on how the drivers are doing, as well as where they are in the race. Matthew Scarry stays behind the wheel of that leading car, so if I'm keeping track, this is actually his 3rd stint behind the wheel of that car. Keith Camilleri did quite a long stint at the start of this race, did a couple of hours himself, so I guess it's just Scarry making up for lost time now, Ross. Okay, Jake Bartolo, 6th position. Hello, Ross.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Where were you?
I have no idea. I was speaking, just apparently wasn't working. Oh, technology! What will we do without it? What I was gonna say before I was brutally taken away from you. We've seen a lot more driver swaps in this race than we normally would. in an endurance race. This is something you were talking about a little bit earlier on. And again, I think it's partly due to the fact that this is, of course, a charity race, and, you know, people are having fun. On the topic of it being a charity race, we have now hit the €500 mark. We are over halfway to our goal of raising €1,000, and we've hit it before halfway distance in the race as well. So a huge, huge thank you to absolutely everyone who's donated so far for helping us achieve these absolutely phenomenal, phenomenal numbers. And again, halfway to 1,000, that's where we want to be at the end of these 8 hours. So a huge thank you to absolutely everyone. But yeah, I think because it is a charity race, maybe people, they're willing to have a bit more fun, you know, jump in and out of the car. You know, yeah, everyone's a little bit, you know, oh, I need to go to the toilet. Oh, don't worry, I'll just jump in the car for another half hour and, you know, let you go and do your stuff. It's all fine. So it's quite an interesting dynamic to see. But of course, especially, you know, when it's a properly competitive, you know, championship endurance race, obviously you ideally want your quickest driver in the car for the longest amount of time, and when you put them in the car is part of the strategic battle. But here in the Lasaf, in the World Pro Racing charity race today, everyone's just, you know, everyone's very relaxed, everyone's enjoying themselves. It's all for charity, it's all for a bit of fun. They're still going to race hard anyway. But yeah, just lots of different driver changes, people hopping in and out of the cars all the time. So that's really interesting to see.
Yeah, that's true. That's not to say that they're taking it easy by any means, as we can see by this this race between Mifsud and Elul. Andrew Elul has built up that gap already. We saw him drop maybe, you know, 7 or 8 seconds back with that massive slide he had a couple of laps ago. He's now back on the tail of Justin Mifsud, and he will get the slipstream down the straight, the long Mulsanne straight, which has suddenly become relatively foggy again. We might see lights start to come on. But Justin Mifsud now moves over to the left-hand side of the track to set himself up for the chicane. I can't remember which way round the chicanes go. I think there's one called the Le Mans chicane and one called the Daytona chicane. But I'm not sure which way round they actually are. If that is indeed their names, if they haven't been corporatized since then. But yes, Elul with a much better run here. We'll go side by side. We got 2 Porsches neck and neck. Luckily no GTPs coming through, so the track is not has not suddenly become a moving roadblock, as sometimes happens. But through goes Andrew Elul, who does appear to be the faster driver at this point in time. And through into 4th positioning class. We're over 3.5 hours in, and we're seeing moves for position. As meanwhile, the second Octane racing car is in the pits, Simon Turvo, and we'll see if he changes over to any other co-drivers, or whether that is just a stop for fuel and tyres. Meanwhile, Justin Mifsud coming back at Andrew Elul now as they crest the hill. He'll be on the outside for the Mulsanne corner, and I think he's going to have to let him go here, Ross.
Yeah, I think that move may be done, but we saw previously Mifsud gets a great run out of here, out of the Mulsanne corner. He's really able to get that drive down. It just seems that the car is so strong at this portion of the racetrack, so I wonder if he's able to do the same. We'll see as they come through the camera shot now, and he is close. Could maybe be a look into Indianapolis if he's feeling brave. Flashes the lights, tries to get in the head of Elul in front. We'll go on board with Mifsud now, and as they come in, looks to the inside, has to let off the throttle a little bit. Downshift into 5th. Is there a dive there on the inside? Oh, and Elul goes defensive, so that's going to compromise him on the exit there. But that is the part of the racetrack where Mifsud looks like he's at his absolute strongest. So, for the time being, I think, gets a little bit sideways on the throttle. So I think, unless he's able to pull some magic over the rest of the lap, I think that Mifsud may just have to settle for the position that he has fallen into. But he'll stay close anyway, stay following. Let's see if he can make some magic happen into the Porsche curves. Potentially, I don't think he'll be quite able to. And no, he's not, as he makes his way around. Car looks very, very stable, though. Looks really, really happy following Elul in front in the sister Porsche as they make their way through. And actually, I think Mifsud's actually gained slightly through the Porsche curves, or the opening 3 curves anyway. So will he be able to launch a late move up the inside into the Ford chicane? As we can see there, teammates watching along across the back of him, pushing hard. Can he find a way up the inside? No, don't think he's going to be quite close enough. And runs a little bit deep there, actually coming into the hairpin or the chicane. So I had to do a little bit of correction there. You can see on the steering wheel, just fighting a little bit with the car underneath him. And I'll have to settle for that. But again, we'll have to wait and see. He'll get a great run up the Mulsanne because he's managed to stay right with Andrew Ellel in front. So if you can get the slipstream up the Mulsanne, stay with him through the chicanes, get another strong drive out of the Mulsanne corner, I think he could be in for maybe trying to launch a move yet again into Indianapolis. We'll have to wait and see. But that section of the racetrack is where Justin Mifsud seems absolutely phenomenal. It's from the run from the Mulsanne corner into Indianapolis. He's just so quick through that section. I don't know why he's getting so much better traction than Andrew Ellel out of the Mulsanne corner, but he is, and it's working for him. He's just got to make the next piece of the move happen, which is actually getting through the car in front.
Yeah, Chris Golden behind the wheel of the second place Octane racing car now, so that is a driver change. Bartolo and Borg also in the pits in their own respective teams. Meanwhile, after the pit stop for the second Ferrari, Dean Vella is now back up into second place overall, although it won't be too long until his next pit stop, I don't believe, and then he should drop back behind Bonello. And to be honest, Vella's been behind the wheel for a long time, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a driver change in that particular car either. We continue to watch the two Porsches, Andrew Ellel and Justin Mifsud. Mifsud did appear to not quite have the pace of Ellel on that previous lap. You can see him weaving now, maybe trying to get some temperature into his tyres before the braking zone at the corner. I don't think he's trying to distract Ellel. I don't think that's what he's doing, but sometimes you do see drivers flashing their lights at the car ahead or something along those lines. Through the second of the two chicanes he goes, and back out onto the Mulsanne. And as I expected, Dean Vella brings the Cadillac into the pits now. That car was overdue a pit stop, and to be honest, did a good job to stay out so long. I think if they're going to make back a position, they're going to do it by making one less pit stop than everyone else. That team, by the way, Intercomp VMD Sim Sport, Dean Vella, Aaron Di Battista and Sheldon Scott Muscat. Tell you what, I haven't seen Sheldon Muscat racing yet today. I wonder if he's due a driver change soon potentially, because we expect to see everyone who's on the entry and it's Di Battista getting back behind the wheel. So the driver who started the Cadillac is having another go, Ross.
He is indeed. So Di Battista.
And that's a change for position. Loftus there getting past Borg. Borg, who's just come out of the pit lane, has been mugged by the McLaren.
Yeah, but Borg will have fresher tyres if he's just come out of the pit lane, so it's not going to be just done yet. Of course, it's frustrating when another car is able to jump you just out of the pit lane, but Benjamin Borg will have that fresh rubber, will have some fire in his belly as well. So let's see if he can get a run down the Mulsanne. But yeah, no driver changes there for that Mercedes team, so Borg will continue to push around, but just wasn't able to quite get the tyres turned on in time. He's lost a little bit of time to Carl Loftus in that number 4 McLaren. Di Battista, meanwhile, he'll be coming out of the pits now. Let's see if he can do like his namesake and launch some absolute bombs on the track. We'll have to wait and see as we're 3 hours, 41 minutes into this race. Coming up to the halfway point now, not far away. And of course, we are already over halfway, over our goal for our donations. I can't speak English. I know what I'm trying to say, but I can't get there. We're over halfway towards our donations goal. There we go. For Puttinu Cares charity. We're at 540 euros the last time I checked a few moments ago. Halfway there to 1,000 euros. So a big thank you once again to everyone who's donated. Back to the action though. Andrew Ellel looks like he's just been able to extend a couple of seconds ahead of Justin Mifsud. So looks like he'll be able to hold on to that 4th position for the time being, unless there's a mistake. And we're seeing some clouds really starting to roll back in again, Caitlin. Again, we're not expecting any rain, but very, very heavy cloud over the circuit now. It's gotten very dark here. And of course, what that's going to do is it's going to lower the track temperature, which will make things better for some teams, will make things worse for others. So that can be interesting to see how that affects the dynamics of race pace across the rest of the time that we have.
I've also just noticed that the second Octane McLaren, Chris Golden, had to come back into the pits. So that's his second stop in about 3 laps. And it was a short stop as well. And often if you see that happen, drivers pitting twice in the space of just a couple of laps, and then not spending much time in the pits whatsoever. That could be a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane maybe, or some kind of pit infringement. That is not confirmed, but Chris Golden definitely brought that car into the pits for the second time in just a couple of laps, and we weren't expecting that. So definitely some lost time there. That now puts Beppe De Bono's car up into second place in class, and De Bono races for World Rookie Racing, so the rookies ahead of Octane now on that second spot of the podium for whatever reason, Ross.
Yeah, absolutely. It's anyone's guess how it's all going to unfold over the remainder of this race. We'll just have to wait and see how it's going to get going. And there we see Skerry still leading the race, got the fastest lap as well. And then, of course, leading the way in the GT3, the Octane Racing 17 car, also with the fastest lap in that category, fastest lap by about a second as well over the sister car, who's currently in P3. And it just goes to show the pace difference as well. I mean, the hypercar's lapping around about 35 to 40 seconds quicker than the GT3s around here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Absolutely outrageous pace advantage that those guys have. It's a 4-minute lap with some of the GT3 teams, about 3 minutes and 25 seconds for the hypercars, which is really strong pace, to be fair. That's around about what you'd expect, you know, a hypercar to be lapping here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. In the actual Le Mans 24 hours, they're a little bit slower than the old LMP1s used to be when they were at their quickest as it stands. So, yeah, really interesting to see that these guys are on the pace. Maybe stick them in a real hypercar and see how they could do. Mifsud as well, once again, on the run into Indianapolis. Absolutely mighty, but just unable to capitalise on anything. He's dropped a little bit too far back from Ellel. Although the gap now down to 1 second, we'll have to see how much that extends back up to by the end of the lap. Because it is just that Mifsud is so good on that one little portion of the racetrack. And then Andrew Ellel is just ever so slightly better than Mifsud across the rest of the racetrack. So it's a very interesting dynamic for how it's all working. Right now, though, Andrew Ellel, should I say, as, yeah, 1 second and climbing is the gap on board with Skerry in the Ferrari, leading the way at the front of the pack, both in hypercar and overall. And he's got a minute and a bit's advantage on his hand as well. Spots the gap down the inside and sends it as easy as you come. And I don't think it's going to be too long before he's getting through Andrew Ellel either, as they make their way coming to the 4 chicanes. He's having to go the long way around and gets onto the grass, actually. I think Ellel is coming into the pits, and indeed he was. Just a bit of miscommunication between the drivers there. Luckily, Skerry was able to keep it on the track, and no harm came to that car. But yeah, Andrew Ellel into the pit lane now, so that'll promote Justin Mifsud back to 4th place.
I know I made this pun earlier, but that was a scary moment, so that's number 2. But anyway, Andrew Ellel into the pit lane in the Porsche. I'd personally have gone the other side of him for precisely that reason, in case he wanted to come into the pits. And I think there was a bit of a miscommunication there, which resulted in Skerry taking to the grass. But anyway, no harm, no foul. Like I always say, continues on his way, and that's all that matters. What you're seeing on your screen now, well, is Andrew Ellel's Porsche in the pits. But what you're seeing on your screen to the right is the intervals, not to the class leader, but to the car in front. Now, normally we take a look at the intervals to the class leader, but here you can see how it's pretty much even Stevens in the hypercar class, the GTP class, where there's about a minute and, well, it was a minute and 9 seconds each between Skerry and Bonello, and then Bonello and Batista, but all 3 of those still on the lead lap. Then in the GT3 class, we have a big lead for Mark Buttigieg and Octane Racing. They're doing a great job out in front there, ahead of De Bono in the rookie racing squad. And then, of course, the other Octane Racing car of Chris Golden here, who is a bit closer and also has Justin Mifsud for company. Now, this is not necessarily for position. Obviously, Chris Golden has recently made 2 pit stops. I was going to say a pit stop, but it ended up being more than 1. and Mifsud hasn't stopped in a little while. The other car that Mifsud was racing with, the other Porsche, has recently made a stop and has now changed drivers, so it's Tiashan Moodley behind the wheel of that car, as Golden attempts to escape now the clutches of Justin Mifsud and get back towards Beppe De Bono, who he will feel he has a right to be ahead of. But anyway, as we're approaching the halfway point in the race now, we're going to go for a little bit of a quick break, just so we can have a little refresh and run some adverts. But we will be back in just a few minutes' time, so definitely don't go anywhere.
We've been working together for 20 years. I was like Richard Gere at that moment, but she
Ruined your life.
always.
I am Angel Kushkiri, President of Puttinu Cares,
I am Ren Zarafa, CEO of Puttinu Cares.
and we have been working together as nurses with children with cancer.
We passed 20 years together. We saw a lot of suffering. We saw a lot of generosity. We saw everything in these 20 years
And a lot of beautiful people, and a lot of love as well.
of people who really love and give everything for their loved ones.
That was our trigger point, our motivation to continue to strive to create a good quality of life for these families.
So we wanted to create an environment that made them feel comfortable. And that was one day when Dr. Calvania called me in the office, and he told me that while he was studying in Royal Marsden Hospital, there was a foundation. And in his office, we began Puttinu Cares in 2001.
Puttinu Cares was started more than 20 years ago to care and support for the children with cancer and their families. The first thing we started was with the embellishment of the ward to make it more like a child-friendly environment.
So they feel that there is a home away from home.
We also started inventing activities and events to bring these families together, giving them something to look forward to, like birthday parties, a Christmas party. We tried to make one of their wishes come true. It helps give them something to look forward to and also have a memory together as a family. The ward was lively, and that was our aim, to make some memories, some good, nice memories. And in fact, we see children nowadays who are grown up, they have children of their own, they recall only the good memories. And that is an achievement for us.
And one of the achievements was when they tell their parents that they don't want to go home after taking chemotherapy. They want to stay in the ward. One of the biggest challenges that we faced in our ward was when the consultant tells them that they have to go abroad for treatment.
These families had to find their own accommodation, and accommodation in the UK tends to be very expensive. And having to spend weeks, months, or even years, no job, and having to support a child with cancer can be very, very traumatic and financially demanding. And that's where we came in.
One of the things that we created was a national football marathon.
60 hours non-stop to create awareness, and secondly, to raise funds. This football marathon was a national marathon. It was televised on all local TV stations, and we managed to raise some funds to be able to start.
And we bought the first 3 apartments near Royal Marsden Hospital. Awareness about Puttinu was growing bigger and bigger, and many people, not only children with cancer, were coming to ask for help.
And we couldn't stop there. We couldn't say no to anyone. And therefore we thought of growing further and therefore purchase even more apartments to be able to support more families. Nowadays, between 60 to 90 families are traveling to the UK every month. Therefore, the need for more accommodation was felt. We own 20 apartments next to the Royal Marsden Hospital in Sutton. After several studies, we realized the majority of these families travel to central London.
Great Ormond Hospital is the most visited hospital. After 6 years searching for the proper building, we find a building that is 10 minutes walking distance from the hospital.
And hospitals nearby, like National Hospital, UCLH, and Moorfieldside Hospital. And also, it is close to all amenities as well. At the moment, we are in the refurbishment phase of this property to be able to turn it into 27 studio apartments. And we are hoping that in the next 18 months, we will be able to house more families and give them accommodation and a home away from home. This project in central London for Puttinu Cares is a major endeavor, and therefore we are turning towards your generosity to once again support these families in need.
We've been working together for 20 years. I was like Richard Gere at that moment, but she
Ruined your life.
always.
I am Angel Kushkiri, President of Puttinu Cares,
I am Ren Zarafa, CEO of Puttinu Cares.
and we have been working together as nurses with children with cancer.
We passed 20 years together. We saw a lot of suffering. We saw a lot of generosity. We saw everything in these 20 years
And a lot of beautiful people, and a lot of love as well.
of people who really love and give everything for their loved ones.
That was our trigger point, our motivation to continue to strive to create a good quality of life for these families.
So we wanted to create an environment that made them feel comfortable. And that was one day when Dr. Calvania called me in the office, and he told me that while he was studying in Royal Marsden Hospital, there was a foundation. And in his office, we began Puttinu Cares in 2001.
Puttinu Cares was started more than 20 years ago to care and support for the children with cancer and their families. The first thing we started was with the embellishment of the ward to make it more like a child-friendly environment.
So they feel that there is a home away from home.
We also started inventing activities and events to bring these families together, giving them something to look forward to, like birthday parties, a Christmas party. We tried to make one of their wishes come true. It helps give them something to look forward to and also have a memory together as a family. The ward was lively, and that was our aim, to make some memories, some good, nice memories. And in fact, we see children nowadays who are grown up, they have children of their own, they recall only the good memories. And that is an achievement for us.
And one of the achievements was when they tell their parents that they don't want to go home after taking chemotherapy. They want to stay in the ward. One of the biggest challenges that we faced in our ward was when the consultant tells them that they have to go abroad for treatment.
These families.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the World Pro Racing 8 hours of Le Mans, the full Le Sarthe circuit that we're using today. This of course a charity race for Puttinu Cares. We'll talk about that in a little bit. I've just been made aware that we're also live on Facebook on both the Motorsport in Malta channel and also the World Pro Racing channel. And on the World Pro Racing channel, I've seen Shirley Moodley watching from South Africa, presumably cheering on Tiashan Moodley, and plenty of other names that I recognise. Lucas Gonzalez also cheering on Tiashan Moodley, so clearly a popular guy in the Facebook stream. Meanwhile, we are rejoining the action. We've still got a little scrap here between Justin Mifsud and the second Octane racing car of Chris Golden, who is just overtaken actually for third position. Justin doing a very, very good job, and he is doing it all for charity. That team known as Puttinu 24 is of course raising money for Puttinu Cares, the Children's Cancer Foundation. And you too can help us out with that goal if you want to donate and help us. You can see a link that you can scan on the screen, and there is also a link that's being sporadically posted in the YouTube and Facebook chats. So we can use every little bit. It absolutely does help. We've just passed halfway in our goal, and our goal is it's €1,000, so that would really, really help if you could give us any little bit that you have lying spare. That could go to a good place. I would also like to once again thank our sponsors, since we're approaching the halfway point in this race. The sponsors of this race are of course Porsche, which is why the Puttinu 24 Justin Mifsud car is a Porsche. Enemed, obviously we have 2 Enemed teams racing here, but also Enemed is a sponsor of World Pro Racing. England Insurance, GT Omega, Ilyama, Planet Pay, Invent3D, GSD, DLP, and Monte Cristo Estate. So those are the sponsors. There is the donation QR code that you can see on your screen. And it's awesome stuff that we can have a race, not just for our own enjoyment, but to better the lives of other people who are struggling as well. Back to the race, as you can see, Matthew Skerry continues to lead overall in that Ferrari. The Ferrari run by, let me just get my entry list up once again, because I want to get the name exactly right. Matthew Skerry is racing for the SimCity Racing team, along with Keith Camilleri, who started that car and did the majority of the opening part of the race. Second in that class is the Project Versio number 46, Brandon Harlow, Jake Samet, and Mikael Mercieka. And then you have the other hypercar of Dean Vella, Aaron Di Battista, and Sheldon Scott Muscat. That is the Intercomp BMD Sim Sport car, which is actually second in class, my apology. Meanwhile, Justin Mifsud is in the pits. In the GT3 class, the leaders overall are the Octane Racing, number 17, Mark Buttigieg, doing a fantastic job behind the wheel of that car. He hasn't done it all by himself though. Brett Gray has also done a good long stint in that car himself. Second in class is Beppe De Bono in his McLaren. There is the Octane car actually. There's the class leader just being passed by the Intercomp VMD SimSport car. But yeah, second in class, Beppe De Bono racing for World Rookie Racing. And then third place is the other Octane racing car of Chris Golden. Justin Mifsud is fourth position. Then it's Tiasha Woodley's Porsche, Jake Bartolo's McLaren, and Loftus's McLaren. And then Brandon Borg is at the back. That McLaren's missing its front bumper, isn't it, Ross? What's going on there?
Yeah, it looks like it is. Bizarre diving into the
pits.
I mean, we've clearly missed something while we were away on our ad break, but yeah, some issues there for some of our drivers. That's Bartolo who's coming in, and yeah, it looks like structurally the car is sound. It's not crabbing down the pit lane, and he was continuing to make his way around at some pace when we first noticed it. You can see the steering wheel's nice and straight as well. So hopefully just a bit of cosmetic damage, of course. That might have ripped the splitter off as well. That could be causing issues for downforce reasons. But yeah, no front bumper, so that'll be a little bit of time sat there, Caitlin, getting some repairs.
Yeah, so Enemed Sim Racing, unfortunately, in the pits, and they'll be sat there for a little while getting some repairs. The repairs are pretty quick here. Obviously, we don't want to have drivers and teams retiring from the race due to damage. But unfortunately, that car is going to lose some time in the process. That's kind of part and parcel, but already on pit exits. That shows you just how quick the damage repairs are. And unfortunately, we don't have replays here, so we can't see what happened to that car, but we may well have anecdotal evidence sent to us by other people. Obviously, we do actually have a live race director, Adrian Figallo, who is an FIA licensed steward, FIA licensed race official, and he looks over the footage and the evidence that he has. That he has the power to give live penalties if need be. We haven't seen that many of those over the course of the day. We saw one earlier for the Mercedes, and I think we saw one before that for someone else. But honestly, not too many of those are going to be required today. It's been a nice, clean race for the most part. Whoa, that was a big twitch for Di Battista. Looks as if he gathered it up, but he ran a little bit wide there.
It's Velo 3-1. Yeah, it looks like he was able to get.
Oh, sorry.
No, yeah, no, just it's all just kicking off apparently. Yeah, no, we've come back from an ad break and we've missed a couple of minutes. You know, we were taking a little break, sorting ourselves out here. Obviously, you know, you got to see what was going on at Puttinu Cares, the charity that we're raising money for today, and we're coming back and it's all just a bit confusing, and we've just missed a few things that seemingly happened at the wrong time. Yeah, very, very bizarre, but De Battista still going around at the moment, holding on to that P2 position. Yeah, it looks like De Battista he's maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable in that Cadillac than his teammates. The car just looks very, very settled at the moment. Got a lot of pace in the corners. Really letting an American motor roar underneath them as well. So yeah, very, very strange stuff going on at the moment. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We're over halfway through this race now, Caitlin. So not quite into crunch time yet, but we are starting to get to the point where drivers may be thinking about, okay, let's start thinking about strategy towards the end. How can we execute it so we're in the best position possible when it comes to the final stint, and we can really start pushing for things.
Of course, it's easier if you're just in Mifsud, because you don't have to run that stuff by any of your teammates or whatever. There's no, oh, but I really want to be in the car at the end, or, you know, I've still got to do 2 hours at this bit or whatever. No, none of that with Justin. He can just drive his own race and get to the end how it comes. But anyway, other drivers and teams do, of course, have different drivers to communicate with. Aaron De Battista here has Dean Vella, who is one of the more experienced drivers here at World Pro Racing, has been racing for us for as long as I've been around in the community, which, spoilers, is a very long time. Sheldon Scott Muscat, another driver who is registered in that car, but I don't think we've seen him drive yet today, so he'll be waiting around for his turn. Of course, it may well be that drivers are busy doing certain things at different times, and they, you know, communicate that with their team as well. For example, I'm working until 4 p.m. Maybe I can do my stint after that, and you guys can just tide it over until then, or something along those lines. As Jake Samet goes around Justin Mifsud, goes, you again? I swear you've been doing the whole race. And yes, he has. Into the chicane and on his way. Interesting that we've got 2 Ferraris and none of them are red. That's not particularly common.
It's not. I wouldn't say it's quite sacrilegious, but it's kind of starting to get into that direction. You've got to have at least one red Ferrari on the grid. I mean, it's Ferrari. Come on. I mean, obviously, we now kind of, for the first time in the modern era, really since the 50s and 60s, we've really got to a point where we associate certain manufacturers and teams with colours all throughout motorsport. But throughout the entire time, you know, Ferrari's red. So yeah, feels a bit wrong having no red Ferraris on the grid, but you know what, at the end of the day, it's a colour, it doesn't matter, does it? That's just us being pedantic, but, you know, I'll bite my tongue and deal with it. Actually, to be fair, I think both the Ferrari liveries look really, really lovely, so, you know, it's not the biggest, it's not the end of the world, so.
Yeah, I think team identity matters more here than manufacturer identity. Here at the front, of course, we have the Sim City car, and you can't mistake it. I mean, it's so distinctive. You don't have another nearly camouflaged liveried GTP car in the race. And then, of course, I think that second Ferrari, actually, the one that Samet is currently driving, might be my favourite looking car in the race, up there with the Puttinu 24 car, which I also think looks very, very good. But yeah, shout out to those livery designers who have done a good job with it. There's the other GTP car that isn't a Ferrari, the sole Cadillac in the race. Led away from the start, then had a big spin right here, actually, just in the S's, and managed to gather it up and not lose too much time. They later had an incident with a Mercedes GT3 car and lost a bit of time as a result of that. They've had a few little incidents, nothing hugely catastrophic. They're about 2 minutes back now from the overall leaders, but with 4 hours remaining, the cliche still stands that anything can happen. Murray Walker used to say that anything can happen in Formula One. It usually does. Of course, the same thing can very much go for endurance racing. I can see what you mean about how Scary often looks as if he's going to dive down the pit lane as he comes up through the Ford chicanes, because he does use all of the track and nearly more as well. Makes the corner as wide as possible on the way in. but that's just his line roll. He's just trying to widen the corner so he can carry more speed.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if the race director said it's legal and you can do it, you know, there's no reason to suggest why you shouldn't, especially if it gains your time. But it is just a very, very aggressive line. The first couple of times I saw it, I was like, oh, the race leader's coming in, and then he's actually just, you know, using all of the available track. It's a bit weird that he's doing it here. That's the only thing. Again, if it's legal and it's faster, then absolutely go for it. But Le Mans is, or the circuit of the South, it's not really one of those circuits where you think about drivers doing that very often. Places like Donington Park, for example, where, you know, you constantly get drivers cutting off the edge of the pit lane because that is just the quickest way into turn number 1 there. But of course that's the pit lane exit, not the pit lane entry. So yeah, it's just a very interesting line, but if it's working for him, then, and it clearly is, he's currently up the front with 2 minutes and 8 seconds back to De Battista in P2, who we see at the moment as he kicks up some grab. Oh, that's Borg that's gone off in the background again.
Yes, but importantly, we saw him stop before hitting the barriers. We didn't see that with Justin Mifsud earlier, where he did go off and I think hit the wall. But Borg has got away with it and continues. But yeah, I think just a little bit distracted by what was going on with the GTP car there. One thing that interested me was how furiously De Battista was flashing his headlights at the Mercedes. I thought I was saying, do you think he knows he's there now? But yeah, I mean, there are some series that actually ban flashing headlights like that because it really can distract drivers. But the drivers tend to do it anyway, just because they really want to get that message through. They really do not want to be second-guessed or misunderstood or whatever. So Loftus comes into the pits, but yeah, I mean, it was almost comedic. He just would not stop flashing those lights.
I think, yeah, I think the World Endurance Championship does now have limits on it. As Samak gets squeezed right to the edge of the racetrack, coming into that's down at Indianapolis there. And you do see it in some sim racing series where you're only allowed to flash your lights a certain amount of times, and sometimes at certain points of the racetrack as well. And it's not like there's a limit over the lap, but it's you're only allowed to, you know, do it a maximum of 5 times on this one particular straight or whatever. But yeah, you know, it's free rein here, and you know, I'm a bit old school. I think it should be totally free rein. It's part of the tactics you can use to try and push people into making a mistake. It adds to the pressure, and that's so much of what racing is, really. It's all about trying to get in the heads of your opponent, trying to squeeze your way through. Yes, of course, you've got to have great racecraft. You've got to show what you can do on a racing track, but there's so much mind game, so much things that go on mentally, alongside what you can physically do behind the wheel. So, you know, I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, racing's gone woke, bring me back to, you know, the 2000s when it was all good again. You know, because that's absolutely wrong. But, you know, I am of the view that, you know, if you've got lights, you may as well flash it. It's a tactic, and in my view, it's perfectly viable to try and use that. But again, that's just me. So, what do I know? I'm sat here shouting about pretend racing cars, and I'm not actually racing said pretend racing cars. So maybe I should just shut up, Caitlin. I don't know. You tell me. You might disagree with me, but
I don't know. I think they might as well fit strobe lights to the front of their car to really get under each other's skin.
I think that might
anyway.
Be far, but you know, each to their own.
Yeah. Another driver change. Jaden Ellel is back behind the wheel of that McLaren. I swear it wasn't too long since he got out of that McLaren, but anyway, he's back. So Beppe De Bono doing quite a short stint for the for the rookie racing team, and they drop back to 3rd position in class now. Buttigieg, I know he's due a pit stop in not too long, but he's got an entire, look at this. So this is the leading McLaren lapping the 2nd place McLaren here, the 2 octanes side by side, and Mark Buttigieg, I mean, yes, as I was saying, he owes us a pit stop not too far from now, but he now leads GT3 by an entire lap, Ross.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable pace there that he's showing. Just absolutely flying at the moment. Doing a fantastic job, so Buttigieg really making that McLaren feel at home. And, you know, clearly the McLaren is the favoured car today by most of the field. 5 McLarens compared to 2 Porsches and one Mercedes in the GT3 class. Yeah, he's doing a phenomenal job. And, you know, you talk a lot about, well, you know, I've definitely talked a lot about, you know, taking the race nice and easy, just running your own pace and putting yourself in the best position possible for when it gets to the last hour, when it gets down to the last stints. But, yeah, Mark is just absolutely flying. And currently seems to be in a little bit of a class of his own out there at the moment. One lap clear of absolutely everyone, as we see there's someone running a bit wide, trying to get out of the way of Scary up the front of the field. And here we go. This is not full position, it must be said. That is a golden himself, which of course you are allowed to do. It might annoy Buttigieg a little bit, but there is nothing saying that if he has the pace to unlap himself, he is perfectly within his rights to do that. Then, of course, if he's not able to pull away, he then has to let the faster car, the lapping car, back through again. So you sometimes do get caught in a bit of this cat and mouse where everyone's letting each other back through, and he was definitely using the slipstream now on the run into the Mulsanne corner. But as Buttigieg looks to try and get the slipstream on the run to Indianapolis, he does not have to, well, he does have to let him through if Buttigieg tries to launch a move. And he can, will have to make it easy for him, shall we say, even if he doesn't just immediately let him through. Of course, Mark will be thinking, let's not have an accident here, because I'm a lap clear of everybody right now, apart from the man in front of me, whom I was a lap clear of moments ago. An accident here would be devastating for his race, especially because he's so far ahead. Just wants to keep it nice and clean and run his own pace for the time being, I believe. So we'll have to wait and see what he can do over the remainder of it, but yeah, still very much in the slipstream on Golden, still pushing hard, just not able to quite find his way back through yet. Is that Golden weaves a little bit? Is he trying to toe brake maybe as well? Maybe he thinks he's in full position. He's certainly trying to anyway. He's not quite a lap down anymore, and if he can break away, he can maybe start chasing down again. There's still just under 4 hours left to go, still plenty of time to carve away and maybe get back into a true battle for the lead of the race in GT3. So time will tell if he does have the pace to do that. Right now, though, Puttinu sitting very comfortably in his slipstream. Runs a little bit wide there at the exit of the Porsche curves, but nothing too much to worry about there. Yeah, looks really comfortable in the slipstream, that car. Yeah, he looks very, very comfortable behind the wheel as well. As Mark Paul just making his way through the 4 chicanes. It's a little bit of the sausage and misses the final apex ever so slightly. Not the end of the world, but not ideal. But again, he's quite far ahead right now, so I don't think he's massively concerned if he costs himself a few tenths here or there. As they come out on the run up to the Dunlop chicane. Yeah, I don't think that Golden's going to be letting him back through anytime soon, even though he's not properly broken the gap. That's a great Dunlop chicane there. And that gets him a good run. And again, he's right behind him as Buttigieg. So he may be trying to use the slipstream. He may be trying to get the move done now to the outside. That is, well, one way to get back through and lap Golden once again. Brilliant move there from Buttigieg. One that really didn't have to be that difficult. Wheel-to-wheel action. Half a lap. Unbelievable.
Well, don't forget, these two are teammates. You'd never guess. But, yeah, through goes Buttigieg. That was interesting. So they had to work together because they are teammates. And Golden, I was a little bit confused in places because it seemed, especially in the twistier bits, that Buttigieg had the advantage. I wasn't surprised that they were swapping places on the straights because that can sometimes be a good way to use each other's slipstream to your advantage. But what really did surprise me was when Golden made a mistake on the exit turn 2 and didn't immediately concede the place to Buttigieg. It looked as if he was going to hold him off. And anyway, he did eventually have to concede, but through goes Mark. Meanwhile, we've had a change, kind of a change of lead. Not really, I mean, not a change of lead in terms of position, but a change of leader in terms of the driver behind the wheel. Keith Camilleri has retaken the leading Ferrari over from Mark Scary. And Camilleri, of course, who did a good 2 hours or so at the start of the race. It seems they're doing 2-hour stints in that leading car, which is fair enough. I would say that's a good way to do it. That way you end up doing 2 stints each of 2 hours, and basically just like running 2 Grand Prix, but separated with a little bit of a break, rather than running a couple of endurance races of your own. Keith Camilleri. We see him in that camouflaged SimCity car, passing one of the McLarens up the inside. Goes through easily peasily and into the Mulsanne corner. And expect to see some more pit stops soon. Mark Buttigieg leading the race. I'm surprised he hasn't stopped already, actually. I thought he was going to pit about 2 laps ago, so I think he's overdue. Di Battista, I think, is probably overdue a pit stop as well in that Cadillac. And potentially a couple more drivers as well, but we'll keep you updated on those as they happen. I've just seen in the YouTube chat as well, one of the organisers, Nicholas Lee Gatt, reminding people to donate, and indeed there is a QR code on your screen and a link in the chat for where you can donate. Of course, everything that we get from this race goes to the Puttinu Cares charity, and that's a very good cause. It of course treats people, children with cancer, cares for children with cancer, and that is the whole reason that we're putting on this race in the first place. So if you're watching and enjoying, then please do consider not bankrupting yourself, but anything you have lying around. But we would appreciate the help. And of course, before the halfway point in this race, we passed the halfway point in our goal of €1,000. Bit of gravel now coming out of Dean Vella's, sorry, Di Battista's car. I forgot that Vella had handed over to Aaron Di Battista. But yeah, he picked up a bit of gravel on the exit of Indianapolis there and chucked it at the Porsche of Tiashan Moodley, who goes, gee, thanks. And anyway, I think Di Battista was just lucky not to have had a bit more of a gravelly exit. Look at the amount of gravel on the exit of turn 2 there, Rod. Where's all that come from?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of gravel around the circuit, but yeah, that's a weird place to have some. I wonder if someone's gone straight on, maybe, or just run a bit wide and has just managed to bring it all back onto the circuit. So yeah, a little bit sketchy there, shall we say, but nothing that's caused anyone any major issues so far while it's been there. But yeah, there is a lot of gravel over the circuit. You can see there, for example, you know, the big patch right smack in the middle of the straight, just after the final corner for reasons unknown to man, really. So yeah, very interesting to see that how much has been kicked up over the 4 hours and 4 hours and 20 minutes now. There you go. Thought I'd wait a few seconds when you're at effect. But yeah, it seems to yeah not be affecting anybody too badly as Camilleri makes his way through the traffic and keeps on pushing issues there for him. But yeah, just lots of gravel. Very interesting. Not much dirt or mud though. That's good sign. That can sometimes cause a bit more chaos than a little bit of gravel. Gravel gets kicked off the tyres fairly easily. Mud and dirt and grass can hang around for quite a while on a warm set of tyres. So. But yeah, no issues caused. I mean, actually, if we just continue to follow, I guess we won't continue to follow Camilleri. I was going to say, you can see actually there's quite a lot of it at the Mulsanne corner as well. I'm sure we'll get a chance to see it sooner rather than later. Yeah, Caitlin, just keep your eyes peeled next time we follow someone into the Mulsanne corner. And you can see there as well at the exit of the Porsche curves. That's off the racetrack though. But yeah, at the Mulsanne corner, there's lots and lots of gravel all over the racetrack. So maybe make it just a little bit slippery for some of our drivers out there. Oh, Salmon gets it wrong, goes round.
Yeah, okay, that's a big spin. You can see, well, he entered the pit lane. I don't know if he's allowed to exit it really, but it was showing up on the screen as if he'd actually triggered the pit lane. I don't think quite the pit lane speed zone, but he was definitely on the pit lane entry. But anyway, looks if he has stayed out as a result of that. But yeah, that was a interesting spin. Massive kick of oversteer. I'm going to have a look back at that on the YouTube stream to pick up on how that happened. And yeah, very much ended up almost arriving with his pit mechanics completely backwards. And okay, so I'm watching the stream now. He comes into the forward chicanes. It's not even the curbs that do it really. He's off the curbs and the car looks settled. I expect it was just a kick of oversteer while he was accelerating that he wasn't quite expecting. and a big, slightly strange spin from Jake Samet. Usually when people spin there, they're you know, flying over the curbs and bobbling about all over the place. But that car looked to be relatively settled, all until it wasn't.
Yeah, just yeah, very interesting. I mean, these hypercars, it's you do get it sometimes because they're so fast and they rely so much on downforce. Sometimes you get it with these faster cars all across motorsport. You kind of get two kinds of spins. You get your really lazy spins when the rear starts to drop out and it just goes around, or it just snaps and it just goes. And there's nothing really you can do about that when it goes. You know, you need superhuman reactions to try and catch it. Luckily able to continue. And of course, no damage to the car, maybe some warm tyres, and yeah, maybe a little bit of a flat spot going, but I don't think it'll be causing him too much issue. Bit of a wobble there for Di Battista, and he actually dives into the pit lane there, so no issues for him. So he should be coming back out still in second place if he's not.
Going to be close, actually. Going to be a lot closer than it was last time. Meanwhile, Mark Buttigieg comes in. Now, why? Okay, he's got... Now, that was a little... Okay, I didn't want to panic anyone. That was a little scary. It was showing... It was showing the word out next to his name, but now he has changed over to Gray. Brett Gray, of course, who was racing that car earlier on, and they do seem to be okay. I think that was just something to do with the sim. As you say, Di Battista's Cadillac in the pits. I think it is going to be relatively close, actually, with the second Ferrari. Justin Mifsud in the pits as well. We also saw a pit... yes, okay, so Gray, who's just got back behind that wheel, should be leading by probably about 3.5 minutes, well, 4 minutes by the look of it. Thought it was going to be a bit closer. Oh no, because Golden made his stop not too long ago, so of course it's not my mistake. Justin Mifsud also coming back out onto the track now after his stop. Obviously no driver change for him. I was going to say about Gray and of course his co-driver who is just changed over from Mark Buttigieg, that stint was about 3 laps longer than I was expecting it to be, and here at Le Mans 3 laps is, you know, a good 10 minutes. So that was a very good stint there from Mark Buttigieg, maybe just saving fuel, saving tyres. Yeah, awesome stuff there, and I think that's one of the reasons they've got such a big lead at this point in time, because they've managed to effectively reprogram the pit cycle, Ross.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's part of the game of endurance racing, is getting your strategy right. And some people like to kind of just fly in and take it how it goes and see what happens, and then it all kind of just comes down to when you can get the last stint done and can you make it on fuel. But, you know, people are thinking ahead, and people thinking, okay, can we maybe fuel save here or save tyres here? Is that going to give me an advantage now or potentially later on? So interesting that that's all folded out okay for them. Yeah, a great stint for them, as you absolutely said. Di Battista back out of the pits now, so 4 minutes separating the top 3. It's about 2 minutes apiece between each of them. And Samet probably isn't, he's about a quarter of the track or so ahead of Camilleri, so not under any threat of getting lapped anytime soon. So he can just continue on his merry way and keep on pushing. The two Ferraris currently first and third in class. The Cadillac splitting them in the middle, a bit of a reversal from what we saw a couple of hours ago when it was Ferrari, Cadillac in 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you can see the gravel all there across the exit of the Dunlop chicane. Yeah, don't really be running offline there. That's all I'll say on that one. Camilleri very, very aggressive, almost right bollards there. Really, really pushing the car at this point of the race. And yeah, of course, you know, there'll be lift and coast happening. He won't be going absolutely qualifying pace. He'll be looking after his tyres. But you can see just from how he's positioning the car and the speed that he's carrying through the corners, absolutely on it right now is the race leader. He wants to extend that gap even further, maybe even start lapping other hypercars as soon as he possibly can. Yeah, just doing a great job is Keith Camilleri at the moment. Flying around that number 12 Ferrari. Looks right at home up the front of the pack in the lead of the race.
Keith Camilleri, I believe, has experience in hill climb racing in reality. Obviously, a little bit different to this, but the same kind of same kind of goal. Just you want to get from point to point as fast as possible. The difference, of course, is that on a circuit, you get from point to point as fast as possible, and then you do it again and again and again and again with the same point to the same point. But anyway, Keith Camilleri at least is experienced with high-powered machinery and driving right on the edge for a decent period of time. Here's Aaron Di Battista running in second position. A little bit of rubber being flicked up from a GT car ahead of him, who he will catch in a few moments' time. And that is Tiashan Moodley's Porsche, he goes to the inside of. Caught him at a decent place there. I think if he'd caught him a couple of seconds later, he'd have had more problems going through the Ford chicanes. And then out towards the end of the lap, and a bit of gravel being kicked up by Moodley, who ran a little bit wide. And, hooked to the Ford chicanes there. It is tricky because the first chicane is a lot wider than the second one. It really tightens up, and you've got to be prepared for that. But also you want to get the best run you possibly can out of that corner, because it can carry you all the way down the start-finish straight and through the first corner. Keith Camilleri just got past one of the McLarens, and Di Battista, no sooner has he got past Moodley, but he's got a little bit more traffic up ahead of him, and that is the GT3 leader, Brett Gray. So the Octane car still doing what it needs to do, and getting out of the way, not by backing off and losing any time, because that's not what you do in a GT3 car, but just by remaining predictable, staying to one side of the track and waiting until the Cadillac gets through. Good presence of mind from Brett Gray, and that is another thing that can be a good endurance racing race.
Absolutely, it's all about just hitting your mark, staying as consistent as you can do across the course of the race. Follow Samuel once again, caught up behind the 32 there. He'll make his way through, no issues whatsoever. The Porsche and very kindly gets out of the way as well. Again, not something that you have to do, but it felt like he probably should do going into that one. So that is great to see. Pushes his way through. Yeah, doing a great job at the moment. All of our drivers, we've seen a couple of them in the wars, but no one's done anything properly wrong. Yeah, a couple of spins here or there, from the likes of Samuel and people like that, but everyone's just running their own pace right now, doing their own thing. And they're just pushing around at the moment. Again, 4 hours and 30 minutes exactly on the clock as I say that. God, my timing is impeccable. It's that phase of the race where everyone's just running their own race, right? Even if you're pushing, even if you're saving, it's just, you know, bang away at the laps. Keep doing what you're doing, hit your marks, stay consistent, and just go for it. And that is exactly what they're all doing out there at the moment. And they are doing a fantastic job as well. Of course, if you haven't donated to the charity Puttinu Cares yet, of course, this is an £8 charity. Please go ahead and do that. We are over halfway towards our goal of €1,000. So a big thank you to everyone who has donated so far, and to those of you thinking about it, please go ahead. If you've just got a little bit of change lying around, it is for a fantastic cause and it would be greatly appreciated. Of course, all of the racing today in support of the charity, which is absolutely fantastic to see.
Indeed. 4 hours and 30 minutes in now, 4 hours and 31 minutes. I guess my timing is not quite as impeccable as yours, Ross. And we've now had the first lappery in the hypercar class. So Keith Camilleri, I mean this would have happened a few laps ago, but I've only just noticed it, is now a lap ahead of Samet in third position. Obviously you don't see that on the screen right now because the gaps we're seeing are the gaps. That's not right. I might have said the wrong thing. Okay, never mind. I think I was a little confused by where they were on the track. But yes, Samet is not a lap down, is he? My apologies. I thought the gaps there were the gaps of the car ahead rather than the gaps to the leader. Samet now in the pits in that Ferrari. Apologies for the mistake. Oh, and I actually have to correct myself for something I said to you earlier, Ross. I think I called you Rob, didn't I? Sorry about that.
That's right, that's my dad's name, so I've been called worse.
Oh,
so.
no.
Honestly, I've been called a lot worse, probably earlier today by one of my housemates, to be honest, so it's absolutely fine, don't worry.
Sorry to hear that. Tiasha Moodley also in the pits now from 4th position in the GT3 class. It's rather convenient as well that the timing screen on the top left shows us the class positions as well as the overall positions, because I'm so used to endurance races not really distinguishing between classes, and you have to kind of work out, okay, so if there's 3 hypercars remaining, but there's like 1 dropping down the field or whatever, like what position is this guy in the 2nd class? But luckily the timing screen makes that rather straightforward. I also like that shade of purple. Reminds me of the World Series by Renault back in the day. I don't know if any of you remember that, but I certainly do. Change of, goodness me, another driver change in that Porsche. Tiasha Moodley, I swear, was only in that Porsche for 1 stint, and he's now changed back over to Andrew Elul. And of course, 1 stint here is, you know, 40, 50 minutes, so really not that long as far as races go. Justin Mifsud now back through into 4th position in the GT3 class due to that pit stop from Andrew Elul, but that's all to do with the pit cycle, and that can change as the race goes on. But yes, for the time being, our Puttinu 24 runner, who you can see just in the background there behind Jake Samet, is up into 4th position in class as Samet rejoins the race, is now a lap down in the GTP class.
Yeah, so a shame there for Samet, but still plenty of time to go, still plenty of time to maybe try and find his way back forward, but now a lap down. Yeah, really hypercar lap down as well. So yeah, maybe a bit of an ask. You can see now getting very, very dark at some areas of the racetrack. Clouds coming over, sun perhaps starting to set as well. So lights will certainly be coming on shortly if they're not already. You can see that on that McLaren they're on. Not quite on yet for the Cadillac of Aaron De Battista, but he'll still continue to push his way around anyway. I'm sure he can fine at the moment. But yeah, starting to get dark at some parts. Again, it doesn't help here at the circuit. There's lots of coverage from trees and that around the circuit. It does block out some of the sunlight, so it can get dark very, very quickly at some areas of the racetrack. And then on other bits, it can just stay nice and bright and sunny because there's no coverage and everything is all okay. De Battista doing a good job at the moment, as is Jaden Earl in the McLaren, currently in P3. Doing a great job. Yeah, last of the GT3 runners on the lead lap at the moment, but still in the podium positions. They're doing a fine job for the time being. And continuing to push his way around. About 10 or so seconds back from Golden, I believe that is. Or is that an interval, or is that a gap between a car? In which case, if it's a gap between each car, it's actually about nearly a lap behind him. But still, you know, still time to... There we go, there's the interval. So he's about 12 seconds back, perfectly, just still speaking, getting a bit confused. And he may actually be catching McLaren in 2nd place, so we could be potentially seeing a move for 2nd on the cards in GT3 very shortly.
We could indeed. I'll keep an eye out on that. But anyway, Battista there, De Battista, once again passing one of the McLarens. And Jaden Ellel is, well, he's passing a Mercedes here. Sorry, for a second I got really excited and thought we had a race for a position already, but not quite. Through goes Ellel, and that is separated by a lap. There you see the fastest laps of the session. And that's the fastest laps of each individual car rather than driver, so we don't know for sure who set each of those laps, but you can see the class leaders have the fastest times each in their class. And as I said earlier, it's almost like going fast is the point of a race, but anyway. Great, look at that lap there from the Octane McLaren. Under 4 minutes. That is not easy to do. There are only 2 cars who have done under 4 minutes in a GT3, and both of them are the Octane cars. So, going extremely well there. You can see about 3 minutes 26 for the GTPs are the fastest laps to be anticipated. Obviously, in endurance races like this, you usually see the fastest laps being set near the start of the race, where everyone is kind of a bit more spread, not spread out, but they're kind of amongst their own classes, and they don't have so much traffic to deal with, at least in the hypercars and the overall categories. I'm not really sure that's going to be the case today because obviously there's fewer cars on the track than there would be in the Le Mans 24 Hours. There is now that's a McLaren in the wall. Look, there's a McLaren rubbing along the barriers on the left-hand side of the road and spinning. Now what's happening there?
I think that may have been... It is Gold. It's Chris Golden who's gone round.
What's happened there? So he was running second in the Octane McLaren. Suddenly we cut to the camera where he was bouncing down the barriers on the left-hand side of the track, and then he had a spin. So something rather dramatic has happened there. He's carrying on now. That almost looks like hardware failure or something, or software. Maybe he had a pop-up that he had to get off his screen. Something very strange happened on board that McLaren, didn't it, Russ?
Yeah, the only thing I can think that may have happened really where it was there was a kick of oversteer, or, you know, the car got sideways on the exit of the second chicane. You know, Golden tried to correct the front end bit, it threw him into the barrier, then he just couldn't get out of the wall, and then eventually it spits him out and spins him round, but he's managed to get going again. The car doesn't look like is it an angle or anything, so I wonder if the damage is potentially superficial. Yeah, he's kept going. Again, we can't quite tell what his pace is like right now, but the car looks fine to the eye, so yeah, bizarre instance. We go on board, and yeah, the steering wheel dead straight as well, so a bizarre incident. We'll have to see if he dives into the pits at the end of this lap to get any repairs, but to my eyes, it looks like he'll be able to keep going no problem.
And the strangest thing about that, I've just looked back at the YouTube stream, is how long it went on for. It's not a case of just having a little shunt and then bouncing off the walls and continuing. He was rubbing down the walls when the previous cars coming through, like Elo for example, when they were exiting the chicane. There was a camera view which kind of looked all the way down the straight, and you could already see the car in the wall. But also, it's not that the car had stopped at the side of the road and then carried on. It was moving the whole time, just scraping along the barriers, almost as if the driver was doing that on purpose somehow, but I really don't think that was the case. My best guess would be that there was some kind of pop-up or screen freeze or something along those lines that meant the driver still potentially had control of the car but couldn't see where he was going, or something along those lines. Or maybe he just had absolutely no control. Maybe it was a steering wheel disconnection. At this point, who knows?
Yeah, well, he's been able to keep going. He is going to come into the pit lane, so that is going to cost him third place. Potentially might even drop down to fifth if he's in the pits for a long time. But yeah, bizarre incident coming up to the 5-hour mark. Very strange. Hopefully Chris Golden in the car, everyone is okay. Just very bizarre indeed. So who's to say that it's all nice and chill? Sometimes you get a bit of excitement, sometimes it all kicks off when you least expect it in endurance racing. It can happen at any moment, and it can happen to anyone. Still up the front of the pack though, Keith Camilleri doing a fantastic job behind the wheel of that Ferrari. The number 12 car has been the class of the field in hypercar so far, and I don't think he's definitely starting to catch the back of Sam, I think, who was a lap down, but then Camilleri came into the pit lane. Had a fuel stop. I don't think he was in quite long enough for a tyre stop, but yeah, but he's about, I mean, eyeballing that. He's not far. I think Camilleri's probably coming to the end of the Mulsanne straight, or is on the run down to Indianapolis. So yeah, not far to go before Camilleri puts the third place hypercar driver a lap down once again. Can't quite see him in that camera shot, unfortunately, but with the pace that Ferrari has, Kate, I think it's not long until we see them getting together on track once again.
Indeed. So Golden, of course, being in the pits, has now changed over to Simon Hervo, who we saw earlier on, the driver who we're informed is driving from Finland. Of course, Chris Golden apparently racing from the Czech Republic. A truly international feel for that Octane racing car. And Justin Mifsud is through into third in class, continuing to run in that Puttinu 24 Porsche. And talking of Puttinu, of course, we still have the donation link on the screen. We are doing this for charity, and that is the main reason that we're racing here today. Big sound going past Brandon Borg on the straight. But yeah, the fact that there was a pit stop there in the Octane team and they changed over to Siemens Turbo, I'm not sure if that would have happened anyway, because Chris had been in that car for, you know... No, he hadn't really, because he was chatting he was in the YouTube chat not that long ago, so he hadn't been in that car for that long. Maybe that suggests he was having some kind of an issue on his end, and thought that changing drivers urgently would resolve that. So the mystery unravels. But as I just said, Chris was in the YouTube chat earlier on, so if you're listening to us now, Chris, we have no idea what just happened to you. We would love to know, from your point of view, exactly what just took place. But very unlucky anyway. That car now 15 seconds behind Justin Mifsud and 12 seconds ahead of Andrew Ross.
Yeah, absolutely. Bizarre things happening here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. 4 hours and 43 into the race. Lap number 80 of however many we get through over the remaining, well, 2 hours or 3 hours and 15 minutes, should I say. So yeah, anyone's guess what's going to happen next. Batista still holds on to P2 for the time being. And yeah, the Caddy really coming alive over the last couple of hours. It was down in P3 over the first period of the race. Now sitting P2 and sitting very, very quick and very, very comfortable as well. As there we see Camilleri gets back onto the Mulsanne and continues to push his way around. Yeah, doing a great job. The driver from Malta behind the wheel and, well, just continuing to plough on forward again. There's been no issues for that squad. There's been no worries, no struggles, no moments. It's all been very, very smooth sailing so far for the number 12 car. And they continue to push onwards and continue to do well. There is Samuel in the currently in the third place hypercar. And ooh, that's a very, very late dive up the inside of that McLaren there, but gets the move done and gets it done well. Boy, oh boy, that could have been a little bit too close for comfort as they continue to push round. Yeah, holding on to P3. Were a lap down earlier, currently not. Actually, I think they may be a lap down again now, actually. Yeah, still continuing to push around and still doing a great job. Interesting that Camilleri has done a stop less than both of the other hypercars as well. Same thing with Gray in the lead in the McLaren in GT3. He's done at least one stop less than everyone else, and well, one stop less than Ellel in second, 2 stops less than everyone else apart from Borg, who's done 3 stops more. But again, he's been in the wars a little bit in that Mercedes. Unfortunately, he had to come in and out of the pits for damage and tyre stops when he got flat spots and things like that. So yeah, strategy could be an interesting one. Again, if you can have a pit stop less than everyone else, sometimes you get the classic case of, you know, yeah, you may have lost a little bit of time out on the racetrack as De Battista. Is that him coming into the pit lane, maybe? I don't know. We're looking at the pit lane currently anyway. Buttigieg has come into the pits, though.
What's happening to Buttigieg?
Justin Mifsud getting a little bit sideways. Buttigieg, I'm not sure. I think he's just come into the pits. Yeah, he has. He's just stopped there. I think it was just a bit of a dodgy camera angle that we were looking at, unfortunately.
But that car was leading by 3 minutes. They can't have lost 3 minutes in 2 seconds. They just dropped back to 5th in 2 seconds. So something just happened.
Maybe there was an issue. Maybe they had to have some repairs that they didn't get done earlier on.
Have they had... I wonder if they've just had to be towed back to the pits, maybe.
Possible.
Because... So Gray was leading by 3 seconds. I'm looking at the YouTube stream. Then all of a sudden, in the flash of an eye, the blink of an eye, because eyes don't flash, they blink, he goes from 1st to 4th. And is suddenly in the pits.
Bartolo, because Bartolo's just come in. If he comes out with Head or Camilleri...
Sorry, I'll tell you what was happening. So before he did that, again, the word out appeared next to Gray's name. That...
Disconnect.
I wonder if they had a disconnect and Buttigieg's just rejoined the server. So something very dramatic has just happened. Goodness me, both of the Octane cars just having issues. Yeah, we've just been let know by the organisers they had connection issues or something along those lines. So that's tragic stuff for Octane. First of all, they had a hardware issue, and we do now know that Chris's issue was hardware related. Piston Sim Sport says he had a hardware issue, his steering wheel disconnected. So that was one of the things I thought might have happened, and apparently it did, as Camilleri takes to the escape road. Daniel Camilleri, that is. But yes, not only has that happened, but now Mark Buttigieg, Gray, who was in Australia and therefore about as far away in the world as you can get from Malta, has clearly had some sort of a connection issue, has disconnected from the server, and Buttigieg has rejoined the race to find himself down in 5th position, and he may lose more positions yet because they're still in the pits. So that means to say that I think it's the rookie racing team. I'm just gonna clarify that, but it's Jaden Ellul. So yeah, World Rookie Racing lead the GT3 field. That's Jaden Ellul and Beppe De Bono who share that car, who are now leading by 1.5 minutes from Justin Mifsud, who spent most of this race around 4th and 5th position and is now 2nd. Then it's Simon Turvo in that McLaren that's recently had to pit due to Chris Golden's hardware, his steering wheel issues. Then Andrew Ellul, and then Mark Buttigieg, who is apparently still in the pits. Serious issues here from Octane, but that is a competitive squad. They can still get this back in the next 3 and a bit hours of the race, but that will still be disheartening. That will be a hammer blow to them. Then, of course, we have the other Camilleri in 6th position, Dan Camilleri, and Loftus 7th, and Borg 8th. But, Russ, what kind of witch have Octane got on the wrong side of?
Yeah, bizarre moments here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. I said a few moments ago it can happen to anyone at any time. And even those who are seemingly controlling the race in GT3 suddenly in the wars, having issues, disconnects, crashes, call it what you will. Yeah, real shame for them. And again, it's taking them a long time to get back out of the pit lane. And what was quite a commanding lead has now come to naught for that car. So a real shame for them. But unfortunately, as wrong as it feels to say, that is racing sometimes. Sometimes things go wrong, sometimes things just don't go your way, and it all falls apart a little bit. So a real shame there for them. But I'm sure they'll get back out there, keep pushing and keep racing. As soon as they're able to get back out onto the racetrack, they're still in the pit lane. And under real pressure of going several laps down, or if they're not able to come back. Oh, they're coming out now. Okay, so Buttigieg is he's out of the pit lane now. And that, I believe, will put him, he'll still be on the lead. Oh, it's just put him back in 1st? I think the timing screen's having a little bit of trouble trying to keep up with what's actually going on out on the racetrack as well. I think he should be in about 5th place. I think he may still be on the lead lap as well. We'll let you know as soon as we know what's going on, because he was quite far in the lead. He wasn't far enough in the lead to be sat in the pit lane for about 5-10 minutes and then come back out and still be in the lead of the race. So some issues there going on, but we'll figure out what's going on as soon as we can and let you know what's going on there. But yeah,
okay.
So the main point is that they're back out on the racetrack.
Well, let's not jump to any conclusions until they complete a lap, because I want to see the timing screen correct itself here. It may be... I'm really confused here, I'm afraid to say, but we will see in just a couple of minutes time. And I guess for the next lap or so, we just have to not try to make any assumptions about the order of the race. The only class we really know of right now is the hypercar class, with the Sim City car leading. And there you see the fastest laps of everyone's race once again. I don't think any faster laps have been set since last time we saw that, but still some impressive lap times. I'm not sure I've ever done a sub 4-minute lap in a GT3 car here. Okay, into the chicane goes Mark Buttigieg. Octane Racing on the side of the car, number 17. Separating it from the other one, which of course is number 18. We're approaching the 5-hour mark in the race now. 5 hours gone, 3 to go. Remember, keep your donations coming in if you can. If you have any spare money lying around that can go to a good place, because Puttinu Cares is absolutely a good place. It is, of course, a children's cancer charity who deal with caring for children in the toughest time of their lives. And also, we would like to thank our sponsors once again. We're very lucky to have the official Porsche brand sponsoring World Pro Racing, and that is why the Puttinu 24 Justin Mifsud car is a Porsche. We've also got Enemed, they're running 2 teams here today, but also sponsoring us. England Insurance, GT Omega, Ilyama, Planet Pay, Invent3D, GSD, DLP, and Monte Cristo Estate. And we could not put on events like this without the support from our sponsors. And for me personally, I'd also like to give a good shout out to World Pro Racing. I'm always blown away by the professionalism of this organisation, having FIA accredited stewards and having a physical location that people can go to and race from, and also the organisation of it, how many people are involved, from Justin Mifsud himself to Adrian Figallo, George Muscat, Nicholas, who I've only met today, but is also very much involved in this particular event. World Pro Racing's a good place to be, and Ross, I don't think you've commentated World Pro Racing before, but I hope you can see that we take things seriously.
Oh, I was never under any doubt that you don't take things seriously. Yeah, this is the first time I've here, but I've absolutely enjoyed it so far, and it's clearly a very well-run show. Of course, if you want to get involved, you can head to the World Pro Racing website and find out more there. And head to the Discord as well to find out how things are run from there. But it's a fantastic league and attracts some top drivers. So I would really recommend coming along and giving it a go. It's absolutely brilliant. And as you said, Caitlin, just stupendously well run. All the best sim racing leagues have some steady hands at the wheel, and that is very much safe to say that is the case here at the World Pro Racing League. And it's been a great event so far today. As you said, Caitlin, coming up in 3 hours left to go. Of course, please get the donations in if you haven't done already. We are over towards our €1,000 goal to raise money for the Puttinu Trust. And yeah, it's been a fantastic day of racing so far and a fantastic event. Long may it continue over the remainder.
So, 4 hours and 55 minutes done. So, just 5 minutes until the 5-hour mark. Not that that means much at this point in time, but there you go. We're over 80 laps in for the leader. Not sure quite how many laps the GT3 leader would have done, but maybe 75 to 80 laps. And that's quite a distance. I know it doesn't sound like that much because you think, oh well, you know, at Daytona they do several hundred laps in this time, but this is a much longer circuit. It really can't be compared. You kind of have to add an extra one in front of that count here at Le Mans. 83 laps here being effectively 183 laps at an average length circuit. And Mark Paul Buttigieg here, heading out towards the Mulsanne corner. Loads of rubber just off the racing line. I have to say, I think iRacing has got slightly more detailed since I used to run it. It was only a couple of years ago, maybe 2022, that I had iRacing, and we didn't have weather at that time or anything like that, but I also don't remember gravel physics being quite this in-depth. And also there's you know, the fog's been coming in at different points, and we're now talking about air pressure and things like that. I don't remember that kind of thing being a thing, Russ. So I've heard that iRacing's been through some updates recently. I've heard about the weather and how they've got rain now and all of that, but I think we're really starting to get into the modern age of sim racing here. This is good.
Yeah, I mean, the game's come along a long way since its inception in 2008. And it's always improving, which is fantastic to see. iRacing, of course, it's one of, some people don't like it, which is fine. But it is one of the top sims, both in terms of, quality and the audience that it attracts. People who come and do this. And it's constantly improving. They're always updating. They're always bringing new cars, new tracks, new physics. We've had big weather updates. There's the crash damage model is one of the best available in sim racing today. If you're not looking at BeamNG Drive, quite frankly, it's gotten so much better. Over the last couple of years, even though they've had well over 10 years now to build, coming up to 20 years now, really. And the time before that, where they were first developing it, and it's great to see. And it's got such a fantastic user base, a fantastic development team, and especially with the explosion of sim racing over the last couple of years, I'm sure that they're getting more money and they've had more investors in, which has allowed them to do even more with. So it's great that we've got things like gravel physics and weather coming in. The tyre models are constantly being updated, because that was always a complaining point about the old iRacing tyre model, was that it was actually a bit rubbish and didn't really behave as tyres should do, and especially when you reach the limit of grip, there was no way to really tell where that limit was and when you were going over it. It just sort of happened. But that's all been updated now, and it's been fixed and improved, and again and again and again, and it's at a point now where it's the strongest it's ever been, and it's going to continue to grow. And of course, iRacing themselves, they're now branching out as well. The development team themselves, they're bringing out the latest edition of the NASCAR game. It's been a few years since we've had one of those. Of course, they have the NASCAR license. They do have NASCAR cars within the game, and we have the NASCAR Pro Series, the highest level of sim racing that's officially sanctioned by NASCAR. And they've now turned around and gone, we're actually just releasing a game, and you can get it on console, but it's going to have all of these fantastic physics in it. Which is fantastic, and it just continues to go from strength to strength. Camilleri in the background there, weaving a little bit down the straight. He's got a little bit of pickup on the tyres. Maybe he's just trying to generate some heat, or he could also be a bit bored. It's a long straight, the Mulsanne. It's a lot of time alone with your thoughts. Well,
actually, Ross, he's just come out of the pits, so he's just warming up the tyres.
Warming up the tyres. So nothing to worry about there then. All nice and normal, and now we can get in this slipstream, tuck to the inside, blast on and get back to doing his thing as they head into the second Mulsanne chicane. But yeah, it's again, warming up tyres. That's something you never had to do in iRacing. It used to be more beneficial to start on cold tyres back in the day. So it's come on such a long way in recent years. It's great to see.
I have to admit, I was not impressed by iRacing when I raced it a couple of years ago, but a lot of my criticisms seem to have been resolved. So I guess if I was ever able to give it another try, I think I probably would go in with a clear mind. But there you go. Jaden Ellel into the pits, by the way. Now, Ross, I'm interested because we've done a couple of laps. The timing screen seems to be back to normal. Mark Buttigieg is still in the lead in Octane Racing. So, well, it begs the question of why did they suddenly appear to lose it if they were only going to get it back again? And also, it begs the question of how they kept all that time, because they were in the pits for, possibly 3 or 4 minutes. It may be even longer than that. They should have lost the lead, unless I'm very much mistaken. I'm wondering whether... I mean, I don't really know. There's only so much I can speculate on here because it's so confusing. Meanwhile, Ellel has handed over to Beppe De Bono in that second place GT3 car. But do you have any idea, Ross? How is this McLaren still leading the race?
The only thing that I can really think of that they've been allowed back into the lead of the race by the race directors, which is entirely fair. Sometimes you do get that where, if there's a disconnect, the race directors will give you leeway. It's not something I'm personally a fan of, but sometimes that is the way it works. And yeah, he's still leading. So that's the only thing that I can really think of, is that they've been given the leeway over the fact that there was a disconnect. The time that they've had in the pits, has cost them a little bit of time, but obviously they're not a couple laps down, you know, P5, P6. So honestly, I'm going on an assumption that either that there's a problem somewhere, which I'm sure will get fixed eventually if there is, or it's that they have been, you know, allowed back into the lead of the race because it was a disconnect. If it was any other way that they'd have gone into the pits, they wouldn't have been allowed that because it was a disconnect. It's something that's out of their hands. It's been allowed back in.
That thought did cross my mind as well. Like, could they add an extra lap back? But a lot of race directors don't want to do that because obviously you haven't done that lap, so it's seen as unfair a lot of the time. But also, I would have thought we'd have been updated on that because here at Sim Racing Online, sorry, not wrong series that I commentate. Here at World Pro Racing, we often get updates from the stewards. I mean, we got an update earlier on when the Mercedes got a penalty, for example. So if a lap was added back, I expect we'd have been told about that. And I'm not actually sure they would do that in the first place. I would like to see the gaps in the gap in the lead, if that's possible, because I think that would maybe shed a little bit of light on what's happening. It might also be that they didn't have a disconnection in the first place. It might be that there was kind of a bit of a desync between what was going on their end and what was being seen on the server. So when they made that pit stop and Jag got behind the wheel, it might have been that there was no disconnection involved. It was just a normal pit stop, but the server freaked out and put them and counted it as if they didn't do that lap. Honestly, this is complete speculation. It could be any one of these things. But anyway, Christopher Golden in the chat says Brett had a disconnect. Mark had 4 minutes tow to take the car back. No lap was given back. They were a lap ahead anyway. See, I knew that, but I assumed that if it was a 4 minute tow, because they were leading by 4 minutes, or there or thereabouts, so I was expecting it to be much closer than this. But it may well be that they just had enough of a gap. This is what Chris is suggesting. They had enough of a gap to get that tow back to the pits after the disconnect, to get Buttigieg behind the wheel, and to rejoin the race and still keep the lead, which is incredible. But even that wouldn't explain why they were briefly shown as having dropped to 5th place. I'm still confused, but thank you very much for trying to clear that up, Chris. And I do get what you're saying, and I do appreciate that you're trying to clear up any of our confusion. Anyway, Loftus now in the pits in the McLaren. They dropped to 8th and last in the GT3 field. But Ross, it appears that the gap that Octane built up was just enough that they've kept the lead despite a disconnection, which is unbelievable.
Yeah, just incredible. It's not often you see that, even in endurance racing. You know, that's just outrageous pace, and fair play to them. Apologies for doubting them, I suppose. That's, yeah, phenomenal stuff. And it just means they can kind of get back on it and keep on pushing. Again, that car is one of only 2 cars that's lap time that's under 4 minutes in the GT3 field. It's just absolutely outrageous pace, and it's a 3-minute 58 as well. It's not even a 3-minute 59. Now, that car is just, it looks so comfortable. It's had, obviously, the disconnects and all that. They themselves have had no issues. The car has been, you know, wicked fast. It looks stable. It looks comfortable. The drivers look confident behind the wheel of it. And yeah, they're running super well at the moment and doing a fantastic job. So yeah, I guess they really just were that far ahead. We just didn't realize how ridiculously far ahead of it all they were.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I knew they had a 4-minute advantage at least, but clearly they had enough of an advantage to get the tow back to the pits and still escape in the lead, and still escape far ahead enough in the lead that we can't even see the 2nd place car. Ooh, big news, Ross. Have a look at that. We have now cracked €600 in the donations after 5 hours of racing. That is fantastic stuff. Thank you very much to everyone who has donated so far. And an extra special thank you to whoever got us over the €600 mark. And yeah, I mean, we're getting there. We've got just 400 euros to go before we get to our goal of 1 grand. Meanwhile, Di Battista in the pits from second in class. But yeah, once again, thank you all very much, and thank you to our sponsors and everyone as well for making this happen. It's a really special feeling, actually, to be doing something for such a good cause and to have so much success for it, Ross.
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolutely fantastic margin to hit. 600 euros is a big amount of money. And, you know, 1,000 euros is an even bigger amount of money. And that'll, you know, really, really help the Puttinu charity that we are donating to. You know, it's how charity survives, off of, you know, charitable donations. And that's what we're trying to do here, trying to bring the community together for a good cause and put some money towards something good. So thank you to everyone who has donated so far. Of course, if you haven't yet, please do help us reach our 1,000 euro goal. Massively, massively appreciated. And of course, it is going to a fantastic cause. And, you know, yeah, it's just brilliant that we've hit 600 euros already. It's absolutely fantastic. Lap 86, 5 hours and 8 minutes on the clock out of 8 hours. And it's been a brilliant race so far. We've raised 600 euros. And it is going rather swimmingly, it must be said. We've had no DNFs technically, because it turns out that the one DNF we thought we had wasn't actually even in the race. I think it was just a hangover then, being on the timing screen from a practice session or something along those lines. So everyone's still going around in the race. Yes, with incidents, there's been a few people in the walls. We've seen people to check this octane car disconnect earlier on. But they've managed to come back out still in the lead, unbelievably. And everyone is running wonderfully, just hitting their marks and putting in some brilliant lap times so far. So everyone's doing a great job, continuing to push on round. And yeah, still a long way to go in this race, but right now everyone looks...
Indeed, they do. So, we're looking at Mark-Paul Buttigieg now. I'd still like to see what the gap is for the lead, if that's okay. We can't see that from the lap time screen, but yeah, that's one thing that we simply have no idea about at this point in time. And we've also seen Loftus has been in the pits for a little while, hasn't he? I wonder if something's going on down there. We have also seen there is a change of driver for the car's second overall, the sole Cadillac in the race. Aaron Di Battista has got out of that car, and we've gained Sheldon Scott Muscat, who I believe has just got into the car for the first time in the race. So a pretty late entrant to the race is Sheldon Muscat, but out he goes, and he's a pretty firm peddler. He's never going to be the absolute fastest driver out there on track, but he is consistent, and I haven't really seen him make that many mistakes over the years. So definitely expect to see good things from Sheldon Muscat when we end up seeing him on our screens. But for the time being, we're continuing to watch the mighty Mark-Paul Buttigieg continuing to lap, completing another lap of the course in about 4 minutes. Obviously we don't see the lap times that he's setting right now, but that car has the pace of the field, which is why they were leading by so much last time we looked, Ross.
Yeah, absolutely. Still making their way around though, very saying a few moments ago, looking very comfortable in the car as it stands. So yeah, I'm sure they're in for a fantastic result at the moment. But again, still a long way to go. 3 hours and down to 2 hours and 50 minutes now, should I say. Again, still struggling with the maths after all this time. So yeah, still quite a distance to go in this one. Still opportunities for things to happen, or, you know, strategy to catch up with you, things like that. But in terms of pure pace, that 17 car has been the absolute class of the field so far, and is continuing to do a mighty job up at the front at the moment. So they'll continue to push on round, continue to do their things. And yeah, I think at this point, you know, they've kind of, disconnected. Kind of gets you a free pit stop, I suppose. They're that far ahead, so they might have had to alter their strategy a little bit as a result. You know, they had to tow back to the pit lane anyway, so you may as well just get some, you know, some fresh rubber and some fresh fuel in the tank while you're there. So I'm certain that they'll be figuring out how to change their strategy in due course, so that it doesn't have an impact or, you know, if they maybe have to do a bit more lifting coastal, maybe they'll have to throw a stop in somewhere where they didn't want to. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, right now they're doing an excellent job, and not really facing any challenges from anybody else in the GT3 field.
Yeah, Sam's in the pits now as well. Can you actually do that, Ross? If you get disconnected and you go back to the pits, can you actually change your tyres and your fuel and stuff there? Does it happen automatically? Because it's been so long since I've actually driven iRacing, I'm not sure how that works. But I know that in R-Factor 2, which I'm more familiar with, if you have a disconnection, it depends on how the server's set up, whether you get given kind of like fresh, clean car or not. And I'm not sure how it works in iRacing.
I'm not actually too sure, because I think it's something you can change on a server-by-server basis, so I may have just been chatting absolute rubbish there, quite frankly.
That's okay.
But yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and find out and see. But I think it's something that it depends just on what's allowed on the server. So I don't know. I think it changes race to race in iRacing. I think sometimes you can get a fresh tank of fuel. And I think as well, because they've got a different driver in the car, I think it may have allowed them to do that. I'm not sure. I guess we'll just have to wait and see how long they stay out for, if they come in with everyone else, or if, you know, they are able to stay out for a little while longer when the next pit stop cycle comes in. On that note, Mifsud has come into the pit lane now. So the pit stop cycle is now here, it would appear, for GT3s. Yep. So I guess we'll wait and see what Puttinu is able to do, if he's able to stay out for much longer, or if he needs to come in soon.
And it has been a little while since we last saw a pit stop from Justin Mifsud. So in he comes. Turbo goes through to third in class in that second Octane car. We're still watching the class leading Octane racing car. The pit stop from Samet as well was a driver change. He has now changed over to Brandon Bonello in that third placed car overall. So that's how it is. Like Paul Buttigieg carries on. I think the fact he hasn't made a scheduled pit stop yet maybe shows us that they were able to change tyres and fuel in the pit stop. But anyway, they should go past Justin Mifsud now, who you can see parked on the right in his rather lonely looking Porsche in the pit lane there. It's always interesting seeing a pit lane without mechanics or photographers running around or anything, but you know, that's the difference between sim racing and reality. And Mifsud carries on now, another lap down in the GT3 class. But I don't think it's really an insult to be a lap down to someone like Octane Racing, especially when you're doing the full race by yourself for charity. Justin must be absolutely shattered at this point. And he's still got just under 3 hours remaining, Ross.
Yeah, it must be, the tiredness must be starting to get to him at some point. It's either that or he's just an absolute machine and is just able to hammer away and keep going round and round and round. Yeah, surely at some point the fatigue's got to creep in just a little bit. But for the time being, he'll continue to push onwards and continue to put the pace in, continue to do a great job as well. So then, as you said, 5 hours 15 down on the clock, lap number 88 out of whatever number we're able to reach at the end of this race. Again, it's not going to be quite the full 300 that you normally get when you head to Le Mans. I think they normally end up around 350 off the top of my head in the 24. So yeah, we're not quite going to be reaching those laps unless someone's able to somehow putting in lap times that are under a minute long. Be impressive, to put it mildly, if they are able to do that. Yeah, everyone's just running very, very well at the moment. Had a couple of issues here and there, but over the last 10-15 minutes, everyone's looked to have got through okay. No major issues, no major calamities or catastrophes. And yeah, just doing a fine enough job for the time being, are they all? And yeah, long may it continue again. We're waiting to see if we are getting some more GT3 pit stops soon. I don't think we'll be far off the hypercar pit stops at this point either. And then it's, you know, do you want to go for a driver change when you're there as well? We'll have to wait and see. Of course, if you've not quite donated yet, this race is, of course, for charity, raising money for Puttinu Cares Charity, a charity that looks after children with cancer in Malta. And we have recently reached our €600 mark on our way to a goal of €1,000. So if you have not donated already, please do. It's all going to a fantastic cause. And yeah, it's been great to have this event on so far today. It's been wonderful racing action. We've had some very interesting moments, but of course it's all in good spirits. We all know that we're racing for the course here. Obviously the drivers will be, wanting to win. They'll be competitive, but I think they'll be at ease as well a little bit. It's necessarily for championship points. It's not necessarily for glory. Well, winning would be nice. We're all here to help raise money for a fantastic charity in Malta, and that is the most important thing here today. The fact that we can go out there and say that we've all done and taken part and done a good thing. Out the front in GT3, still Butchek. Out the front in Hypercar, still Camilleri. Both have been in the lead, even with a disconnect for Butchek for quite some while now.
Indeed, they've been getting their money's worth as far as camera time goes. I think our race director might be taking, or our camera director might be taking a quick break, but into the pits has come Andrew Ellel in one of the Porsches. We'll be passing that in just a few moments' time as we follow Mark Buttigieg. Across the line he goes once again and starts another.
That they can't do that. May as well have some fun and keep on pushing.
Fair enough, of course. But anyway, it is now Moodley behind the wheel once again. And a driver change. Loftus has changed back over to Delia. So that is... I'm just getting up the... anyway, just getting up the entry list once again. But yeah, so that would be... Alexander Delia taking over from Carl Loftus in the Enemed e-racing car. And once again, thank you very much to Enemed for being one of the sponsors of World Pro Racing and keeping these kind of events going. Keeping going, Mark Paul Buttigieg still pushing on. Seems to have been in clean air for a good amount of time here as well. You can see Cadillac in the background chasing him down now, but honestly he really hasn't had to deal with that many other GTP or GT3 cars around him. The GTPs appear to have been staying away for a little while, but he will now have to worry about Sheldon Scott Muscat coming through, and I think this is the first time we've actually seen Sheldon Muscat on screen all day, because he took over that car very late and his pit stop was just a few minutes ago. But he will come through now as Brandon Borg comes into the pits, and surely he'll have to do a driver change. He's been in that car for hours now, Ross.
Yeah, I'd expect that he will be at some point. Yeah, he's just been whacking round and round and round. And, we've seen that from a couple of people today. Of course, there are some people in the car for the whole race. But, yeah, I'd expect at some point that, we'll be seeing some driver changes sooner rather than later for some of our teams, shall we say. But for now, they keep plodding along, they keep pushing around, keep moving forwards. And the SimCity Racing 171 Ferrari at the top of the field have been the absolute class in the 3 out of the 3 hypercars that we have. Yeah, they are just pushing around really well. They're just running really well. They've not had any issues whatsoever. And they clearly got the pace today as well at the top of the overall standings and in the lead of hypercar as well, of course. And so let's say, it doesn't always happen that a hypercar leads the way in endurance. Sometimes you get different overall leaders. Remember that one of the Jackie Chan LMP2 cars for about 10 hours looked like they were genuinely going to win the entire thing. And then it was cruelly taken away from us by one of the Porsches. But yeah, that was a fun experience. And Buttigieg does come into the pits on that note as well. So race leader in GT3 comes in. Will we be seeing a driver swap? Potentially, perhaps. We'll have to wait and see as in comes the McLaren onto the pit lane and trundles down at ridiculously slow speeds. But allows the car a bit of a breather. Just give it a moment, maybe get some fresh rubber, feed it a fresh tank of fuel as well, and head back out onto the racetrack.
I think we will now genuinely see the gap between them and the other cars that they're racing with. World Rookie Racing is still second in that class, but they made a pit stop more recently than the McLarens the McLaren's disconnection, so we haven't yet seen. And the McLaren, where's it gone? It's saying out again. Now it did that before, and the same thing's happened to the Enemed car. Now it did that before and then reappeared. Okay, thank goodness, it's reappeared once again. I think it might be something to do with Brett Gray's connection, so hopefully everything stays okay with the Octane Racing 17 car. I'm just panicking every time something like that happens now, because I don't want to see another disconnection for the GT3 race leaders. But anyway, here is Keith Camilleri leading overall, and Octane Racing apparently now exiting the pits. They could still be leading by over a minute here. That's unbelievable. Still says 3 minutes. Surely not. I think it was about 3 minutes before they made that pit stop. But how were they about 4 minutes ahead of their opponents before the disconnection? Apparently lost 4 minutes being towed back to the pits, and yet somehow they're still 3 minutes in front. This math isn't mathing, Rob. I'm Russ. I called you Rob again. I'm really confused about this, but anyway, back out onto the track as well. We'll go Enemed e-racing soon, hopefully. Although it is still showing them as out, so I mean, I'm hoping that means outlap or something like that. Anyway, this has confused me enough already.
Confusing to say the least. We'll figure eventually, but right now I don't think anyone's got a clue what's going on.
Okay, well, it does genuinely appear to be, and I don't know how this has happened, but it still genuinely appears that Octane Racing 17 have a 3-minute lead at the front of their class, despite their disconnect. I mean, if they were leading by like 7 minutes or whatever, which they apparently would have been otherwise, then I guess that would explain why their opponents were going a lap down, but that also means they were probably out of sequence on the pit cycle. So yeah, that's really confusing. Enemed e-racing are not out of the race. They're showing as being in the pit still, so no panics there. And I was trying not to, because I've seen that out symbol come up a couple of times on the Octane Racing 17 car, and they've been okay, but I have a feeling something slightly out of the ordinary happened there. So, as we're approaching 5.5 hours into this race, it's SimCity Racing 171 leading this race from Intercomp, VMD, SimSport, and Project. Now that's too small for me to see. Aversi, I think. Project Aversi, 3rd position. And then Octane Racing 17 lead GT3. And it's 1 minute and 52 seconds their gap to World Rookie Racing. Still a massive gap. It makes a little bit more sense now, but it's still a huge gap. Octane Racing 18 are 3rd, then it's Puttinu 24, Throttle Junkies, Enemed Sim Racing, Petrol Heads, and Enemed E Racing, the other Enemed car. Goodness me, did we just get a €200 donation apparently? I've just received note. Wow, look at that goal. Oh my goodness. €800? Wow. And 200 in one go. That is unbelievable stuff. Thank you so much to whoever did that. We are nearly at our goal. We just have 200 more euros to find to get to our goal of 1,000 euros. If we do reach our goal, obviously it doesn't stop there. We can go over and continue to raise money for Puttinu Cares. So it's not like if we do get to 1,000, then that's the be-all and end-all, the race just stops. We can keep going, but that is an unbelievable amount of money and an unbelievable donation to do in one go as well. Goodness me, Russ.
Yeah, that's incredible. Someone feeling very generous, and obviously cares a lot about raising money for a good cause. So thank you to whoever that is, and of course a big thank you as well to everybody who's donated across today. Now only 200 euros away from our goal. And just head word for it. It's from Matthew and Keith, the SimCity Racing 171 squad, who are currently leading overall. Of course, Keith in the current moment. It's a joint donation from the both of them. So a big thank you to those guys. That is absolutely phenomenal. And yeah, incredible stuff. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Well, we're showing them on the screen now because they're doing such a good job. 2 minutes and 46 seconds away from any of the other GTPs, just passing the Mercedes and heading down towards the Mulsanne corner. You can tell they're getting close when they go through that little kink there and go over that crest. And then there's another little kink in the braking zone. I was talking earlier about how it's quite tricky to turn and brake at the same time. Nowadays the GTPs have such good brakes and so much downforce, you can sometimes brake after that little kink, so you don't really have to brake while turning. But I can't imagine how difficult it must have been back in the days where you had massive cars with no aerodynamics whatsoever and not very good brakes. That must have been a very treacherous corner indeed, and of course there used to be a sandbank on the outside there, which I can't imagine is the best thing to hit in the event of a brake failure. Yes, it'll slow you down, it'll be a nice cushiony impact, but it could also flip you over or fling you up in the air if you're going fast enough and hit it at the wrong angle. So thank goodness for tyre barriers, eh? But anyway, so 5.5 hours gone in this race, 2.5 hours to go. Keith Camilleri, who I mentioned earlier, is, I believe, a driver with hill climb experience in real life, and plenty of sim racing experience. I've commentated on his races plenty of times before. The Camilleris, of course, a real clan of racers here in Malta. Seems to be quite a prolific group who often turn up to the same races and compete against each other and with each other. I'm not even sure if they're all related. I think Camilleri is just quite a common surname, to be honest, because I've also seen there's a clan of Camilleris that race down in Australia, and I don't think it's the same group as these guys, unless there's a little bit more Camilleri lore that I'm not familiar with just yet. But anyway, are you familiar with the Camilleris, Ross? Have you seen these guys racing before?
I think I have once or twice, but can't say I'm overly familiar with them. But you know, they're making an impression today. I'll give them that. So I'm aware. I will be aware of the Camilleri lore when this race is done and dusted, because they're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, there's a Jake Camilleri who races in Australia. Races Mark cars down there. Those lovely spec racers that they can make look like Fords or V8 supercars or whatever. And then there's another Camilleri that races over there who did the Bathurst 12 hours this year, I think. But you know, that's Australia, and these guys are very much rooted in Malta, so I'm pretty sure that's a different group altogether. The closest battle we seem to have, as I bash my microphone, sorry if you heard that, the closest battle we seem to have in this race so far is the Octane Racing number 18 gaining some time back on the World Rookie Racing car. They are now 17 seconds behind. And of course, after the incident earlier for Chris Golden, that's a bit of a recovery drive from that car, and they will feel that they deserve to be ahead of the World Rookie Racing squad. So they will be pushing until they're through, continuing to push after that as well. But yeah, I very much expect to see that one being fought out in due time. Also, Throttle Junkies are within a minute of Justin Mifsud in the Puttinu 24 car. Those are the two battles going on track right now, which are within a minute of each other. Everyone else just a little bit spread out, but still finding each other on track occasionally, as you can see here. Brandon Bonello passing and giving a little wave to Justin Mifsud as he goes through.
Great stuff to see there. Respect from the two drivers as they go on by. Bonello at the wheel, of course, of that number 11 Ferrari now. Only a minute and 42 back on the Cadillac in P2. And with 2.5 hours left to go, maybe, just maybe, could try and start clawing that gap down, but Camilleri still dominates up the front. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to the good from the Caddy. So doing an incredible job up there at the moment. And just, well, running their own race, doing what they need to do. And, yeah, just continuing to push on round. Got some more donations coming in now. We're up to 825 by the looks of things, euros out of 1,000. So we are getting closer and closer and closer to the goal, which is really, really fantastic to see. And, of course, if you haven't yet donated, please do go and donate. Of course, raising money for a charity here this evening. It's for a good cause, and it's great to be here racing for that, and great to be putting on this event while we're going for it. And hopefully we'll be able to reach our €1,000 goal by the end.
Yeah, I expect we will. And what a fantastic achievement that would be. I can't remember if we achieved our goal in Daytona or not, but I know we were getting there. And to be honest, I would love to see a graphic of, or at least a statistic of how much World Pro Racing has raised for Puttinu Cares overall in all of the events that we've done, because I don't believe these were the only charity endurance races that have been done in aid of Puttinu Cares. But anyway, Daniel Camilleri there, another Camilleri, and Beppe Giuseppe. Now, I should have known his name was Giuseppe. I'm pretty sure I was guessing earlier on, and I said something silly like Gary, and I'm really sorry about that, because I must have been getting them confused with something else. But of course, Beppe is short for Giuseppe. I have seen that before. There was a Formula 1 driver back in the 70s who was known as Beppe or something like that, and I believe that was also short for Giuseppe. So again, I really should have known that. I'm sorry. But anyway, Giuseppe De Bono running in second position. You can see him chasing down one of the McLarens. Now, that could be a number of McLarens. There are a couple that are liveried similarly, and as we were told earlier on, apparently it might be an issue with trading paint, because the second Octane car looks like that and isn't supposed to. But I think that second McLaren might be the Enemed Sim Racing car in sixth position. But whatever the case, looks as if that's going to be... Oh, I thought they were moving over for them. Never mind. They should get through on the straight, nonetheless. But I was saying this earlier, Ross, it's always hardest to overtake a car in your same class, and even harder when it's the exact same car as yours, because they'll have the exact same power that you do and the exact same brakes and everything and all of that. But luckily, it seems that Beppe De Bono has gone through nice and cleanly, and the other driver has kept their wits about them and not tried to turn in as they were coming through or anything like that.
Yeah, it was actually a nice little move up the inside there into the Marseille corner. So gets by with little issues and can continue pushing on Candabono. So nice stuff there from him, as he'll continue to whack his way around. 1 minute and 47 away from the Octane Racing number 17 car that currently leads us. Oh, that was the car that he's just gone around.
Yeah, going a little wide.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure who that is. I believe it. Well, it's one of the Enemed cars, I think, just at a glance. But yeah, manages to get back onto the circuit with no issues. Managed to stay out of the wall as well, which is good. But yeah, 1 minute 46 away from the Octane Racing number 17 car is so can maybe start chasing down into that. Again, the McLarens have been the quickest GT3 cars out there today. There's 5 of them on the grid, and 3 of them operate the top 3 spots at the moment. So it's Camilleri running a little bit wide. Stakes starting to creep in for everyone, it would seem. That was only dipping a couple wheels into the gravel, but it's those little things that can play with your head. You make one mistake, and then you get in your mind, and it leads to another mistake. So hopefully Camilleri is able to push onwards and keep on pushing. As there we see Bonello, Brandon currently in P3 in the, well, last but definitely not least in the Hypercar class. They're all still on the same lap as each other. And, well, of course, still on the podium is Brandon as well, even though he is the last runners. So definitely not a bad position to be in. Yeah, interesting to see that. We're starting to see a couple of mistakes creep back in for some of the drivers. So the team wrecking is definitely starting to become more of a factor. We're seeing some of the GT3s into the pit lane as well. We've got the Octane Racing number 18 and the animated sim racing car, so they must have been the ones that went off the e-racing car, still out on the circuit. As Camilleri looks like he's shaken off that little error coming onto the main straight, and he continues to push around and continues to do what he does best, which is drive a race car very, very, very fast.
All right, well, it looks as if we are getting towards the, well, we've just passed the 5.5 hour mark in the race, so we're going to go for a little bit of a break, run some ads, and then we will be back. And we will have, or we will be joined, once again by Edwin. But we'll see you in a couple of minutes, and just don't go anywhere.
We've been working together for 20 years. I was like Richard Gere at that moment, but she
Ruined your life.
always.
I am Angel Kushkiri, President of Puttinu Cares,
I am Ren Zarafa, CEO of Puttinu Cares.
and we have been working together as nurses with children with cancer.
We passed 20 years together. We saw a lot of suffering. We saw a lot of generosity. We saw everything in these 20 years
And a lot of beautiful people, and a lot of love as well.
of people who really love and give everything for their loved ones.
That was our trigger point, our motivation to continue to strive to create a good quality of life for these families.
So we wanted to create an environment that made them feel comfortable. And that was one day when Dr. Calvania called me in the office, and he told me that while he was studying in Royal Marsden Hospital, there was a foundation. And in his office, we began Puttinu Cares in 2001.
Puttinu Cares was started more than 20 years ago to care and support for the children with cancer and their families. The first thing we started was with the embellishment of the ward to make it more like a child-friendly environment.
So they feel that there is a home away from home.
We also started inventing activities and events to bring these families together, giving them something to look forward to, like birthday parties, a Christmas party. We tried to make one of their wishes come true. It helps give them something to look forward to and also have a memory together as a family. The ward was lively, and that was our aim, to make some memories, some good, nice memories. And in fact, we see children nowadays who are grown up, they have children of their own, they recall only the good memories. And that is an achievement for us.
And one of the achievements was when they tell their parents that they don't want to go home after taking chemotherapy. They want to stay in the ward. One of the biggest challenges that we faced in our ward was when the consultant tells them that they have to go abroad for treatment.
These families had to find their own accommodation, and accommodation in the UK tends to be very expensive. And having to spend weeks, months, or even years, no job, and having to support a child with cancer can be very, very traumatic and financially demanding. And that's where we came in.
One of the things that we created was a national football marathon.
60 hours non-stop to create awareness, and secondly, to raise funds. This football marathon was a national marathon. It was televised on all local TV stations, and we managed to raise some funds to be able to start.
And we bought the first 3 apartments near Royal Marsden Hospital. Awareness about Puttinu was growing bigger and bigger, and many people, not only children with cancer, were coming to ask for help.
And we couldn't stop there. We couldn't say no to anyone. And therefore we thought of growing further and therefore purchase even more apartments to be able to support more families. Nowadays, between 60 to 90 families are traveling to the UK every month. Therefore, the need for more accommodation was felt. We own 20 apartments next to the Royal Marsden Hospital in Sutton. After several studies, we realized the majority of these families travel to central London.
Great Ormond Hospital is the most visited hospital. After 6 years searching for the proper building, we find a building that is 10 minutes walking distance from the hospital.
And hospitals nearby, like National Hospital, UCLH, and Moorfieldside Hospital. And also, it is close to all amenities as well. At the moment, we are in the refurbishment phase of this property to be able to turn it into 27 studio apartments. And we are hoping that in the next 18 months, we will be able to house more families and give them accommodation in the home away from home. This project in central London for Puttinu Cares is a major endeavour, and therefore we are turning towards your generosity to once again support these families in need.
Alright, welcome back everyone. Thank you for staying put. As you can see, we have a little bit of a scrap out on track between a couple of the GT3s. Bit of a dive from Justin Mifsud there. But unfortunately, I am not going to be covering it for any longer because my time here has come to an end. But I would like to say a massive thank you to World Pro Racing for having me, and also to Ross for keeping me company in the commentary booth. He has now had to head off, unfortunately, but I really appreciate his company. But don't worry, because you guys will be left in capable hands. If you were here for the first 2 hours of the stream, you'd have heard the dulcet tones of Kieran McGinley and Edwin. And they were, of course, the commentators who started off the race. I will be handing back over to them now. And if they are both ready, then I will do so right now. So thank you all very much for having me. Kieran, Edwin, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Caitlin, and awesome job. Go and get that well-deserved rest. Thank you very much. And hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome along to the stream. We're getting very close now to the final 2 hours of the race, and all in a good stead to take us home for the race. And I'm delighted to say I am joined once again by Edwin. Edwin, how are you?
Yeah, it's a pleasure, obviously, always, Kian. And well, we're here for the second time together, and well, it's going to be the last part of the race that we're about to commentate as well. Last 2.5 almost hours, something like that, right here. So, yeah, I mean, what a great endurance race it has been. I mean, we had accidents all the way around. We had strategies, different strategies all the way across the field. So, yeah, last 2 hour and a half. Let's see. I mean, clear winner could be KC, obviously, from Camilleri and Division. They have been super. I mean, literally from lap 1, they have been on rails. That car has been literally perfect, pitch perfect, and just Camilleri, to be honest, has not even put 1 foot wrong.
It's been amazing to watch as well, and all in the name and racing today for Puttinu Cares, as you will see in the last break, a charity that supports the families and individuals facing serious health challenges, and you would have seen how they help children with cancer and with cancer diagnoses and make it a much more comfortable experience of what is a very chilling experience already. And so far, we've got €865 and 42 cents. We are not very far away from our €1,000 target. And thank you so much to everybody who's been so generous to donate. And there's still time, there will always be time to leave a donation if you'd like to. And make sure you follow along the links on our YouTube and our Facebook. If you would like to donate, be the best place to do it. And of course, we have Justin Mifsud in the car. He's been in the car from the very start. He's still in the car 5 3/4 hours later, and he's planning to finish up the entire race on his own. We'd like to say a big thank you as well to our sponsors in Porsche, in Enemed, in England Insurance, GT Omega, Ilyama, Planet Pay, Invent 3D, GSD, DOP, and Monte Cristo Estate. Thank you so much to all the sponsors on World Pro Racing. As it stands then, we have Camilleri, who is leading the way then for Sim City Racing. Currently leading the way by 1 minute 45 between the two cars. Sheldon Scott Muscat in second place in that Cadillac. So he's in that Intercom VMD Sim Sport, and rounding off our 3 GTPs will be Project Versio, the Ferrari 499P, driven right now by Brandon Bonello. And then we have our GTE or GT3 class. At the moment we have Brett Gray at the wheel of the Octane Racing 17 machine. That McLaren is heading the field. And we have second place DeBono is currently filling off that second place car. That's the World Rookie Racing machine in second place. And then it is our Justin Mifsud who rounds off the top 3 in GT3 at this stage. So it's very much heating up to be a very good finale here at Le Mans. And we head our way to these, well, you could call them closing stages. We have just under 2 1/4 hours left of this race to run. And I don't know if you are a betting man, Edwin. You've already mentioned that Camilleri at the wheel of the SimCity racing car. You're backing them to get the GTP victory.
They haven't Camilleri and the team, to be honest, and haven't made a foot wrong, as we see here. Tiasha Moody on in the Porsche, in the green Porsche, was about to be hit by the leader of their category, which is grey. It was coming really fast at the first and chicane, and obviously Tiasha Moody didn't realize that grey was about to come very, very quickly into his rear end of his Porsche. But yeah, I mean, as we were mentioning, Kieran, he didn't even 1 foot wrong from lap 1. As soon as he overtook the Battista, when the Battista made the mistake, to be honest, and he was about to lap as well. He was about to lap Bonello as well. So he lapped third place man Brendan Bonello. So that's how far Keith Camilleri has. It's just an astonishing race from Keith Camilleri. I mean, we've seen him many times leading races, short races, normal races, Formula 4 races. I mean, those are short races, 15 laps, 20 laps, 25 laps. He won several races. He won championships as well. But I mean, to compare that to an 8-hour endurance, there's no comparison, because an 8-hour endurance, of course, as you know, Kieran, you need to focus much more, because it's an endurance race. That's why it's called an endurance race. You need to focus much harder than a 20-lap race. So to be in this position, Camilleri is just a phenomenal esports driver. I mean, there's no other word for it. It's just astonishing, and probably the best we've ever seen from Camilleri.
I mean, it was summed up really with that move early on in this endurance race. I say early on, it was about hour 2 into this race, making that move to take the lead, and really he has not looked back in any way, shape or form. As you said, he has passed Brandon Bonello in the Project Aversio GTP, so there is a lap between those two machines, and Camilleri just doing what he needs to do here in number 12, the SimCity racing machine, and looking to try and wrap this up in a neat little bow. Of course, there's at least 2 stops left for each team, at the very least, possibly 3 for the GTPs. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And there's also an interesting scenario, Edwin, about who takes the checkered flag. I don't know how many endurance races you've been in. I certainly haven't been in many, but I do wonder what the deciding factor is to finish off a race. Is it rock, paper, scissors?
They wish that it was like that, but unfortunately it's not like that, of course. But the endurance races, as you know, or maybe some people wouldn't know because maybe they're new into these types of races, but endurance races are based on the amount of kilometers done for each, obviously, for each individual car and driver. So Camilleri, Bonello and the Battista, I mean, they have been perfect. There weren't laps that were in the pits. There weren't lost laps. They were perfect. I mean, Camilleri is just, looking at him right now, is just amazing. I mean, what he did today in an 8-hour, I mean, we still have more than 2 hours to go, 2 hours and 9 minutes to go, but still. But he's just a phenomenal driver. There's only one word for this guy. He's just a phenomenal driver, that's all. Also, a quick mention to Justin Mifsud, Kieran. I mean, we were saying before, me and you, and there was also Alex with us, that the first 3 positions of the GT3 cars were occupied by McLaren. But obviously Justin Mifsud, with that bold strategy at the beginning of the event, I mean, he's in 3rd place right now. He's on for a podium.
And he knows we're watching him. He's flashing the lights. That's the number 1 machine. That's the Petrolheads Mercedes up ahead of him. Don't forget as well, if you do want to watch Justin's point of view as we head away into the final 2 hours of this race, you can do so. He is streaming on all of his personal social medias, and possibly YouTube or Twitch. So make sure you go look it up. Go give him some support for these final 2 hours. I'll tell you something. He's done the Daytona 24 hours on his own. This should be light work. Surely, Edwin. It's never
it's never light work, because obviously it's an endurance race. You have to be so precise and so focused. But I mean, I don't know if you were here, Kieran, last year. I did the 24-hour race as well. Obviously, I split it in 3 or 4 parts. Obviously, I can't finish the whole 24-hour race commentating, so I split it with multiple commentators. And I came here at 11 p.m., for example, commentating at 11 p.m. He was still driving, and was in a room on his own. He had a simulator on his own. So now today he's on a simulator on his own, of course, but with the other drivers as well. Not like last time. Last time he had a complete room by himself. So yeah, I mean it's a remarkable achievement, to be honest. And I don't think there are many esport drivers that organize these types of events, because obviously, as we mentioned before, Kieran, and as you mentioned now as well at the start of our second stint, and this is just for a good cause, nothing else. There's no nothing involved in it. The sponsors are here to help other people, other families that need help, and obviously our thoughts and prayers are with all these families that find themselves in these difficult times, that you can't help but not help more than donate whatever you can. Even €1, even cents are worth much more than you think. So the sum that we're looking at, 800 something euros, I can't see it well on my screen, but I mean, it's a remarkable sum. It's a fabulous sum. Was there's an off there from Bonello, trying to stay behind Camilleri, maybe study Camilleri for next race, maybe. But he just made a critical error there. You can't do these types of errors, because obviously you get your tires dirty, you lose temperature from the tires as well. You need temperature, because obviously in an 8-hour race and tires degrading so much, you need the temperature to be stable. Yeah, but as I was saying, we urge people every time to donate whatever they can. Even the smallest amount could make such a big difference to these people's lives. That, I mean, these difficult times, you can't pray enough, you can't think enough about these people. The amount of I mean, not bad times, because it's bad times, it's not really the right word to say, but the amount of difficult times that they go through is something that we can't even comprehend, Kieran. So yeah, we keep pushing to urge everyone to donate as much as they can, even the smallest amount.
Absolutely, the smallest amount will still go a very, very large way, and we are now up to €885 and 42 cents, as you can see at the top of your screen. So we're getting ever closer to that €1,000 target. A big, massive thank you to all who have donated so far today. Your generosity knows no bounds. This is almost a bit of miscommunication there between the petrol heads at Mercedes and the number 14 Intercom VMD SimSports Cadillac. Aaron De Battista, who's not long jumped back into that car, is in second place right now. The Cadillac is making its way through now. The second Ferrari, Brandon Bonello, has brought the car into the pits, so currently third place for him. We've also had a driver change for second place in the GT3 class. We've got Alal now into the car, so that's Jaden Alal, who's taken over from Beppe De Bono. Still rejoins in second place, but after that pit stop, it's left them about 8.5 seconds clear of Justin Mifsud at this stage of the race, as we get ever closer to hour number 7 here in this 8-hour race, all for the Puttinu Cares charity.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing again that Keith Camilleri in first place, who has, oh well, you know, I mean, he's almost from start to finish, Kieran. So yeah, I mean, 3 minutes ahead of the Battista. That's just a lap ahead. He's about to lap as well, the Battista. So great job there by Camilleri. Perfect job by Camilleri. So yeah, I mean, remarkable that Justin Mifsud, he was last. He was last at the very first half an hour of the race. It's really last. It was 8. And by that bold strategy. I mean, climbing up the field. Obviously, there were some accidents, which obviously, well, that made the racing more exciting. Kieran, we were shouting up here in the commentary boxes. We're literally shouting. It made the racing much more exciting. But he climbed up the field, third place. That's a remarkable thing in an 8-hour race. That's a remarkable achievement. I mean, something to be proud of. From last to a podium position till now. For now, he's still in a podium position. From last, though, it's a remarkable achievement.
Well, we'll surely have a look at Keith Camilleri in a short while in that Sim City racing machine, because he's about to pass through. Well, he's now making his way through in towards the Porsche curves, because he's about to complete his 100th lap of this race. There he is then, in that Sim City racing machine. Through the Porsche curves we will go, and not long now until he wraps up 100 laps. So we've done at least a good chunk of this race now, but 100 laps is a very, very nice milestone to cover then, as he'll make his way through in towards these final chicanes here. It's very quick left, right, can really unsettle the car, especially this final chicane. But for the 100th time, he passes that start-finish line and starts lap 101. Justin Mifsud, meanwhile, making good ground on Elul up ahead of him. Jaden Elul in that number 9 World Rookie Racing. 2 laps ago, in fact, he set his personal best lap of the race. A 4-minute 0.3 was his new personal best of the race. So he's really on a hard charge. He's only 3.4 seconds back from Jaden Elul. Considering Jaden Elul has just rejoined onto the track then, 4-minute 4.6 from him compared to Mifsud's 4-minute 1.2. So keep an eye on that one. That could be a nice battle for second place in the GT3s.
Just on a roll, ready to take second place. 3.5 seconds, that's nothing, Kieran. I mean, it's just a remarkable achievement what he has done from last to, I mean, third for now, but looking on a real roll, and now he's about to second. Something happened to Elul. Something happened to Elul, because the gap has shrunk massively from 3.5 seconds down to 2.2 seconds. So something happened to Elul. Maybe he made a mistake or something, but you can see it visually as well that Justin Mifsud is closing rapidly to the McLaren number 9 of Jaden Elul. Jaden Elul must make a mistake in that chicane, Kieran, because yeah, the gap really shrunk down. 2.1 seconds now, the gap, as we approach the last 2 hours now, Kieran, of the races. We enter the 6 hours and 30 seconds.
Yep, 7th hour is upon us then, and Camilleri leads the way then for Sim City Racing ahead of Aaron De Battista in the Intercom VMD SimSport Cadillac. And rounding off the top 3, and our top 3 overall is Project Aversio, Brandon Bonello behind the wheel. And then we've got the GT3s. It's a McLaren 1-2 in the 720Ss. And at the top of the order, it's Brett Gray in the Octane Racing number 17. Second place is Jaden Elul, driving the World Rookie Racing machine. And rounding off the top 3 there and gaining rapidly is the Puttinu 24 Justin Mifsud in the Porsche 911 GT3, gaining very much good ground. I was trying to see who else was around Jaden Elul in that previous sector, and it was Keith Camilleri who was passing through. So perhaps maybe, when obviously you have to keep an eye on a GTP making its way through the field, obviously the mantra is you stick to your line. You let the faster cars find their way around you. But there are certain points around this circuit, the chicanes down the back straights especially, can really throw you off if one of the GTPs maybe has a look down the inside or is filling your mirrors. And it is slightly intimidating when someone so much faster in a much faster car is trying to find its way past. But on board then with Justin Mifsud, we ride in the Puttinu 24 Porsche 911, closing on the World Rookie Racing number 9, Jaden Elul. Well, how long can he keep hold and keep back Justin Mifsud, who is on a charge? He's entering his 7th hour in this cockpit, and look how much more confident he is through these Porsche S's. He's carrying so much more speed through here.
I mean, the car is literally magnetically being pulled in the apex. I mean, it's just incredible. He's only 0.3 of a second from Jaden Al-Lulas. I think he will try a move down here just to Mifsud looking left or right, trying to get Al-Lul where he's about to. Oh, he's pulled into the pits. Okay, just Mifsud into the pits then. Okay, that really
That explains that then.
exactly. I mean, that's all of a sudden we have no we had no battle at all, which we are about to see such an amazing battle between him and Jaden Al-Lul. Kieran, I want to just interrupt sort of this the racing, because on your screens right now, okay, there are some of the delegates, I mean, some of the big heads of a car club in Malta, which is the Island Car Club, which is basically the biggest car club in Malta. They organize hill climb events and so most part of the motorsport that we have here in Malta. And they're about to donate, listen to this, €1,000
Wow.
to Puttinu Cares. So, well, we reached them. We reached the €100,000. We reached it, and it's just a remarkable thing that they did. They just grabbed all the drivers that are currently in the Island Car Club, and obviously all the organizers of the Island Car Club, and just put together this amazing and beautiful sum of €1,000 to Justin Mifsud. So that's just amazing. I mean, all goes to Puttinu Cares, of course, €1,000 from the Island Car Club, which is a remarkable thing, and something so amazing between all the drivers and everything involved with the team of Island Car Club. I mean, it's just a remarkable thing. It's just something so special to do. And Justin obviously right now is still going on with his driving, but I'm pretty sure he has a big smile on his face that his dreams are really becoming a reality, and something that can help others a lot.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and a huge thank you as well to the team there. And I'm sure Justin would be absolutely over the moon with that one. Of course, he'll be high on adrenaline. He'll have had that news delivered to him, have that quick meet and greet, and then it's straight back onto the track, where he's now rejoined in 5th place, 8.5 seconds behind Tishon Moodley in the Throttle Junkies, the other Porsche GT3 out on circuit, and is currently trying to make some inroads in taking back 4th place. But there is 2nd place in the GT3s, Jaden Alol driving for the World Rookie Racing Machine, that McLaren 720S GT3, and makes its way onwards towards Indianapolis now, before we head our way towards Arnage. So a good 26-second gap between the World Rookie Racing Machine and the currently 3rd place driver Christopher Golden, another McLaren 720S. That's the Octane Racing number 18, so that's the sister car of the class leaders. So it'd be nice. I'm sure Octane Racing are aiming for at least a double podium. They'll surely want to go for the 1-2 in GT3.
Yeah, they're trying to get the 1-2, obviously, the GT3 class, but I'm also thinking something else, Kieran. If something happens to Gray, Justin Mifsud, I mean, it's a bold thing to say, but with less than 2 hours to go, Justin Mifsud could still win his class with the strategy he has. I mean, he was less than 0.3 of a second behind Al-Lul, and then 3 minutes behind Gray. If something happens to Gray and he loses a lap, well, he might be in a chance to win it as well. So you can never say nothing in endurance races. I mean, we still have. Oh, there's Jaden Al-Lul. There's one of the mistakes I was telling you about. We just jinx it right away. So if something happens to the guys in front, Justin Mifsud, I mean, he's driving brilliantly, to be honest. Well, he can be on course to win the race as well.
Jaden, Edwin's trying to pull me in there and say we put a curse on you. I had nothing to do with that. That's all Edwin, Jaden. That's all Edwin.
Yeah, we're a team together, Kieran, so we both jinxed it.
Oh, we're a team now, are we? I see. Well, Jaden Alol then just has to refocus there. I mean, we've seen mistakes happen in this race. Not to bring up De Battista, but he started off on cold tyres the very first lap, running long in towards the first real braking zone after the Dunlop curve, having that spin on the very first lap of this race as well. He's done well, I have to say. He finds himself a lap down now on the race lead, or nearly a lap down, 3 minutes 13 seconds. It's creeping ever closer to being 1 lap down when Camilleri's lapping in the 327s, the mid 327s right now. So give it another 15 seconds and Keith Calamari will have lapped De Battista right now, but a whole lot of teamwork going on. You ever feel like you're being watched at some point? That's probably why.
Yeah, I mean, these are the NMED team, Kieran. Obviously, as you mentioned before, one of our main sponsors of this event. Obviously, NMED are also fuel suppliers of the majority part of the whole Malta Island, and also the majority part of motorsport as well. They fuel boat racing, power boat racing. They fuel up the quarter mile drag racing as well. So the majority part of fuel in Malta comes from Element. So a big thank you to them as well, because obviously without these sponsors we can't do anything, Kieran. You and I wouldn't be here without these sponsors. So a big thank you, massive thank you to Element and all the sponsors, obviously, that you mentioned before, Kieran, that help to make these events possible.
Yes, and it's not too late. If you would like to make a donation, you've got the QR code on the screen right now. Scan that and give what you're able to. And thank you so much for your generosity so far. We're about €130 away from hitting our €1,000 stream target, I should say. That would probably be a more accurate statement now. But if you would like to give, the QR code is on your screen. Scan that code, it will bring you to the website to make a donation. With the NMED team, that will be Alex Delia, who's behind the wheel of that car. So that would have been who was sitting in the rig at that point in time. In fact, no, apologies, that was Daniel Calamari who would have been in that one. But it's either Alex Delia or Daniel Calamari. Calamari is now into the pits. We'll see if he does change over to either Mark Lavori or Jake Bartolo. And if that name changes, then we get a driver change, but it probably would have changed by now if there was going to be one. So potentially Daniel Camilleri is going to stay in the car for the next stint. And as you can see, €885 so far. You've been absolute legends, and we'd love to see if we can get to that €1,000 target with all of your fantastic generosity this so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more, Kieran. As we see Mifsud, Justin Mifsud at the GT3 cars, obviously the GT3 spec Porsche is now in P4. So 32 seconds behind Golden. So 3 McLarens in the top 3 of the GT3 class. But Justin Mifsud is closing in. And the gap that we are seeing in front of us, the interval gaps, are helpful for us because, Justin Mifsud in fourth is only 31 seconds behind Golden, McLaren's Golden. So, we still have a lot of racing to go. An hour and 3/4 of an hour more, plus an hour and 49 minutes. So, you know what I think, I wouldn't bet any money because I don't bet money. The last time I bet money, I lost it. So I wouldn't bet anything. But I have a great feeling that Mifsud might just win it, or else get close to win it.
I have a lot of ground to make up, but as you say, never say never, especially when you get to endurance racing. Even if you're leading at the final hour, when the final hour approaches, it doesn't mean anything in endurance racing. We've got the picture in picture. I believe that's Tiashan Moodley, who is spotting for Andrew Alal. That's for the Throttle Junkies. That's for the Porsche 911 GT3s, and he's going now. Gives I think that was a thumbs up. I hope that was a thumbs up, as he realises we were watching him the whole time. But there we go. We've got Borg in the pit lane at the moment then. So that's going to be one of the only Mercedes, I should say. That's the Petrolheads Mercedes. So it's going to be Benjamin Borg who brings that in and will hand over potentially to Nicholas Morton. You can see if that name changes. Nicholas Morton also appears as the 9th place car, but that has been there since the start of this race. There hasn't been a retirement in this one. Borg and Morton are driving the same car. No, it's Ben Borg who rejoins in the Petrolhead's number 1 Mercedes back out onto the track. And it's a little bit of a moment now where you've got 2nd place driver here. This is your World Rookie Racing, and just behind them in that picture, I'm pretty sure, is your GT3 leaders there. So Jaden Halal is going to be pounded down, I would have thought, by Brett Gray in the number 17 Octane Racing. The gap is currently 3 minutes and 28 seconds. I'm just trying to work out what sort of shape car that is. I mean, if it's a McLaren shape, it won't narrow it down too much, but I think it is a McLaren looking shape, definitely a McLaren looking chassis.
Yeah, it could be, Kieran, and obviously the gap, since it's 3 minutes 27, we're about there. We're about the lap time of GT3. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you're right. It is grey. It is grey in the McLaren.
It's not. It's the 88. It's the NMED Sim Racing. I can just about call it on the circuit map there. So no, not quite yet.
All right.
For Jaden
Yeah, I think they were doing high 340s, 3 minute 40s. I think it's some 20 seconds away from the faster cars, obviously, of Camilleri, the Battista, and Bonella. I mean, you could see the difference in speed between those cars and the GT3 class. I mean, the speed is, I mean, there's no comparison there. But where are we at? So, I'm just keeping an eye on Justin Mifsud as you were talking. Kira is just creeping up to 31.5 seconds now. So, I mean, if he wants to be on the podium, he needs to get on with things, Justin Mifsud. I mean, 30 seconds now, 30.8. Still a lot of racing to do. An hour and 3/4, an hour and 45 minutes to go. And this 8-hour endurance race. You were mentioning Tiashan Mungli as well, Kieran, and Andrew Elnour, which is obviously his teammate in the GT3 class, as we see Jaden Elnour really pushing hard that McLaren, and going off track a little bit as well, but no harm done there. And Elnour, they sit currently in 5th position, so not bad at all for those for Throttle Junkies team. I mean, I think it's the first time they are together, Tiashan Mungli and Andrew Elnour, and also in an endurance race. So that's good teamwork there by Throttle Junkies. And 5th place, middle of the GT3 class, sort of. So yeah, great job there by Andrew Elnour and Tiashan Mungli. I was mentioning before, Tiashan Mungli really stepped up his game. Where I was saying this even at the beginning of the event. I mean, I saw Tiashan Mungli even the first time that he came here to race. He was racing in the Formula 4 National Esports Championship, and well, he was last. I mean, he was slow. There was no words to describe. He was slow. In a 20-lap race, he would have already been lapped. So, but slowly and gradually, even in the championship, I started to notice big improvements by Tiashan Mungli, from last being lapped to last but not being lapped, and then second to last. I mean, he never got anything more than that, but I mean, there were improvements. Otherwise, you wouldn't see the results that he's getting today in an 8-hour race. He's fit, so that's good driving there by Tiashan Mungli. I mean, he made a couple of mistakes even before. I mean, not in this event. I mean, when he was driving the Formula 4 National Esports Championship, couple of mistakes, but who doesn't make a mistake? I mean, all drivers make mistakes. Even professional drivers make mistakes. So, yeah, slowly but improving a lot. Tiashan Mungli is getting the hang of the simulation racing. So, great stuff there by Tiashan Mungli. And then Elnour, I know him a lot because we used to work together at Mercedes as well here in Malta. He's a great guy, a great driver as well. He knows his stuff. He knows about car setups and simulation racing loads more than I do, to be honest. So good stuff there. Good driving time as well.
We just had the leaders of the GT3s in, so that's the Octane Racing number 17. Mark Paul Buttigieg is now behind the wheel. He has taken over from Brett Gray. So good stint from Brett Gray. He now hands it over. And there's our stops so far in this race. We have the fewest stops being 8 of them, which is shared by our one and only GT3 SimCity Racing. And then 3, our top 3 of the GT3s, Octane Racing, World Rookie Racing, and the other Octane Racing, number 18. So fewer stops, the better seems to be the order of the day. Although, don't tell that to Intercom VMD SimSport, they've had 10 stops so far, and they lie second place in the GTP class. And yeah, we'll see the current fastest laps of each car. As you can see, SimCity Racing holding the fast lap. 3 minute 26.602 is the best lap for the GTPs, and our best lap for the GT3s goes to the way of the number 17 Octane Racing with a 3 minute 58.387. The only other GT3 that has managed to drop under the 4 minute barrier is, shock horror, the other Octane Racing machine.
Yeah, I mean, both Octane Racing there, they went, both of them under the 4 minute barrier, which is an astonishing time, to be honest. Because other than that, all of them were doing 4:01s, 4 minutes, and 4:03 for the petrol heads. I mean, fairly respectable times for all the drivers out there. Obviously, the Camilleri Racing, I mean, they were in a class of their own. Iran. There's no other words. They were in a class of their own, and obviously Keith Camilleri behind the wheel is just magic to watch. It's just he never went wide once. He never locked a wheel once. He never spun. He never corrected the car with oversteer unders. He just was inch perfect all the way throughout the whole event. So a remarkable achievement by Camilleri as well. So yeah, I mean, if he wins it, which obviously I have no doubt that he wins it, he will win it in a remarkable style.
Now, I imagine there's going to be 2 teams. I say 2 teams. There'll at least be 2 people who are getting slightly agitated. 4 minutes 0.028 for World Rookie Racing. So close to dipping under that 4 minute barrier around the circuit at De La South. Go on, Jaden and Beppa. You can do it. Get under 4 minutes. And also the Puttinu 24-hour Justin Miff said only 3/10 away from dipping under that 3 or 4 minute barrier, I should say. He is streaming on his own personal platforms. Go and give him some encouragement. Tell him Kieran sent you. You've got to get under the 4 minute barrier. It has to be done. It's only 3/10 away. I'm sure he knows that. But go remind him.
As well, World Rookie Racing almost under the 4 minute barrier as well, and even Justin Mifsud. I mean, Justin Mifsud, I raced him once in go-kart racing in Malta, and well, he's really quick. Really quick, Justin. I mean, we had an event, a small event, we were like 10 drivers, we were racing go-karts here in Malta, and it was just shaming. I couldn't keep up with him. The guy is so fast. And I ended up, I think, 6th or 7th. I think 6th. I think I was 6th out of 10 drivers. And Justin was, I think, 4th or 3rd. I couldn't keep up with them. They were just so quick, and I couldn't keep up with myself as well, because literally I had no strength left after what? I think a 20-minute race. So they were remarkably fast. So to be fast in this position as well, I mean, there's nothing. There's no. It's a remarkable thing to do as well. There's Puttinu here, the leader of the GT3 in the Octane Racing 17 car, passing the petrol heads AMG, lapping the petrol heads AMG GT car as well. So Mark Paul Buttigieg right now behind the wheel. I mean, as well, Octane Racing 17, they didn't put a foot wrong from start to where we are now, 6 hours and 21 minutes. They have been inch perfect as well. I mean, the lap times that they were showing even on the first hour, they were already under the 4 minute barrier. You were speaking about this before, Kieran. You just noticed it immediately. They were under the 4 minute barrier, the Octane Racing 17. So great driving as well by Buttigieg. So I mean, there's no other way. Some of these drivers are massively talented. I wouldn't keep up with them, not even if I tried half a lap. So yeah, they're
I was going to say, Edwin, that's why we're behind the microphone, behind the steering.
Yeah, I tried once, honestly, Kieran. I tried once, and I wouldn't try it again because they were so fast. They left me as well. They left me immediately. I mean, I tried to do a different strategy than anyone else, and I thought to myself, I'm quick. I mean, when I used to race, I thought to myself that I was quick as well. These guys, they were all in another level. I mean, their car control, as I'm about to say, that Paul Buttigieg just made a mistake as well. That's the first mistake I think we saw from Paul Buttigieg in a 6 hour and a half almost race. That's the first mistake we've seen from the number 17 car of Buttigieg. So maybe fatigue now is kicking in as well. They've been here since what, 1 p.m. or 12 p.m. local time in Malta. So it's you get tired as well. Your bones get tired. Everything gets numb. So sitting in the same position, steering wheel is they have force feedback, which is incredible as well, Kieran. I mean, you can feel every bump in the track with this with iRacing Simulator and also the simulation rigs that they use here. That's Bonello trying to overtake the GT3 cars. I think so, right? Yeah, it's Bonello in the Ferrari overtaking the GT3 cars. You can see there the massive speed difference that Bonello was doing behind the GT3 car. He just ran away with them. You couldn't see him now into corners. So yeah, I mean, I tried once I couldn't keep up with them, not even on the lap. So these drivers are massively talented. As Benjamin Borch, I think, made a mistake. I think he's going slow. Benjamin Borch is he's going slow. Benjamin Borch has did a mistake, or the car is slow. But let's see what's going to happen. I think it's slow. Yeah. Even Buttigieg, he was behind Buttigieg at one point, half a lap ago. But now Borch seems to have a bit of trouble. Oh no, he's catching up speed again. Maybe made a mistake or ran off track as well. Matthew Sherry now instead of Keith Camilleri. So they swapped drivers as well, Kieran. Camilleri out and Sherry in for, I think, maybe his last stint, and then they switch over again to Camilleri, maybe, because we're what? 1 and 34 minutes to go till the checkered flag.
Yeah, just over an hour and a half to go. About 95 minutes to run here, which you could probably get 2 more stints from this point on. You'd have to manage the fuel and the tyres, but you could make, I think, 2 more stops is what we're expecting from Sim City Racing. I think that pretty much applies for our GTPs, is 2 more stops from this point onwards at least. So they're separated by roughly 5 minutes between the 3 of them, which is pretty good going for nearly 6.5 hours in. I do remember watching my first endurance race, and you get to about 18 hours in and you see the gap is 3 laps, especially at somewhere like Le Mans, and you think, what, 3 laps? How can they be that quick? And then when you start to realise, oh, actually, 3 laps in 18 hours or something like that, you lose a lap every 6 hours. That's actually pretty on the pace when you think about it like that. It's so mad that you could have a quote-unquote large margin, but 3 laps in a sprint race is a huge margin. 3 laps in an endurance race is pretty much nothing at all. You're talking about half a second maybe per lap at some circuits to end up 3 laps behind after such amount of time. So it's really not a bad thing at all to be 2 minutes behind, nearly 6.5 hours in. So still keeping on the same lap at this point, but looking really good right now for SimCity Racing and also for the number 17 Octane Racing. Both teams have good, healthy leads at this point, but we know what Le Mans is like with good, healthy leads. It doesn't like good, healthy leads sometimes, and it might take action sooner rather than later. Toyota Gazoo know all about that one. Wait until the final lap to strike with bad luck. So it's one of those races where you're always on your toes until you actually make it past the checkered flag.
Yeah, and as you say that, Kieran, check out the number 4 position of the GT3 class, which is obviously Puttinu 44. It's just a Mifsud. Look at the gap. It's 16 seconds now. We were about when I was looking at it before, and I was commentating on it. 10 minutes ago, it was 30 something seconds. It's just 16 seconds now. So Justin is slowly moving in and reeling in Golden in the McLaren. Maybe he can get that Porsche GT3 in a podium position once again. And this you said, Kieran, it's 2 minutes is nothing. So if anything, if something happens to the guys in front of him, he could snatch. I believe that he will get the. I'm still believing that he will get the victory, to be honest, in the GT3 class, because what? He's now 15 seconds away from Golden's McLaren, and then what? And then which Golden is 37 seconds away from Jaden Alul. I mean, it's still nothing. We still have an hour and 32 minutes left in this race, so he might just do it.
We'll have to wait and see. 90 minutes is a long time, even in endurance racing. When we've been racing along for nearly 6.5 hours, there's the Ferrari of Bonello behind. That's the Project Aversio making its way through, but there is Justin Mifsud in 4th place in class, running the entire 8-hour event solo. So maybe he could try and pick up the slipstream. I think Bonello is way too far up the road for Mifsud to get any sort of slipstream there. The number 1 petrol heads, Mercedes, is into the pits again. Ben Borg has brought the car into the pit lane. Will he hand over this time to his teammate Nicholas Morton in the pit lane? We'll wait and see. We'll have to wait until the pit lane turns to pit. And if we see the name change within about 10 seconds, that's the indicator that we will be doing a driver change. De Battista has managed to close in on the timing screen at the very least, because Matthew Sherry on that last lap, 3 minute 35 for Sherry there. I know it was an out lap there, but worth keeping an eye on Sherry's lap times at this moment in time, because sector 1, I'm going to say, was a little bit off the pace, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. But Mifsud, again, as you said, chipping away at that gap between himself and Chris Golden at this moment in time. Chris Golden trying to see what he can do in the number 18 Octane Racing. The 2 Octanes, number 17 and number 18, looking to try and make it a double podium here today. And Justin Mifsud is 14.5 seconds away from sort of spoiling their party.
Yeah, you were mentioning, Kieran, about Sherry's pace, and all of a sudden he lost another 3 seconds, because he's 1 minute 52 now ahead of the Battista. I mean, it's not over yet. Not to me. I mean, I'm still I still think that Keith Camilleri's team is going to win the race, and by some margin. But that gap is slowly coming down. Okay, 152. You might think it's a lot, but in an endurance race, as you were saying, Kieran, 152 are nothing. Just one small mistake. That's what you need. One small mistake, maybe a crash into the barriers, which obviously here at the Le Mans circuit, the barriers bite you really easily. They're so close to the circuit. You can easily hit them. So one small mistake and the barrier hit or something, you hit the barriers and you need repairs. That's it. It's game over for the win. So this is Brendan Bonello that's negotiating past the Enamed McLaren, I believe so, if I saw it correctly. So Brendan Bonello still in 3rd place, and this is Aaron De Battista in 2nd place, which slowly right now. Now the gap has stabilized into 1 minute 52 seconds. So yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a heart-stopping moment there. I mean, we were looking at the gap 154, 153, 152, and now it's stabilized on a 152. It's Chris Golden right now in the number 18 McLaren, who has now an 11.5 second lead over Justin Mifsud. I mean, it was someone went off. There is a puff of smoke. Someone went off straight into the Dunlop chicane. We don't know who he is, but someone went off. And cut the Dunlop chicane straight ahead, Kieran. You could see also the tire marks on the gravel. So someone went off. I couldn't see who it was, but let's see the gaps. So between Sherry and the Battista, it's 1 minute and 51 seconds. Yeah, 51 seconds. Now another second gained by the Battista over first place Ferrari driver Matthew Sherry. And we're just looking at the gaps as well between Mifsud in fourth place in the GT3 class and Golden, which is now 10.5 seconds. So another second gained by Mifsud. Mifsud is flying, Kieran. I mean, at this stage of the race, he is chipping away a second per lap.
Yeah, and it's Chris Golden, last lap time, 4 minute 6 seconds compared to Justin Mifsud's 4 minute 1. So he's managed to take at least 4 seconds out of that lead on the last lap alone. Aaron De Battista is into the pits then for the Intercom VMD Simsport Cadillac. Now, what will De Battista do? Will he hand over to Dean Vella or Sheldon Scott Muscat? We'll have to wait and see. Bonello is looking to try and close in on this opportunity. This will be, I believe, their 11th stop of the race for the Cadillac. There is our race leader in Matthew Sherry. A flash of the lights as he passes through, and one of the McLaren NMED machines as he makes his way now in towards Indianapolis for another time of asking. There's third place, that's Bonello, as Sheldon Scott Muscat does jump in to the Cadillac. So if I would guess, I would think Sheldon Scott Muscat is going to take the checkered flag in that number 14 now. That will probably be their schedule, but right at the end of the pit lane, he has to wait for the fuel to be taken on board so that he can leave and make his way back out onto track and see what he can do with 85 minutes left on the clock. There is Brandon Bonello in the Project Versio Ferrari, and looking to see again just about 2.5 kilometres away. When you're in the pit lane, the distances around you are distance in kilometres rather than distance in time. Justin Mifsud, as you rightly pointed out there, Edwin, now 8 seconds behind Chris Golden. So he's really taken that time out there as Jaden Hillel sees to try and find his way past, I think, one of the NMED McLarens. And again, through the Porsche curves, that's probably one of the worst places you can come across any bits of lappery, because there's not really anything you can do, especially for these GT3s. For the GTPs, you can try and swing it round the outside, use that superior aero performance to hang it round the outside and still have the grip. But in these GT3s, you don't have that almighty grip to try and hang it round the outside. It's just a case of being patient and waiting for the opportunity.
Yeah, and also you lose momentum and minimum speed through that flowing corners, because that section of corners goes left, right, and then left, and then right again. So you lose minimum speed, and then and then also the racing line. You'll mess up the whole racing line. So to get that minimum speed up again and getting into the optimal racing line, that's I mean, you can't do that. As soon as you mess up one corner, you end up losing a bunch of time in the following corners as well. As I mean, the direction here was telling me that Kieran Delia, last place Delia, was the one that went straight through the Dunlop chicane in the first corner. So no harm done to the other drivers. I mean, the one that are in front of Mifsud, Golden, Ellul and Buttigieg. So it's just the last place driver Delia. Now I believe Mifsud is in third place because Golden, I think, is in pit lane. Golden pitted now, so that promotes Mifsud up to third place and 52 seconds behind Jaden Ellul. So let's see now how long will it take to Mifsud to close. I mean, a 52-second deficit. You might think it's a lot, but Mifsud was flying this last quarter of an hour. So let's see how long it will take him to reel in Jaden Ellul, which we saw Jaden Ellul make a couple of mistakes as well, Kieran. So you can never say never in endurance racing, and we have what, an hour and 23 minutes to go. So the clock is ticking down, huh?
Clock is ticking, and for the fourth place driver, or fourth place team, I should say, Octane Racing number 18, Chris Golden's brought the car in. Simon Turvo has taken over and rejoins onto the circuit. And Justin Mifsud, yeah, you're seeing the last lap times. Justin Mifsud lost a second to Jaden Ellel on that last lap. So I don't know if Justin came across a little bit of traffic. Perhaps they both did, because both of them are more than capable of lapping towards the closer to the 4-minute wall. Sort of the 401s, 402s have been their most consistent lap times at this stage. But as we head to the closing stages, don't forget as well, we are racing here for 8 hours at Le Mans with Justin Mifsud racing the entire 8 hours solo, all in good cause for Puttinu Cares. If you'd like to make a donation, you can scan the QR code on your screen as it is displayed. It'll take you to the website page. Anything you are willing to give is more than enough. So we want to thank you so far for your generosity. And if you do want to make a donation, it's never too late. Scan the QR code, it will take you right to where you need to go. We are 885 euros in. We've got a 1,000 euro target by the stream end, and hopefully we can reach that target with 1 hour and 22 or so minutes left on the clock. There is your GTP leader, Matthew Sherry, racing away in the number 12 SimCity racing machine as we make our way through in towards that first chicane once again. He's got a 3-minute lead ahead of Sheldon Scott Muscat. Meanwhile, behind them is the Project Aversio number 11 GTP that is currently in the pit lane. Brandon Bonello brings the car in. I think he's going to stay in that car because he probably would have... Oh, he hasn't actually stopped in his box yet, so that would be why there is no pit lane timer. That would explain that. He's now at his box, and we'll see if he jumps out for somebody else. Jake Samet or Mikhail Mercheka could jump into that car. If Brandon Bonello jumps out, we shall keep an eye on that one. In our GT3s, it is an Octane Racing dominating display at this moment by the number 17, Mark Paul Buttigieg and Brett Gray in the Octane Racing GT3. McLaren is currently lead the way. Second place is World Rookie Racing with Jaden Ellel behind the wheel, and the number 9 McLaren 720. And rounding off our top 3 right now is the Puttinu 24 Porsche 911. Justin Mifsud currently in third. And the great thing about endurance racing, and one thing that is for sure, is we won't really know the stints until really the last half an hour, because that's when it's clear where all the stints have put everybody. So Justin Mifsud taking an early stop in this race puts him out of sync slightly, so he may have more ground to cover in the final stint than other drivers around him, but you can be sure he's going to try and make that up. He's actually just entered the pit lane, has Justin Mifsud, so another stop for him. This will be his 10th stop of the race, and there he is, you can see, making his way through in towards the pit lane. If you do want to make sure you tune into Justin's view there, you can see he has got a live stream set up if you want to check him out. And if you want to check out that expert forehead rubbing display, cleaning the screen as well, making sure all is in order before he makes his way back out there for his 11th stint of this race.
That's just amazing. That's just hilarious. That's just amazing. By one of the most Nicky, who is the visual director that we have here. I mean, that's just something. That's just incredible. I think he's laughing as well. That's amazing. Great stuff there, guys. Great stuff. I mean, he pulled out of the pits right now as well. Justin Mifsud. Yes, you were saying that. That's a good point, Kieran. You can never tell where we at till the last maybe half an hour, something like that. And still Justin Mifsud still kept his position after the stop. Oh, that means that fourth place Tervo, right, which was who was battling on track with Mifsud, stayed in fourth position. Something happened to Tervo that we didn't see that made him lose time on his outlets, because now he's 6 seconds adrift from Mifsud. So Mifsud, with that stop, managed also to jump Tervo on track and then keep the third position, last place on the podium, during these stops as well. Obviously, we can't know how long the Tervo's team were in the stops and how long Mifsud was in his last stop, so we can't see that. But I mean, that's good driving by Mifsud. He kept third place.
Yeah, and looking at the pit lane times, or the pit stop times, Justin Mifsud had a shorter stop, 31 seconds,
I believe
compared
so.
to Simon Tervo's 43 seconds. So he's gained 12 seconds there alone. So a very quick stop for Justin Mifsud. That would imply that he's only taken fuel on that last stop and is double stinting his tyres. So that's how he's got track position. You see, though, Tervo is closing and closing on the back of Justin Mifsud. So that's going to be a great battle for third place. It shapes it out quite nicely for the final stint between the two. Let's try and decide that third place spot in GT3. Just in the background there, we also saw that number 32 Throttle Junkies, the other Porsche 911 in this race, Andrew Alol in 5th place at the moment. He's also in this battle for third place. He has, trying to work out when he last stopped in this race. He has stopped 9 times so far in this race. Justin has stopped 10. Meanwhile, Jaden Alol has stopped 8 times. Simon Tervo's stopped 9 times. So with that extra stop for Mifsud at this stage of the race, he is back ahead. But yeah, less than 10 seconds separates 3rd to 5th in our GT3 class.
Yeah, and you were mentioning Galul. Galul is closing as well. The Throttle Junkies team is closing as well on the Octane Racing 18 and Puttinu 24, which is obviously Justin Mifsud. But with that shorter stop, Justin managed to keep that third last place on the podium. And we say it all the time, Kieran, that track position is so important. Obviously, grip is also important because by switching to new tires on the McLaren, now obviously they have better grip than the Porsche of Justin Mifsud. But track position is important as well. It's great driving by Justin Mifsud, to be honest. That's a good strategy as well. Some teams choose not to change tires, so if they're okay with those scrap tires, they can just keep on with them and put fuel, and that's it. And track position is important as well, and Justin Mifsud has just done what we were just saying, and fair play to him, to be honest. Last to a provisional P3, that's a great drive by Justin Mifsud.
Yeah, so far so good. Andrew Alol, meanwhile, in that number 32 for the Junkies machine, the last lap around this track was the personal best for the team so far today, a 4-minute 1.057. And at that pace was lapping significantly quicker than the 2 cars ahead of him. So keep an eye there on Andrew Alol. He's found a little bit of pace towards these latter stages of this race. He's managed to waken up the Porsche. Right behind there, you can see the new fast lap time for the Throttle Junkies, a 4-minute 1.056. Still World Rookie Racing and Justin Mifsud just shy of breaking under that 4-minute barrier. Once they can break through it, I'm sure they'll be absolutely delighted. But Octane Racing have managed to consistently lap underneath that 4-minute barrier. Mark Paul Buttigieg, 3-minute 59.7, his last lap around the track. So being able to lap underneath that 4-minute barrier has been so critical for Buttigieg at this stage of the race. Not only that, for Brett Gray as well. So they've done a fine job at the front of the order. Our fastest lap of the race so far is a 3-minute 26.6. Set by the Sim City Racing team, who currently still lead the race. And there they are on your screens. It's Matthew Sherry who leads the way then as we make our way down towards the first half of the Juan Aldier, and making our way through in towards that first chicane where you turn right. So you have the entrance on the left-hand side of the track. You then make your way onto the second part of the Juan Aldier as we make our way down towards the second chicane where you enter from the right. And I mean, Alex mentioned it right at the start of the stream there. It's a case of you've got to remember which part of the straight you're on, because they're 2 different entry points and you can so easily be caught out, especially if we were to be driving in a nighttime stint. That's a very easy way to be caught out.
You can easily go the wrong way around this track because it's so long. I mean, MotoGP use the shorter version of this track. They use the Le Mans circuit, which you only have the start-finish straight and the Dunlop chicane, and then that's it. But the Le Mans style track also uses the long stretch of the track around the forests. So you can easily go through cones and stuff. It really, I mean, I would do that because I mean, I know the track, but I never driven simulation around this track, so I could easily do that. But obviously, these drivers know this track by heart. Who's that behind Andrew Alou? But I think it's a left car, that McLaren, right? Oh, it's just in the front. Oh, so Tervo made up all the time, lost in the stops by using the grip from his new tires, and he reeled in just a Mifsud in just what, 2 laps. So we're about to get a battle underway, and Andrew Alou is not far away as well because he's 6.5 seconds away from Tervo. So if these two engage in a battle, oh, just a Mifsud, they're kicking up dust as they exit that particular corner with Tervo now. Oh, Tervo made a mistake! Tervo made a mistake! Simon Tervo made a mistake, and where is Alou? Andrew Alou just got past now. Andrew Alou picks up the mistake by Tervo. So Andrew Alou climbs up to P4, and Justin Mifsud gets a little bit of breather now, and well, he can get on with his own race rhythm. And that was what I was saying, Kiran, that those mistakes, if they happen, well, Justin Mifsud is there to pick up all these points from the other drivers. And also, Andrew Alou in P4 is now, obviously, he's in the middle of the GT3 class. So a remarkable achievement by Andrew Alou and his team, Throttle Junkies. That's some great driving. And to be honest, Justin Mifsud made Tervo to lose control of his car by placing his car and defending his position so well that it just made Tervo pushing that little bit harder and made a mistake. So it's not that Tervo made a mistake, but Justin Mifsud's defensive driving made Tervo to catch that mistake. So great driving by Mifsud. With the defensive driving he's done, he just made it look so easy for now.
Meanwhile, up ahead of them, second place in class, the World Rookie Racing McLaren 720S, the number 9. Jake Malone brought the car in. He's handed it over to Beppe Depono as we make our way down the straight again towards the second chicane. So he's rejoined 40 seconds clear of Justin Mifsud so far. Now that they've been in the pits, they've completed their 9th stop of the race. As they continue on, it's a 3-minute 53 gap between himself and Buttigieg up ahead, which is getting ever closer to being passed by the number 17, who is on the same straight. It's actually the car behind the GTP behind, which I think is probably going to be the number 12, Matthew Sherry, in the SimCity racing machine. So at this moment in time, Buttigieg in the lead car, the lead GT3 car, and the lead McLaren in the number 17 Octane Racing car is right there, right at the top of your picture, looking to close in on Beppe De Bono towards the latter stages of this one. 1 hour and 9 minutes left of this race. And at the moment there you see Matthew Sherry putting another lap on Beppe De Bono as he passes through. That's your race leader for GTP. And just behind them, entering your picture now, is your leader for GT3. Michael Buttigieg is making his way out of that corner and building up the speed there to try and close in on Beppe De Bono up ahead to put a lap on the entire class. And that's something that every team tries to aim for. You put a lap between yourself and anybody else, and that puts you in a really good place. Even if there is a problem that happens, maybe a mistake or potentially a brush with the barrier or another car, it at least gives you something in the pocket to dip into if you need to. It gives you that security, if you like. Now, a lap is not all the security it needs. It's about 4 and a bit minutes as a lap for a GT3. So it gives you and buys you 4 minutes there. It doesn't buy you a complete repair of the car, though. If that's needed, then obviously you put yourself in a little bit of hot water. But right now, it's looking very, very good indeed. Having a look at his last lap, so 4 minutes, 0.722 was his last lap. And as he makes his way through in towards the Porsche curves, he'll be completing a lap very shortly. We'll see what sort of lap time he's setting, albeit with a slight bit of traffic going into this last part of the lap. Exiting the Porsche curves, now making his way onwards then towards the final 2 chicanes. It's really something you have to attack here. The last 2 curbs though really can unsettle the car if you're not careful. And there are your leaders, the number 12 Sim City Racing in that Ferrari 499P, leading by about 3 minutes 11 seconds at this stage, ahead of Sheldon Scott Muscat in the sole Cadillac V Series in the Intercomp VMD Sim Sport in the number 14. And then third place in the GTPs is currently Project Aversio. That's Brandon Bonello behind the wheel, just shy of 2 minutes away from Sheldon Scott Muscat.
As you say that, Kieran, I believe that Justin Mifsud is running out of tires as well, because Andrew Alloul is almost, no, he made a mistake as well. Andrew Alloul made a mistake because he lost half a second to Justin Mifsud. It was 3.8, now it's 4.3 seconds. So I'm just keeping an eye on that gap, and Tervo's gap as well to Andrew Alloul. So he has what, almost 9 seconds between Tervo and Mifsud, and 4.5 seconds from Tervo to Alloul. You can just see Alloul up there on your picture, top right corner. Now top left corner, there he is. That's Andrew Alloul in the green Porsche. He's closing to Justin Mifsud. He's closing, not rapidly, but closing slowly enough. It's 4.1 second now, the gap. I think Justin Mifsud is getting to that stage of the race where those tires could be hurting his lap times just a little bit. And Andrew Alloul is driving brilliantly, to be honest, because the gap between him and Tervo just crept to 4.8 seconds, now 4.7. Maybe Tervo has much better top speed in his McLaren, because we were saying this before, we were looking at this before as well. The McLarens tend to have much higher top speed than the Porsche GT3s, even in the long back straights. The Porsches never could get past the McLarens. So, but Tervo there made up a huge chunks of time in that chicane, because it's now 4 seconds, the gap between him and 4th placed Andrew Alloul. So keep an eye on that gap. And Andrew Alloul lost almost a second to Justin Mifsud, because the gap is now 4.8 seconds. The gap between Mifsud in 3rd place and 2nd place, De Bono, is 41, so almost 42 seconds, because it's 41.8 seconds. So De Bono for now is out of reach from Mifsud. We still have an hour and less than 5 minutes to go, an hour and 4 minutes to go. And we're what? Andrew Alloul now is 5 seconds from Justin Mifsud, and Tervo made a lot of time as well on Alloul. It's 4.1 the gap between him and 4th place Alloul. We're just looking at them now. Tervo's in the white red McLaren, and the green Porsche in front of him is that one of 4th placeman Andrew Alloul of Trophy Junkies team. Him, Alloul, and Tiasha Moodley are the 2 drivers that make up that team, Trophy Junkies team. Now the gap between Alloul and Justin Mifsud is creeping up a little bit. It's 5.2 seconds now. Maybe Andrew Alloul is still having some trouble as well with his tires. And Tervo is what, 4.1 seconds adrift from Alloul. So I believe that these 3 have their own battle engaging soon. Mifsud in 3rd place, Alloul and Tervo in 5th place. So they might get in combat for the last place on the podium, and maybe we can see maybe one of the Porsches up on the podium. But from what we're seeing, Tervo now made a mistake as well because it's 6.5 seconds the gap between him
Yeah,
and Lul, so he might miss them. Oh, the Tervo lost a chunk of time now, 14 point something seconds. He made a mistake somewhere.
yes,
He made a mistake.
Yes, it was going through the Porsche S's with one of the GTPs right behind. That was Brandon Bonello, who got front row tickets for that one. Just lost that back end and made contact with the wall. So
That's the second time, Kieran. That's the second time.
Yeah, we'll see if Turbo brings the car in or if he stays out. He stays out this time around, but I wonder what sort of damage is going to be on the front of that car and whether the team are now just going to wait until the next stop to address the damage, if there is any. But yeah, a huge chunk of time lost for Simon Turbo there in that number 18 machine. So Octane Racing fall a little bit further away from that podium battle. For the other Octane car, it's right at the top of the order, and this is Beppe De Bono is being caught by Marc-Paul Buttigieg. This is to put a lap on the number 9 team. So World Rookie Racing have got the leaders of the class, Octane Racing, right behind them to put a lap on them as we make our way down in towards the second chicane. Just shows you how good the likes of Buttigieg has been in this race. Buttigieg has worked well with Brett Gray, who really get a commanding lead of this one. And as we approach the 8th and final hour of this race then, with 117 laps completed, or we're on lap 117 for Matthew Sherry. It's Buttigieg who's right in the slipstream of Beppe De Bono. I would assume De Bono's not going to fight this too hard. He doesn't need to, and he shouldn't really have to, as we make our way down in towards the heavy braking zone here, almost like a hairpin. But you see how much more confident Buttigieg is on the brakes than everyone else around him. He's currently one of the only GT3 runners that are lapping underneath the 4-minute barrier consistently, and he pulls to the left-hand side of the track. He'll have to go the long way around if he wants that lap to be put on the World Rookie Racing machine, and that is done. And so now Beppe De Bono is now about 13.7 kilometres behind Marc-Paul Buttigieg as we make our way in towards Indianapolis here. Heavy on the brakes for Marc-Paul Buttigieg. He sizes up Arnage. So a lap between our two leaders of the GT3 class. That's Octane Racing number 17 leading the way ahead now by a full lap ahead of the World Rookie Racing number 9 at McLaren.
Yeah, I mean, Buttigieg is in a class of his own on this GT3 class. He never made a foot wrong. He never made. Oh, as we say that's who is it? That's Jaden Alloul. Is that Alloul? Oh no, Jaden Alloul is not. No. That's who? That's De Bono. It could be De Bono, who is lapped by Bonello. I think it's De Bono. I think it's lapped by Bonello. So yeah, obviously it's not for position, but De Bonello is just one of the 3 leading cars that we have in our standings. So it's Matthew Sherry, who has a 3-minute and 12-second gap over Sheldon Scott Muscat, and then Bonello in 3rd place. These 3 they had a really great battle, Kieran, at the beginning of the event. I just loved watching them race hard and fair as well, because they gave each other space, they gave each other respect as well on track. But it was just exciting to see them together at the first hour of the race. Since the first stops, to be honest, they were just amazing racing there. And then we have the Octane Racing 17 car, which is leading by Buttigieg. He never made a foot wrong on this track. Who's that? Who's that in the middle of the circuit? One of the element cars. Oh! Buttigieg just his nose almost wiped out by the second place, the McLaren there. I mean, that could have been a serious accident there and damage to both cars. But fortunately for all of 3, they stayed on track at least for now. All of the three cars are still in one piece. Let's say it like that, because it was going to be a huge accident there. But and this is not for position, obviously. One is being left by Buttigieg. So yeah, I mean that was a heart-stopping moment for Mark-Paul Buttigieg, who was leading the race on his opponents by more than a lap now. So yeah, that would have been scary a lot. The Throttle Junkies in the pits as well. So yeah, maybe there is a driver change there as well. Could be a driver change. Andrew Alloul. Let's see if Andrew Alloul is still driving the car or not. So Simon Turbo now is in 4th place for now. Obviously, they still have maybe two stops to go, Kieran. I think 2 stops to go, right?
I would agree. 2 stops to go for anyone pitting around about now, but getting deja vu here. This is Buttigieg once again putting the same lap on Beppe De Bono as we make our way down towards the right-hander, towards this corner. He has to go the long way round. He'll get the power down, and we will run side by side. I wish this was a battle for the lead.
For the lead, exactly.
Yeah, but De Bono would need to be about 13 kilometres closer for this to be the battle for the lead. They make their way side by side now as they'll make their way on towards Indianapolis. Buttigieg has what will become the inside line as we head our way down in towards Indianapolis, but De Bono gets the message. He tucks back in to that slipstream of Buttigieg, and we make our way towards Indianapolis now. Once again, Octane Racing get themselves a lap on the World Rookie Racing number 9 machine. So it's as you were at that point. As you mentioned there, Edwin, we had Andrew Alloul bring the car into the pit lane then for the number 32 Throttle Junkies. He stayed in the car, so probably 2 stops left for the number 32 machine. And I assume it's probably going to be maybe a splash and dash towards the end of this one. If they can get the tyres to work for the last stint, then we should see 2 more stops for Andrew Alloul. Whether he will take the checkered flag is another question at this point. What isn't under question right now is Buttigieg's pace. He's been really, really on it so far. I mean, even with contending with traffic, he's mapping in the 4 minutes then. This is Justin Mifsud looking to go the whole distance, the whole hog, the whole 8 hours. This is a bit of lappery. This is one of the Enemed cars. It might be the number 88 machine. So that will be Dan Camilleri, who has been put a lap on by Justin Mifsud. Mifsud running in 3rd place in class as we make our way towards the Porsche curves. About 38 seconds away from De Bono. This could be a race for 2nd place now, because right now Octane Racing number 17 look very, very comfortable at this stage. They lead this race by more, nearing 14 kilometres at this point, a whole lap ahead of Beppe De Bono and the World Rookie Racing team. And we'll see what happens here. But Buttigieg, the car's in safe hands with him. I mean, he's had a couple of heart-stopping moments in this stint alone, let alone in the entire race. But it's been in safe hands. As Daniel Camilleri brings the car into the pit lane, so that is yes, it is the Enemed sim racing machine, the number 88 McLaren 720S GT3 bringing the car in. Now, will either Mark Livore or Jake Bartolo take over? We'll have to wait and see once the car stops on its marks in the pit lane. Being chased down about 5 kilometres away by the petrol heads, that Mercedes AMG GT3, Benjamin Borg behind the wheel of that machine. But there are your overall leaders, and of course your GTP leaders as well, and Matthew Sherry in the SimCity Racing Ferrari 499 making their way through. Daniel Camilleri rejoins the track, so no driver change completed there. In fact, a pit lane time of 1/10 of a second. So an interesting one there. I think that might have been a case of something needed to be adjusted for Daniel Camilleri, and of course the pit lane's the best option to do that. That was their 12th pit stop of the race, and there are our race leaders making their way into the pit lane for what will probably be their penultimate stop of this race. Now, will Keith Camilleri take over? Will Brandon Tabone perhaps jump in and take the final stint. I haven't actually seen Brandon jump into the car so far in this stint. Perhaps they've been leaving him and waiting for him, leaving him till the very last moment to unleash towards the checkered flag. The car goes up on the jack, so it will be a change of tyres for our leaders. There's Sheldon Scott Muscat in second place. It doesn't look like they're changing the driver down at SimCity Racing, so it will be Matthew Sherry to stay and remain in that car. There is Mark Paul leading the way for the GT3s.
Yeah, maybe I think last stint will be Camilleri's victory stint. So, I mean, it's understandably, I mean, who wouldn't want to jet the checkered flag? I mean, other than Keith Camilleri, he's driven superbly. All his stints that he has done, he's driven some amazing driving by Camilleri. There's no other words, just inch perfect by Camilleri. The sole Mercedes AMG in the GT3 class, driven by Benjamin Borg, who is the penultimate driver in our standings, P7 for Borg, and then Delia last with 3 laps down in his McLaren. So where is Mifsud and Elul and Tervo? So Elul is in P5 with 59-second gap over. Tervo has a 59-second gap over Elul, and then Justin has a 23-second gap over Tervo himself. So 3, 4, and 5 covered by a minute and a half, which obviously, I mean, you see it as a lot, but obviously Tervo needs to make his stop, and Justin Mifsud, he needs a stop to change tires as well. So, and that could shake things up a little bit, Kieran, because obviously, you know, as we know, that tire stop change is longer than a fuel refilling stop. So that could shake things up a bit for 3, 4, and 5 and 5th position in the GT3 class. Let's see how it pans out as well. So we got Sherry in first place, yes, and Muscat still in 3 minutes and 14 seconds adrift from Sherry and Bonello in third place. Yeah, P3, P4, and P5 in the GT3 class, I think they're going to have a big shake-up, Kieran, when the tire stops. Last tire stop will be for Justin Mifsud.
Yep, and Octane Racing number 17 into the pit lane. Mark Paul Buttigieg hands the car over to Brett Gray. Will probably be for their final 2 stints of the race. Then they've been in command of this one, so they will relinquish the lap that they just put on Bebe de Bono. But in any case, it's a case of making this to the end now, as Daniel Camilleri is right ahead, I should say, Benjamin Borg. This is a battle for position. This is for 6th place in the GT3s, as they'll both make their way now down in towards Indianapolis. It's a way away yet, but that Mercedes is closing and closing as we make our way through this flying right-hander, which becomes the braking zone for the left-hander of Indianapolis. You can see that slight banking there towards the apex of the corner, and we head our way down towards Arnage, with Camilleri and Borg battling away for position for 6th place in class. It looks like Benjamin Borg got a better exit out of Arnage and has now got that lovely slipstream to contend with. They've got to watch out as well for Brandon Bonello right behind them, who's in the GTP class in that Ferrari. Where will Bonello go? Will he risk it? He will. Round the outside he will go, which then becomes the inside line, so he'll take that one. He says thank you very much. 2 laps there in one fell swoop, but that's wide from Daniel Camilleri. That's going to open up that opportunity for Benjamin Borg, although in this part of the circuit it's really difficult to get a move on here, even if you've got the overspeed and the better, superior run. This section of the track is so difficult to get the pass made. You get to this fast-paced chicane where really it's only room for 1 by 1 at the best of times. So it should be Daniel Camilleri holding position if he wasn't pitting in. So he pits in, so Benjamin Borg inherits that 6th place as he makes his way out of the final chicane and onwards then to start another lap of the race.
It's really dark on track, even the headlights are on. It's really, really dark. there's no sunlight at all. So yeah, temperatures could play a big role and a big part in this last part of the race. We're what, 7 and 11 and 12 minutes, 7 hours and 12 minutes, and we have still 48 minutes to go. So yeah, maybe last stop, maybe one last stop. Keen, I think so. I think one last stop for each driver. I think so.
Yeah, I would say so. If you're looking at sort of 7 minutes 20 on the clock, that's probably where you're aiming for your last stop to be. Maybe 7 hours 30 for your final stop of the race. And at that point, you probably just want to take on fuel, and you'll be happy to nurse the tyres to the end of the race. You can see in game we have just passed 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Of course, it'll be a slightly different time wherever you are watching in the world. The wind has picked up a little bit since the start of the race, not entirely too much, but it was blowing at a northerly direction. It's now blowing at around about an easterly direction, maybe a northeast-east if you're going to be so precise. 19 degrees air temperature, about 23 degrees track temperature. That's fallen about a degree centigrade, the track temperature, since the start of this race. So the cooler track temperatures should help the tyres last a little bit longer. It can have the negative effect, though, of keeping the heat in the tyres. It shouldn't be too much of a concern for the drivers at this stage, but 69% humidity and the HPAs, which again, as I said earlier on in the stream, I don't really know my HPAs. I couldn't tell you if that's good or bad.
Yeah, neither do I, to be honest. Kieran. Yeah, we're looking at Matthew Sherry, who's the leader of the class, and leader of the race, since he got to drive the car instead of Keith Camilleri. And now we're looking at Simon Dervo, who is in 4th place and reeling in, I think, Justin Mifsud. I'm reeling in. Oh, because Justin Mifsud is in the pits. Okay,
Correct, yes.
Mifsud is in the pits. Yeah. And car is on jacks. If I'm not mistaken, I think I saw the car on jacks, right, Kigra?
You're absolutely right. So Justin's taking a new set of boots on for the final 2 stints of this race. He'll be taking on some fuel as well. So really now he'll have one more fuel stop to contend with to finish off this race. So it should take up around about 40 seconds. In fact, I don't think he took on much fuel there. Of course, 28 seconds was that stop. So definitely a change of tyres. Probably not much fuel taken on board, with the knowledge that he probably is making one more stop. If he runs the car lighter and has one more stop, it might be easier on the tyres in the long run to end this race. He's rejoined about half a minute behind Simon Turvo. This is where your strategies are really starting to compound, and it's starting to be more and more clear where your race is towards the end of this race. I've been lulled into a full sense of security before in a endurance race. You think after 2 hours, we're battling for the podium, and suddenly 4 hours later you're staring at a top 10 finish instead. It can be cruel, endurance racing, and it can so easily be won, but it can so easily be lost in strategy.
Yeah, it can be really cruel, especially if you have an accident. So, and we've seen many accidents, to be honest, Kieran, in this 8-hour race. I mean, we weren't commentating the whole race, but when we were commentating, me and you, and before it was Alex as well with us, it was really banging wheels all the way around the track. So it was exciting for us to watch, but we've seen parts of cars ripping each other up. So it could easily ruin your race, because obviously you need to stop and repair the damages that you have, front end damages, which could cost you loads of downforce points. So you need to repair it either way. So yeah, you could easily end up either on the podium positions and then last. So yeah, we'll see what happens here, because Justin Mifsud now has 30 seconds deficit from Simon Tervo, which doesn't seem much, considering we still have 44 minutes of racing left. So it doesn't seem much, as who's that? Sheldon Muscat is peeling into the pit lane in the Cadillac, and the leader here, Matthew Sherry, who's doing a fine job, to be honest, taking over the wheel from Keith Camilleri, as even Matthew Sherry He improved much, and improved a lot in his driving style. And also we need to consider as well, Kieran, that these drivers drive different types of cars. For example, when they used to drive Formula 4 cars, that's a different type of car, different type of power, grip, and handling as well, and characteristics of the car. Now they're driving these LMP cars, which obviously they're faster, they grip much more than the Formula 4 cars, and they could easily go around the same track. It's like much more faster than a Formula 4 car. So it's amazing how they can adapt so easily, in inverted commas, so easily to other cars. So and Matthew Sherry, I've known him for a while as well. When he started racing as well, he was like Yasha Moodley sort of. I mean, not really fast enough to consider himself as a race winner, but here he is now in a winning team with Camilleri, who helped him uh, getting up to speed, and well, now he's leading the 8-hour race. As we see also, Kira, picture in picture, that's the steward room where we have Adrian Figallo, who we obviously thank all the time. He's the steward, he's the sole steward today, who takes care that all the drivers, as we say that, but you Sherry there has went over the last corner on the gravel, and obviously Adrian Figallo here has loads of information, much more information than we have, Kieran. So obviously in contact with us, in contact with visual direction as well, as lap times, every angle that is possible to see, Adrian can see it, and real time as well, so he can go on replays that time as well. He can go different camera angles to check who hit, who initiate an accident. So he can easily go through anything that has been done by any driver. And that's the steward's room. It's a wonderful piece of engineering.
It is, and yeah, it's great to see as well. He is an FIA accredited steward and race director as well, so you've got that authorization and sort of official feeling about these events as well, and you can sort of see if there are any penalties applied. It's sort of been applied by FIA accreditation, so it's taken a real eye there. And to be honest, there's not much Adrian misses out on track at all. You won't hide from him, no matter what you try. He will find it, he will spot it, and he will dish out the penalties as so the case. We're heading towards our final 40 minutes of the race, and if you're feeling generous in our final 40 minutes, of course, we've got the QR code on the screen for Puttinu Cares. There's a whole reason we're here for this 8-hour endurance. It's a fantastic charity helping families with children with illnesses. Speaking in their advert breaks along the broadcast here today, mainly for accommodation for those children that have cancer and all sorts of other illnesses, that it helps their families through those difficult moments, those difficult times in their lives. That is no wonder, very hectic, very stressful, but trying to take that stress out of it and try to make it as seamless as possible as it possibly can be. As you can see, we're at €885 so far. We'd love it if we could help, and if we can get to that €1,000 target. You've got the QR code that I'm sure will appear back on the screen very shortly. If you do wish to make a donation, no matter what it might be just some shrapnel you've got lying around, every little helps. It will go a long way into Puttinu Cares, a fantastic charity. We've got Justin Mifsud, who is 39 minutes away here, Edwin, from taking the checkered flag. He's currently in 4th place. It's a third of the time distance he had to cover for Daytona, but I'm sure it would have been just as grueling.
It will be just as grueling because obviously we had so many accidents than the 24-hour race we had a year ago. So, I mean, but it will be just as heartfelt and just as proudness to get this achievement. Obviously, you were saying, Kieran, how it's life-changing for these people. You can't just ignore what these people go through. They go through hell when they have these life-changing conditions. So our job, our initiative is to, well, you know what, Kira, just bring them a little bit of happiness. That's what we're here for. Just make them a bit happy. That's it. You can't do miracles. We can't do anything. But that little something, even the smallest donation can bring them a little bit of happiness. So yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about, to be honest.
Absolutely. So we do have that donation link there if you wish to make a donation. Meanwhile then, Brandon Bonello brings the Ferrari in for what will probably be the final stop of their race for Project Aversio. Brandon Bonello, will he have the honour of taking the checkered flag, or will Jake Samet or Mikhail Mercheka jump in to take control of that car for what will probably be their final stint of the race? We also saw Sheldon Scott Muscat come into the pits about 2 minutes ago or so. I would assume Sheldon Scott Muscat is going to try and take that car now to the end of this race on those sets of tyres, on that fuel. He might have to do a bit of fuel management. I'm sure it's nothing out of the ordinary for Sheldon Scott Muscat. He's got the experience underneath him. And it looks like Brandon Bonello is going to take the checkered flag in that Project Aversio Ferrari. He rejoins 1 3/4 minutes behind Sheldon Scott Muscat. He is a lap down on Matthew Sherry in that lead Ferrari right now, the SimCity racing machine we see on screen. And with 36 minutes or so left of this race to run, we also have the leaders of the GT3 class, the number 17 Octane Racing. Brett Gray is behind the wheel and he has a very healthy lead at this moment over the World Rookie Racing number 9 McLaren. The Beppe de Bono is currently behind the wheel of. Third place then is the number 32, sorry, not the number 32, it's number 18, the sister Octane Racing, the number 18, Simon Turvo, behind the wheel of the McLaren 720S GT3. But really, that last podium spot for GT3 is very much still undecided. You've got a minute and 5 seconds covering that top 3 with stops yet to happen, yet to be completed by those 3 drivers. So watch that space. Could be getting very interesting and very tasty towards the end of this race.
It could be very tasty, to be fair, but and also between Justin Mifsud and Tervo is what, 32 seconds, and Bellur and Mifsud is 34 seconds as well. So yeah, I mean, it's 36, 35 now minutes to go. So yeah, I'm starting to thinking that Justin Mifsud is not going to win his GT3 class. I was saying about Justin Mifsud leading maybe the race. I was a bit too optimistic, to be honest. But you know what? I was dreaming of Justin Mifsud leading the race. You know, it's something. It would have been nice, to be honest. But I mean, he's reeling in Tervo, to be fair. I mean, he might still get a victory podium. Tervo is still yet to stop for his final time, so that could shake things up a bit more, Kieran, right? I'm saying it right. I think Tervo needs a last stop, I believe.
Potentially, yes, but if he's going to stop, it might be a splash and dash, so it might be a quicker stop. Probably looking at about 30 seconds potentially, so it might lose into position to Justin Mifsud. But again, Mifsud might also have to do a splash and dash towards the end of this race, so it's really still up in the air at this stage of the race. If Mifsud can, just sort of have the car do a bit of lift and coast and have the car sip the fuel towards the end of this race, potentially he could make it to the end, but we shall have to wait and see how it all plays out then. We have Matthew Sherry, who, well, he could pretty much put on a new set of tyres if he really wanted to at this stage. He's got more than enough time in his back pocket to do so, but you have to run the race. Anything can happen at any moment. You can't let off the throttle. You can't, get away from your strategy and make an extra pit stop just because you want to. There's got to be that reason behind it. You've got to have that buffer no matter what. And it's a very good 3 minute 9 second buffer that he has got against Sheldon Scott Muscat. And, you know, in that position, I would love a 3-minute buffer to Sheldon Scott Muscat, especially at this closing stage of the race. I'd rather keep it that way than do anything that would put that in jeopardy.
Yeah, Sheldon Scott Muscat, I mean, he gained 3 seconds. Obviously, 3 seconds are nothing now since we're at the closing stages of this race. But he gained 3 seconds on Matthew Sherry. Maybe, I mean, Matthew Sherry stays. He has speed in that car. He has speed even in himself. But maybe, just maybe, he made a tiny error somewhere. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye. It's hovering around 3 minutes, 9 seconds and 3 minutes, 10 seconds, which is nothing to be fair, because now we're 33 minutes away till the end of this race. So we have Matthew Sherry in first place, and then Sheldon Scott Muscat in second place, and Brendan Bonello in third place. For those who have joined us now, obviously we remind you that first of all, you can see the whole race again when the event has finished, and you can I urge you to to watch it. I highly recommend to watch it, because at the first hour, Kieran, you remember well, we had some amazing racing, especially between Camilleri, Bonello and the Battista. Bonello, by the way, Bonello did the whole race by himself. Am I right? Bonello did the whole race by himself, or?
No, he's had Jake Samet and Michael Macieka.
Yeah,
well.
yes. Why we were not commentating? Yeah. But still a remarkable achievement to all drivers. Obviously, a big shout out always to Justin Mifsud for organizing this event, for organizing obviously also all the teams that every team they had 2 or 3 drivers each. So big shout out to Justin Mifsud for the event, for a good cause, as we mentioned many times, and we cannot keep stressing it enough. For Puttinu Cares, scan that QR code at the bottom right of your screen. Scan it with your cell phone, with your mobile phone, and donate something. Even if it is small, even if it is €1 or €2, just something. We make some people happy with whatever you can give.
Absolutely, and we are approaching half an hour left of this race to run then, and third place in GT3 very much still undecided. We've got about 1 minute and 8 between our top 3 in GT3 with Turvo, Mifsud and Elal. You know, it's a case of, do they have to stop again? I would have thought Turvo probably will have to stop. Mifsud only had a 28-second stop last time around, which sort of indicates that he may not have taken fuel on, or not a lot of fuel, in his last stop. So he might need a splash and dash towards the end if that is the case. But yeah, it's all a case of how these strategies will play out. It's all a case of, has your strategy worked? And for Turvo here, it could be a case of he might be holding on to that podium position. It would be a double Octane Racing podium with Gray in the lead Octane Racing car. Brett Gray alongside Mark Paul Buttigieg in that McLaren 720S. Currently leading the way by 2 minutes 47 ahead of the World Rookie Racing number 9 McLaren. Beppe De Bono is currently behind the wheel, and then we have Simon Turvo in the number 18 Octane Racing machine. Simon Turvo and Chris Golden have been working together in that one, and Justin Mifsud again all on his own as he enters the final half an hour of this race, which at the pace that they've been going right now, it's sort of about a 4-minute lap for our GT3s. That's a maths amount of laps to go. I would say 5. No, it's going to be more than 5 laps. It's probably going to be closer to 6, maybe 7 laps to go here at Le Mans, depending on where this driver here, Matthew Sherry, is out on track. It's all about Matthew Sherry at the moment. He's completed 125 laps here in Le Mans today, and looking at it, he's probably going to get another at least 6 more to take us well over 130 laps raced here today.
Remarkable achievement, to be honest. More than 100 laps. I mean, I couldn't stand even 10 laps doing this race. My mind doesn't comprehend that type of racing. As I told you before, I tried and I failed miserably. So massive shout out to all the drivers who have dedicated this time race for Puttinu Cares. So that's what it's all about. We're racing for Puttinu Cares. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less. We're racing for other people to make them happy. Kieran, we never stress it enough when we're doing this event. So big shout out to everyone involved at World Pro Racing, and well, it's a remarkable achievement for everyone involved, Kieran. Even you, me, Alex, and the other commentators as well, which I haven't had the pleasure of catching up with, but I had the pleasure of catching up with you for the first time. Alex, I commentated with Alex before here as well. So a massive shout out to everyone who gave up their time to help others in their quest for happiness, you know, and more than life. Matthew Sherry now in first place. He's driving beautifully right now, Kieran. He's 3 minutes and 12 seconds, so he got 3 seconds up on Muscat.
Indeed, yeah. Last lap time for him, 3 minute 30.0 compared to Sheldon Scott Muscat's 3 minute 32.0. So 2 seconds gained on that last lap alone as he makes his way down the straight, the Juan Aldier, as he makes his way down towards that first chicane. We did have a pit stop as well for the number 18 Octane Racing. And the 32 Throttle Junkies have made a pit stop there. Tiashan Moodley has taken over in that second Porsche 911, the only other Porsche 911 in the race, apart from Justin's Porsche. Makes his way out onto the track, and that's why he's about 90 or so seconds away. As they've made that stop, they've swapped driver, and it will be Tiashan Moodley who will take the checkered flag. We have Gray, who's currently, I think, in the pit lane right now. Brett Gray, we'll see. It's currently showing it out, but that normally means the driver's getting out. Well, I didn't really see him enter the pits, and on our timing screens, he's not down as entered the pit lane. So that's an interesting one. We'll see what happens with that one. Simon Turvo, meanwhile, has now gone into the pit lane as he brings the car in for the final time in this race for number 18 Octane Racing. So this is probably going to be a bit of a splash and dash here, but will Chris Golden take over the wheel to take that car to the checkered flag? And that's a turn up for the books, because the number 17 Octane Racing has dropped down the order. Now, I can only assume there's been a problem there on the side of Brett Gray, because now Mark Paul Buttigieg is having to jump into the cars, and they've lost a lot of time. Yes, it is Chris Golden who is going to be taking over the number 18 Octane Racing. So, and Justin now.
Sorry, Kieran. I didn't even know I was on mute. I just saw Justin Mifsud in second place, and I thought, hang on a minute. All of a sudden, now Justin Mifsud is in second place.
Yes, I was just sort of saying that it was the number 17 Octane Racing. I think Brett Gray's run into a bit of a problem here. Mark Paul Buttigieg has had to take over, but they are currently in the pit lane, and so they've dropped down to 5th place, because I think how it works, if one driver manages to disconnect or another reason, you have to tow the car back to the pit lane. So it's an automatic time penalty at that point before Buttigieg can actually jump in. Now he's leaving the pit lane, so he's classified now as 4th place, so he'll have to take over and take that car to the checkered flag, but he has been bumped back up to 1st. So crisis over for the number 17 Octane Racing, at least for now.
Yeah. There was something wrong with the timing strings then, with the timing of the cars, because Buttigieg now is still in 1st place. It would have been a nice race, to be honest. Last stint with Buttigieg in 4th place. Obviously, it wouldn't be nice to him, because he drove brilliantly the whole race, sort of. But it have been much more exciting for us, Kieran.
I'm sure it would have been. Maybe not so much for the 17 Octane Racing team, especially for Mark Paul Buttigieg. He's put in all that effort, all that hard work to see it just drain away. But it turned out to be a 64-second stop, which is roughly 20 seconds more than the average stop we've seen, about a 40 to 42 second stop. So he won't have lost too much there. We'll just wait for the intervals to sort themselves out. and as such the like. But as you can see at the top there, we're now up to 915 euros for Puttinu Cares. So we're not far away at all. 85 euros away from our 1,000 euro target. And we have about 25 minutes left of this race. If you're just joining us and you'd like to make a donation, I'm sure Nicholas behind the scenes can put up the QR code and you can make a donation. And thank you all so much so far for all of your generosity at this stage. It really means the world to not only us here at World Pro Racing, but of course to Puttinu Cares, who can put that donation and your generous donations to very good use in assisting children with those with illnesses such as cancer, and more importantly for their families, to help them through what is already a tumultuous and very stressful time, to at least put the ease of worries like accommodation in other countries whilst treatment takes place, and put them to a little bit of ease on that front. Again, we've had another donation. We're up to 930 euros and 42 cents. Thank you so much all so far for your generosities. That leaves us just shy of 70 euros for the 1,000 euro target, and we have 22 minutes left before the checkered flag.
Yes, we say that, Kieran. Also, the scan to donate QR code reappeared on the bottom right of the screen. So when whoever is watching, we highly recommend to go on that camera app on your phone, scan that QR code, and just donate whatever you want. Even €1 is enough for these people who are in great need, much greater need than we could imagine. So we're looking at Matthew Sherry in first place. Maybe, just maybe, I think he will lead that car into the checkered flag as we're approaching the last 20-minute mark of this race. We're in 7 hours and 38 minutes, so about there, 21 minutes left of racing. So we have Matthew Sherry in first place, then Sheldon Scott Muscat in second place. Now the gap is up to 3 minutes and 15 seconds, and then Bonello, then the GT3 spec cars, which are led by Buttigieg, and then De Bono. Mifsud now, who has climbed up to third place with the stop and driver swap for Golden in fourth place, and then Tiasha Moodley in fifth place, Borch, Bartolo, and last place Loftus in the McLaren, the eighth and last place. We're looking at Justin Mifsud right now. Remarkable achievement, to be honest, from last to P3, so provisional last place on the podium for Justin Mifsud. He was last at the start of this. I mean, he wasn't last at the start of his race, but he was last after his first stop, which ultimately changed the whole strategy system for his race strategy, and ultimately he's ending up the race in third place. So that's a remarkable drive by Justin Mifsud. This is Brendan Bonello, who at the start of the race he was in combat with Keith Camilleri and Aaron De Battista at the first part and first hour of the race. A really great race by those three. I mean, inch perfect.
on a target up ahead. €970.42. We're less than €30 away. Thank you so much for all of your generous donations. If you wish to make a donation, you can scan the QR code at the bottom right of your screen. We're racing here for Puttinu Cares, and we're getting very close to the end of our 8-hour race here at Le Mans with Justin Mifsud, our World Pro Racing Zone. Justin Mifsud racing the entire 8 hours solo. He is a madman. We did check. He has previously raced the 24 Hours of Daytona completely solo. So yes, we do know he is absolutely bonkers, but that is why we love him.
Yeah, I mean, you can't love a guy like Justin Mifsud, right? I mean, he's crazy. Yeah, you won't believe how crazy he is, Kieran. He's so good, such a crazy guy. But I mean, he calmed down a bit nowadays because well, Nicky helps him a lot with visual direction. I mean, before when Justin started, he used to do everything himself. Now he has a bit of help from everyone. I mean, Nicky is our visual director what we're seeing on screen right now, it's all up to him. Adrian Figalo always is an asset here, obviously. Without him, everyone does whatever he wants. So we don't want that in racing, otherwise people get out. I mean, you could end up having your race ended up in a matter of seconds. So, so he's concentrating on his own driving, and to be honest, he's the gap from Mifsud to Golden is creeping up more and more. It's 37 seconds now, so he's in a safe third place. So I don't think he will do another stop because we have what 17 minutes to go, and then race will be over. So I don't think he will make another stop. So or else maybe a splash and dash for some fuel, and that's it. So yeah, it's looking good for Justin for that third place on the podium. He might end up going home with a trophy after this event.
He may well do indeed, and as you say, he's not far away from that. We have also seen Matthew Sherry into the pits for a quick pit stop, and I mean a quick pit stop. It was 16 seconds, so a real splash and dash, if ever I've seen one, from Matthew Sherry, I should say. So that should get him to the end of the race now. There is your third place GTP team, Project Aversio, with Brandon Bonello behind the wheel of that Ferrari 499P. Makes his way across the start-finish line. At this moment in time, there are your standings. SimCity Racing at the top of the GTP pile. Intercom VMD SimSport in second. Project Aversio in third. And then at our GT3s, we have the number 17 Octane Racing leading the class. World Rookie Racing about 2 minutes behind in second place, and Puttinu 24 rounding off the top three drivers, or at least the top three teams I should say, in the race so far. And we have 15 minutes to go then as we watch Brandon Bonello make his way through Tetra Rouge and onwards towards the back straights we go then, onwards toward those chicane once more. Matthew Sherry has completed 129 laps so far in this race. I would think if he's lapping in maybe the 3-minute 30s on average, we're probably going to see at least 4 more laps. Will we see 135 laps completed? Well, let's all find out together, right?
Yes, you said, Kieran, 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes now, 14 and a half minutes to go at this last stint. Obviously, the positions have been stabilized, no more overtaking, of course. So, yeah, I mean, we're just enjoying this last 40 minutes ahead of what will be a great finale for a good cause, for a great cause, obviously, for Puttinu Cares. So, yeah, I mean, we just need to strap ourselves in and, well, we'll see what's about to happen in these last minutes. But obviously, nothing will happen in terms of position change because obviously everyone has his position solidified. So it's okay with that. Brandon Bonello there just went a bit off track, and someone else as well just did exactly what Brandon Bonello did as well. So yeah, I mean, a couple of mistakes now as we approach the final stage of the race. Keir, I just want to ask you a small question. Obviously, we were not here the whole entire event, but which of the driver most impressed you? The most, the one that impressed you most?
Well, Keith Camilleri was an absolute asset to SimCity Racing, and he got that move done against Mikel Mercieka early on in the stint. I say early on, it was about an hour and a half into the race, but once he got that move done and moved across and took his racing line, he never looked back, and that has been SimCity's day in the sunshine here at Le Mans. As soon as that move was made, there was absolutely no looking back for the entire team. It just seemed like that confidence oozed through the entire team, and they've been absolutely brilliant in today's race.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, he just never put a foot wrong. That car was on rails when Camilleri was driving it. Just fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap. So amazing drive, right, by Camilleri. So yeah, I mean, last few minutes left now. What? Last 12 minutes left of this 8-hour endurance race, as we see now the leading car, which is obviously Matthew Sherry, teammate of Keith Camilleri. So I think Matthew Sherry will be the one who's going to drive that car to the finish line, because obviously I don't think they will stop again, Kieran.
No, not now.
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so. No.
Be to the end now. There's only one thing left on the checklist now, because we mentioned earlier on that Octane Racing 18 were very close to breaking the 4-minute barrier. They have done since now. They've set their personal best of a 3-minute 59.580. So the only real unfinished finished business we have left in this race is for Justin himself to break the 4-minute barrier. Go on, Justin, you can do it.
Yeah, just one little more pull, but I don't think he has the tires. So no, he changed the tires as well. He has new tires, but obviously with the fuel. Who are these? Is this for position? I think this is for position as well. Eh? I think these two McLarens are racing for position. They might be. We just need to check the laps. How?
Don't think they are. I think there's about 3 laps between them. But I think these are the two Edamed machines. So
yeah, they are. They are the final two positions on P7 and P8. I think
there's 3 laps between them, but we can enjoy it anyway because this is going to be their action. They won't care they're 3 laps apart, except for Edamed Sim Racing. They'll claim they're 3 laps ahead.
exactly.
They'll just claim that. But there we go. But yeah, I'm sure Edamed E Racing will want to finish ahead out on track. At the very least, there's Benjamin Borg, who was leading, or at least in the number 1 petrol heads machine. But there are 2 Edamed machines, number 88 ahead of the E-Racing entry of number 4. So that's Jake Bartolo ahead, I think, of Carl Loftus, who's behind the number 4. But they're making their way through in towards the chicane. Nobody tell them there's 3 laps between them. Nobody tell them. I want to see them battle out on track.
Yeah. I mean, we just let's hope they're not hearing us, which obviously they're not. But obviously, great to mention as well, Benjamin Borg, who was last for the majority of the race. He's now in P6, so we got in front of the Edamed Sim Racing team, both of the Edamed Sim Racing team. So a remarkable drive as well by the petrol heads with the AMG GT car. So yeah, he was last for I mean 70 or 80% of the race. He was last, and now they're bending around with Throttle Junkie. So that's Andrew Elul in front of him, and. But no, it's not for position, right? No. Petrol heads.
No.
No, it's not for position because he's still a lot down on the cars. I mean, with Throttle Junkies. That's not for position. So yeah, I mean, Tiasha Moudley can just leave him to drive by actually, and not take any risk at all, and just in 5th place.
I mean, Tiasha could do that, but what racing driver will just let you have a lap? There's 3 laps between these 2 cars as well, but they are 5th and 6th place, Throttle Junkies and Petrol Head, and we have done it then. We have reached 1,000 euros raised for Puttinu Cares. Thank you so much for all of your donations today. You're absolute legends. Those donations will go so far to helping those children in need, and Puttinu Cares €1,000 raised. Thank you all so much. We'll
just
enjoy
telling Justin as well.
absolutely brilliant stuff. And the last 8 minutes there will be any sort of victory lap for Justin as well. It's been a fantastic event, and he would love to wrap it all up in a neat little bow with a podium to wrap it up.
Yeah, I mean, Justin, they were telling Justin as well, all of the team of World Pro Racing were near Justin, just telling him, listen, we've done it. It's just a remarkable achievement. I mean, I'm so happy for everyone involved to have raised this money. I mean, it might not seem like a big amount, but still, whatever you can donate, just donate. Even €1 is enough. Even €1 is enough. So keep donate. Just scan that QR code at the bottom right of the corner, which now has disappeared for some reason or another. I need to tell the visual director about it, and maybe try to get the QR code back again. And yeah, just keep donating. Just €1 is enough to make these people's lives change and happier. And that's what it's all about, Kieran. Just to make people happy. That's it.
That's why we're here. That's why we're here. It's brilliant. As we saw Benjamin Ball go a little bit straight on at Indianapolis there and find the gravel. He managed to recover it, get it back onto the track then. As once again, even though they're 3 laps down, Throttle Junkies and Petrolheads are going to fight until the bitter end as they make their way through in towards the Porsche curves. Throttle Junkies should have the advantage here, considering the car's named after the corners, or the corner is named after the car. That's probably the right way around. But we make our way through now in towards the final couple of corners. We have about 6.5 minutes left of this race to run. Whereabouts is Matthew Sherry? He's just making his way through in towards the Porsche curves now, so he's not too far away from this battle. There is Matthew Sherry. So we might be able to see if we can work out whether we've got probably 2 laps left or 3 laps left as he makes his way through in towards the final chicanes here. He will have 6 minutes on the clock, so potentially 2 laps to go here for this race. Will we get to 135 laps completed? It's not looking likely, but I mean, I'm all for Matthew Sherry, you know, absolutely bending the laws of physics and time to be able to complete 135 laps. I think he might just fall a lap short.
Yes, he's driving beautifully as well. Here, I mean, you can see that car dancing on the apexes. It's just brilliant by Matthew Sherry. I mean, he's coached, I believe. I need to check about this, but I believe he's coached by Keith Camilleri as well. So we know Keith Camilleri. He's a brilliant driver. And as I told you before, as I mentioned before, he started from nothing. Matthew Sherry. I mean, I saw him at the first race getting last places, and and slowly, gradually increasing his speed and his confidence as well as on a simulator rig. I mean, this is just incredible by his team, and Camilleri did an amazing job as well. He was fast when he needed to be fast. He was conservative when he needed to be conservative, like for example in the first hour, when we thought that something happened. I mean, I thought, for example, that something happened to his car. But it wasn't like that. He was just managing the tires, managing the fuel, and managing the race and his pace. And then when he saw Bonello making a mistake, he pounced on him. So, yeah, that's a mark of a true driver. Even professional drivers do that, Kieran. They need, when they are fast, when they need to be fast, they are conservative and sort of slow. It's not slow, but conservative when they need to be conservative, and then they can pounce on you when you make a mistake. And that's what a mark of a true and great driver is all about.
Isn't it just? And as we head through into the final few minutes of these, Throttle Junkies and Petrolheads will battle each other. There's 3 laps between them, but that won't stop them from getting the elbows out, I'm sure, of what has been a very, very successful event. As we make our way through then, Throttle Junkies at the moment being driven by Tiashan Moodley as we make our way through towards Indianapolis once again, with the number 1 petrol heads behind. Benjamin Ball heading his way now through into his Indianapolis corner. It's the right-hander then in towards the braking zone as Ball goes up the inside. The door was always closing there, and managed to get out of it there as we make our way through in towards Arnage, riding on the rear bumper now of Tishan Moodley. We get back onto the power. Onwards and upwards we will go. Keep an eye on that map then. Matthew Sherry, the number 12, is making his way through in towards the Porsche curves right now. And he will wrap up the penultimate lap, I believe. We'll probably get to the line here with 2.5 minutes left to run in this race, which will be the final lap of this 8-hour endurance then for Matthew Sherry. He'll make his way through in towards those final quick chicanes, which can really catch you out if you're running the car too low. And Matthew Sherry then starts what will be, with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, the final lap of the 8-hour endurance here at World Pro Racing, raising funds for Puttinu Cares. What a great event it has been. €1,000 raised thanks to all of you as well. Your generosity is going to go a long, long way. So thank you so much for your donations so far in this race. I'm sure Justin Nifsud will be absolutely thrilled at that. He was told 10 minutes before the end of this race that we had hit the target on the stream. And it's all thanks to you that we've raised that money. We've raised that money well. And that money will go such a long way in helping those children, those families in their time of need. The NMED Sim Racing machines as well, they're 3 laps apart, but nobody tell them that because they're going to be racing each other as well. Jake Bartolo in the number 88 and in the number 4, I think it is still Carl Loftus who's behind the wheel. So they're going to be racing until the checkered flag. We see on the mini-map in the top right-hand corner, we've got that Sim City Racing number 12 machine. Matthew Sherry behind the wheel, heading his way towards that second chicane with 2 minutes, 60 seconds left on the clock. Riding on the rear bumper now of Jake Bartolo, who has got Carl Loftus right behind him as they make their way in towards the in towards the right-hander here after those chicanes, getting back onto the power. No way through there for Carl Loftus, as I know he wants to try and get the move done and dusted to at least finish, well, I would say ahead out on track, but even that wouldn't be the case in a reality sense, because there'll still be 2 laps between them. Either way, I won't spoil their fun if you won't. They're making their way now through on towards Indianapolis, with Loftus looking for a move up the inside. He's really filling the mirrors here. The NMED teams have just said, you know what, go for it, fight for that position. I don't care how many laps there are between you, fight for it. As they make their way out in towards Arnage. We should see shortly as well behind them. I think there was contact between the 2 McLarens there, the 2 NMED machines who are fighting tooth and nail to try and be the first of them to the checkered flag. And I think just in the background shot there, we did see Matthew Sherry in that number 12 Ferrari just peep into the picture. Timer has expired, so the checkered flag will be at the ready then, as we'll watch on with Matthew Sherry as he'll make his way through these final corners, then through the Porsche curves for the final time. The Sim City Racing, boy did they roll the dice. But in terms of this, no one will want to forget about this one. What happens at Le Mans definitely doesn't stay at Le Mans, and Matthew Sherry is going to take this car. The hard work from Keith Camilleri and Brandon Tabone have all but been realised as he weaves his way through now and through in towards the final corner. Intercom pulling to the side there to let SimCity put the lap on them. But SimCity Racing, the number 12 Ferrari, is going to take the checkered flag here at Le Mans and win the 8 hours endurance race for World Pro Racing for Puttinu Cares. A resounding performance from SimCity Racing, second across the line. Intercomp VMD Sim Sport, Sheldon Muscat taking the checkered flag for the team. They did pull over, they did finish a lap down in the end, and there will be Brandon Bonello in the Project Eversio Ferrari, who will finish off the top 3 in the running here. The Octane Racing team are just making their way towards the back end of the long straight. So they'll be at least a couple of minutes before they reach the checkered flag, but they are the class leaders, and there is your overall winner then in Matthew Sherry driving the SimCity Racing number 12 Ferrari 499P. Keith Camilleri really with that dominant opening couple of hours. He made that move stick on Mikhail Nurcheka and never looked back. Sheldon Scott Muscat there taking the checker flag in second place for the Intercomp VMD Simsport. The Cadillac doing the drivers proud. Project Eversio have now crossed the line to take third place there. Octane Racing still out there. They are a whole 2 minutes ahead of World Rookie Racing. They have now picked up second place in class, but there is third place in class. Puttinu 24 and Justin Mifsud, who's driven the entire 8-hour stint solo, is now making his way towards the final chicanes then for what should be a place to pick up third place in class. He makes his way through in towards the final chicane, and Justin Mifsud is going to take third place in this race. A really, really brilliant drive from Justin there, and I'm sure he'll be delighted to know €1,000 raised on the stream. A pat on the back there, no less than what he deserves. A brilliant, brilliant race today from him. And what remains now is our winner of the GT3 class, the Octane Racing, who are still out there. Mark Paul Buttigieg had to jump in after there was a bit of a problem with his other driver there, but he managed to jump in place of Brett Gray, and he makes his way through in towards the final chicanes then, and he will take the GT3 winners trophy then. Octane Racing will be making their way across the start finish line to win the GT3 class and take top honours there. But a fantastic display from all. Great racing, great camaraderie, and all in the name of fundraising for Puttinu Cares. A big thank you to you all as well for your huge generosity and for your eyes and ears for this stream. I mean, it's been wonderful to watch on. And Edwin, we were here when it happened. €1,000 raised for a great charity.
I mean, obviously, first of all, congratulations to all drivers and teams who dedicated these 8 hours out of their lives to maybe change someone else's life, Kieran. So, yeah, and obviously, we thank all the sponsors and all those people who donated something to make other people happy. So this is what it was all about, to make other people happy, or maybe change something in their life that can make them in a better situation as they are. Obviously, a big we're proud to everyone, Kieran. I mean, we had great racing, great battles, accidents as well. But yeah, but the winner, I mean, Matthew Sherry and teammate Keith Camilleri, they just drove that car really beautifully. I mean, you couldn't even know that it's a simulator or else real life. I mean, that car was literally driven superbly and perfect, inch perfect, millimeter perfect, every corner of every lap. So yeah, great stuff by SimCity Racing, Casey Racing team. Perfect stuff. It's a great way to start what's going to be. I believe that obviously we will have national championships, esports championships here on our island. So yeah, it's a great start. It's a perfect start.
Perfect start indeed, and a big thank you as well to all of our sponsors who have happily and joined us for the stream in Porsche, in Enemed, England Insurance, GT Omega, Ilyama, Planet Pay, Invent 3D, GSD, DLP, and Monte Cristo Estate. Thank you all so much for your support during the stream. And Justin Mifsud jumping out now after what has been a not so grueling 8 hours, but a pump of the fist nonetheless, as I'm sure the adrenaline will still be coursing through him at the end there. The World Rookie Racing number 9 just taking a couple of laps of honour there. But to take you through the full listing, the full standings there, we did have the number 12 Sim City Racing at the hands of Keith Camilleri and Matthew Sherry and Brandon Tabone taking the checkered flag and the victory for the World Pro Racing 8 hours endurance for Puttinu Cares. Justin on the screen there, done a fantastic job. Second place was the number 14 Cadillac, the Intercomp VMD Sim Sport at the hands Dean Vella, Aaron De Batista and Sheldon Scott Muscat. Rounding off the top 3 for our GTP classes was the number 11 Project Eversio, Ferrari 499PP, Brandon Bonello, Jake Samet and Mikael Mercieka. Doing a top job there. Our winner of the GT3 class was the number 17 Octane Racing, the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo, at the hands of Mark Paul Buttigieg and Brett Gray. Second place in GT3 was the number 9 World Rookie Racing McLaren 720S, Beppe De Bono and Jaden Alul with that one. And rounding off our top 3 was the man of the hour in the Puttinu 24 Porsche 911, Justin Mifsud, taking that third place in GTE. All that remains for me to say, Edwin, is thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to share the box with you.
Yeah, I mean, it was what an amazing 8-hour race it was. I mean, it was a pleasure commentating with you as well, Kieran. It was a pleasure, obviously, commentating with Alex as well. We haven't had the chance to commentate with the others. You had the chance, I think, Kieran, to commentate with the others as well. So yeah, I mean, as we see now as well, Kieran, one of our main sponsors, the Animed team, which is obviously we're racing in the GT3 class. It was fun and exciting to watch them at the last stages of the race when they were fighting each other. That was amazing racing. So yeah, great stuff there by the Animed Racing team. And obviously, we can't stress enough, Kieran, as you mentioned before as well, and we keep also mentioning it time after time after time, the sponsors that make this happen. Without them, obviously, we can't do anything. So
And,
yeah, Kieran, and obviously thanks to you as well. Thanks to all the commentators as well. So yeah, it's a perfect way to start the weekend.
Absolutely. Brilliant stuff. And a big thank you to Alex Goldschmidt, who joined us for the start. Of course, Edwin alongside me for the remainder of this race, as well as Caitlin Penny and Ross McIntyre for filling in the middle stint of this race. My name has been Kieran McGidley. You've been absolutely fantastic. And thank you so much for helping us raise the €1,000 target for Puttinu Cares. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. But from us here at World Pro Racing, take care of yourselves. We'll see you next time where sim racing becomes real.
Been working together for 20 years. I was like Richard Gere at that moment, but she
Ruined your life.
always.
I am Angel Kushkiri, President of Puttinu Cares,
I am Len Zarafa, CEO of Puttinu Cares.
and we have been working together as nurses with children with cancer.
We passed 20 years together. We saw a lot of suffering. We saw a lot of generosity. We saw everything in these 20 years
And a lot of beautiful people, and a lot of love as well.
of people who really love and give everything for their loved ones.
That was our trigger point, our motivation to continue to strive to create a good quality of life for these families.
So we wanted to create an environment that made them feel comfortable. And that was one day when Dr. Calvania called me in the office, and he told me that while he was studying in Royal Marsden Hospital, there was a foundation. And in his office we began Puttinu Cares in 2001.
Puttinu Cares was started more than 20 years ago to care and support for the children with cancer and their families. The first thing we started was with the embellishment of the ward to make it more like a child-friendly environment.
So they feel that there is a home away from home.
We also started inventing activities and events to bring these families together, giving them something to look forward to, like birthday parties, a Christmas party. We tried to make one of their wishes come true. It helps give them something to look forward to and also have a memory together as a family. The ward was lively, and that was our aim, to make some memories, some good, nice memories. And in fact, we see children nowadays who are grown up, they have children of their own, they recall only the good memories. And that is an achievement for us.
And one of the achievements was when they tell their parents that they don't want to go home after taking chemotherapy. They want to stay in the ward. One of the biggest challenges that we faced in our ward was when